fell asleep.
What?
She must have crawled under there for warmth.
Are you fucking crazy? You fucking killed her!
I didn't kill her. I must have sat on her.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my poor baby.
I'm sorry. It was an accident, for Christ's sake. How long I've been saying she shouldn't be on the furniture?
Boys, welcome back. It's White Pill Media. This is Not a Trough number 7. It has been a minute. I did want to have 7 titles for this video. The 7th one was going to be from Arbogast, The Sad, Violent Life of Sandy Preston, which it was supposed to be 2 novellas put into one, and I've already read the first one. I believe that's how he has it set up, but it has literally been delayed twice. I don't get it. I don't know why. I think it's still coming, but it's going to be delayed. So that's a little frustrating because I definitely had time to do it because I had all the other books read already at this point and I was just waiting on Pierce. So I could have fit it in, but oh well. It's going to be the same old format here. We're going to have 6 books. We're going to talk about them. We're going to get into spoilers for all of them. Princess of the Shrouded Mountain. This is book 3 of Scarred, The Wandering Sword by Eric Wagg. So I fucked up pretty bad here where I've read the first 2 books in the Scarred series by Eric Wagg, right? And I did this, it's been a few years. And I didn't realize that the 3rd book had come out. It actually came out several months ago, and I only figured that out by, I was just going through authors that I've previously reviewed on the channel and seeing if they had any new works out, and then, oh, I missed this release. So that is not indicative of the quality of the 3rd book, because I did enjoy it. I did have some kind of quibbles with it, but yeah, it's Eric Wagg, 229 pages. It was $14. Sword and Sorcery. I felt that this was pretty decent. I could have used maybe a little more going on. It felt like some things were kind of set up and then it wasn't really fulfilled in a satisfying way. There's some cool stuff at the end that got revealed, but overall, I liked it well enough and I would read more. So we have a Sword and Sorcery one there. We have Crimson Veil by John Slaughter. I think this guy has been on my list for a while and I never really bothered to check him out. This is $16. It's 240 pages. So we are in the South. We're in Alabama. We're following a noir private eye guy, and he gets involved in some things that he doesn't want to be involved with. It's not really a strong recommendation. I think I would be willing to read more by this author. I think he has other works out there. It's more of a situation where our protagonist, he doesn't really care, right? He's not invested in the main plot, which is fine. You can do that. There's plenty of stories that do well with not very motivated, wants to stay out of it protagonist. But the issue being is our main POV are thrust into this story. We're watching everything through this character's eyes. He doesn't care until the book is about 95% or more like 99% of the way done. Like right at the very end, he starts to get invested and give a shit. So we're following a PI that doesn't really care about the mystery. He doesn't really care about what's going on. He's just trying to get himself out of the situation. A tough sell for a whole work that's 240 pages. Maybe if we were lighter on the page count. But I felt like he needed a turning point earlier in the story to where he does give a shit and he starts he's emotionally invested in this case and just the outcome overall. So I felt that came kind of late, and there were some other minor things. Yeah, I would say not really a recommendation on that one. We had Dead Men Running. This is by Isaac Young. Isaac Young, he did the Matroskia Divide or whatever. That one was like a sci-fi AI thing where some humans, they run into aliens at the far edge of the galaxy, and they're a hyper intelligent AI thing. And I don't think there's been a follow-up to that one. I didn't love that, but this is 233 pages. It's $15. I would say that this was entertaining. It's just kind of dumb fun. It's not highbrow literature, but it was enjoyable enough. If you like superheroes, it kind of scratches that guilty itch. Post-apocalyptic. It's a dystopia, but like there is civilization, but it's a fucked up civilization. And I know I typically complain that authors need to trim, cut the fat. Here, I actually could have used some more pages because we have 3 main POVs and we're just spread a bit thin. Where each character, like, you understand them, you understand their motivations, but it's all rather kind of thin for all of them. And then, we just end up running to our climax pretty quickly. And we spend a lot of time setting up future books, right? Which is good, right? That's what your book should do. It should like put little hooks in and little like threads for you to go seek out and like be interested in where this is all going. But I don't feel we spend enough time in our first book. We're a little more focused on setting up later books than staying with this work. So that was a bit of a detriment. Still, I did have some fun with this. I did enjoy it more than the Matryoshka Divide. One guy is a hero who works for some agency thing and he fucking hates it. Another guy is some homeless dude that becomes like a juggernaut superhero guy. And he doesn't go on a rampage, but everyone's trying to kill him. And our third guy is sort of not like with the resistance, but more of a rogue guy who has his own motivations and is going against the government and other agencies. And there's all these factions. So yeah, we have Medicine Woman here by Frank Kidd, famed author from Once Upon a Time in Argentina. This is 260 pages. It was $12, which I felt was very fair. It's a historical survival frontiersman kind of book. Basically, it's an American fur trapper. He's way out west. He ends up sleeping in an Indian graveyard, and he believes now that he's like cursed by black magic. So he's going to seek this medicine woman from this one tribe that is rather famed and is trying to get the curse lifted. But he doesn't really believe in black magic. He really doesn't. There's just sort of a vague direction that he should go seek this woman out, and he doesn't really have anything else going on. We have some other POVs with the healer woman and this one like villain in the Indian tribe. This one just never really got off the ground for me, probably because our thrust, our main action, our premise is rather weak, and our protagonist doesn't really take it seriously himself. So that was certainly an issue. Frank Kidd, he gives a lot of detail about like the survival aspect of living out in the West and being a frontiersman. That's all done well. I think that stuff was interesting and good, but just kind of a typical Pocahontas story where white guy meets Indian girl, they fall in love, and despite the odds, their love will make it work. It's kind of predictable, not great. I would say, even though I took more than a few shots at Once Upon a Time in Argentina, I do think Frank Kidd improved as an author from this work to Once Upon a Time in Argentina. So I'll say that. If you were going to pick something to read from Frank Kidd, I would definitely go with Argentina over this. And yeah, we'll see where it goes because there's definitely some of it I think is written well, but I do find it to be on the weaker end, and it's a non-recommendation. Pierce by John J. Stancliffe. This is 330 pages. It is $18 with a discount. It was $20 at normal price. It's a 3-part generational epic. Before I say if it's a recommendation or not, before I begin, I think I have to state the obvious here. I believe some of my listeners may have forgotten, but we are not all equals here on this channel. Not all authors are the same, and they cannot be treated the same. Some of us are, in fact, above criticism, and it is wrong morally and ethically to give anyone a bad review, you know, if they're within the chosen class. So not okay. Big frowny face. Don't do that. Worst boyfriend ever, for example, because he has a large follower count. It's not okay to say you didn't like his book and in fact he's a shitty author. Not okay. Don't do that. Oh, and I'm just bringing that up for no reason at all. And oh yeah, we are talking about John J. Stancliffe and Pierce. Anyways, so I will apologize for taking this job as a reviewer on the fringe who isn't really liked or respected by anyone, because I believed at the start that we could all be critiqued, from our worst boyfriend ever to our Stancliffes to our Frank Kidds to our Isaac Youngs to our Dave Martell to everyone, and we were all the same. So I don't know, maybe this rule changed. Oh, I see. Actually, that rule has always been there, and some authors are more equal than others. My mistake. We have a generational epic here. Our main focus is with a father who worked as a roofer in Montana. He then goes to Iraq. His marriage, his deployment, there's a lot of focus on his deployment over there in Fallujah. A lot of the military stuff, I think it's all written well. I think Stancliffe at times can write very dense paragraphs, and there's a lot of detail there. I didn't say it was good. I said dense. I guess maximalist is a term you could use to describe some of his writing. I don't like it. But I was having a pretty decent time. You know, despite all that, I did feel the pace was incredibly slow, but at the same time, it's a generational epic, so I guess it is going to be on the slower end of things, but still felt a little ridiculous at times with how slow we were going. And then we have the son of this man about 20 years later and the turmoil of all that. And I want to save it for when we get into the book, but the morality that is presented at the ending, the beliefs of the author, and just, oh my god, the fucking ending. You know, Stancliffe, he did it again. He fucking did it again. But the ending I felt was pretty atrocious, and it really did, not as an insult to any of our Christian listeners. However, there's a pretty strong divide morally from, I guess, Christians like Stancliffe and myself. And I know not all Christians are like this, but I don't know. There's not like nothing else to really say until we get there. But I guess he really believes this shit, and it's just kind of insane. But this is a very strong non-recommendation. And just the ending, it just doesn't work. It feels very forced by the author, and I guess it goes with his sense of morality or his religion, but I don't even think a lot of Christians would feel this way, and it's kind of nuts, right? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to oversell it. It really was terrible. But oh yes, you know, it's me and Stancliffe one more time. We will save this for our last entry.
Hey, Tom.
I was just down at the stables. Got some bad news. Pai oh my. She was in a fire. She's dead.
Wow. Oh, Marilyn. Oh, Jesus. Anthony, what are you, a fucking arson investigator now? Come on. They said it was an accident, right?
You know what? Maybe I will have some eggs.
Toast?
Yeah.
White Pill, that was 5 titles. There's supposed to be 6, right? So, okay, we have Pierce, generational, epic, Dead Men Running, dystopian, superhero stuff, Medicine Woman, frontiersman, interacting with Indians, Scarred, Sword and Sorcery, Crimson Veil, Noir in the Deep South. Like, all right, we have a lot of variety here. And then we have, but, oh wait, White Pill, I think I remember you saying something that one of these books was, written with the use of AI, like seemingly like very apparent it was written with AI, either completely or it was used heavily in the construction of that work. Are any of the 5 that you mentioned, the AI books? No, I've saved it. So our last title is also our longest one, and it's our most expensive. It is 562 pages. It was $23. And since it was the most expensive book here, it means it must be the best, right? It's a romance book, I guess. Let's read the back cover. Let's just be nice and read the back cover. Kate Sinclair moved into SIlverlake Terrace after her douchebag ex-boyfriend wasted 11 of her best years. Almost 30, with nothing to show for it but a soul-crushing career and a best friend named Holly who won't let her mope about it. Then the hunky single dad, 2 doors down, and his little princess come splashing into her life. And one wild, beautiful, heartbreaking summer changes everything. A novel about love, family, grief, addiction, second chances, and hoagies. This is a nostalgia trip for unfulfilled millennials. And I don't have any proof of it, but I'm just going to say that the cover and the book design is AI dog shit. There's just something off about it. And even if I'm wrong, and these are, and this is a real cover made by humans, I don't give a fuck. It's like 3 photos, right? They're Polaroids. And we have a little girl with her arms outstretched. We have a bearded guy kissing a redhead in one of them. And then we have a redhead and the blonde in a pool together posing for a photo. And there's just something a little off about them. I'm sure if some people autistically know like what to look for with AI, they would see it. I'm just going to say it's AI because of what's inside the book. White Pill, let's cut the suspense. Who is our author? It's a pretty serious accusation to accuse someone of using AI. And this is a guy who has been in the scene for quite a bit and is well known. And, we don't have a ton of listeners, but certainly several people listening will have interacted with this guy. And they may have even written for him before in some of his publications. So this was written by D. Martell, also known as Dave Martell. And a few months ago, I saw it on a Substack post because I'm subscribed to their Substack. I took little note of it. It's like, oh, Dave Martell wrote a romance book. I'm not really interested in that. That's not a genre I care about. But then I decided to pick it up because I was struggling to find enough books to fill out the selection, right? I want to have at least 6. And I just thought, hey, what the heck? I'm going to check it out. Dave Martell, he does horror, he does pulp, he does weird fiction. He's the editor-in-chief of the Bizarchives. I have reviewed all of the Bizarchives up to this point. Bizarchives number 9 did release a little while ago. I cannot purchase it, and I won't be reviewing it. Now, that's nothing against any of the people who contribute to it. Not at all. Not at all. But I am basically positive that this book was written heavily with AI, and if it wasn't, then it's simply a atrocious book, and it's insulting that I was charged $23 for it, regardless if AI was used or not. But it is very off-putting. It's kind of hard to I'm gonna have a lot of screenshots. If people want like some of the screenshots on X, I can do that. But otherwise, I'll have screenshots when I'm talking about SIlverlake Terrace. I'm gonna like leave each screenshot up for a few minutes so it's easier to like look through, right? Because I know it's not ideal. This is like for listening, not for viewing. An entire section of the book, like a fourth of the book, where the formatting is completely different from the rest. It's almost like a different author wrote it. It's so off-putting. A lot of very weird things where it's just strange repetition that a human really wouldn't make. Sentences constructed in a way which is just incredibly unnatural. And it really feels like Dave Martell was feeding prompts into an AI and then lazily copying and pasting it into a document, and he couldn't even bother to make sure that the formatting was fucking uniform. I just don't get it. And then, I'll save this for the very end, but I also looked at the Amazon reviews for SIlverlake Terrace, and either some service was used to collect reviews for the book, or he got friends and family to do it. I'm not sure which. This book was released on March 24th, 2026. And every single review that it has 5 reviews, all of them 5 stars. All came from March 29th and then March 30th. That's literally all of them. And they all have a suspicious amount of people finding it helpful. I mean, like for a nothing author, because Dave Martell, he didn't even put this on his Twitter or anything like that. It was just sent out as a little Substack post, and he's not using his his normal pen name is Dave Martell. It's D Martell, and it has like 8 people found this review helpful, 7 people found this review helpful, 5 people found this review helpful, which is just very abnormal. I would ask people to reserve judgment until I present evidence, because I know, like Dave, he is not, I don't think a ton of people are going to give a shit, I mean, just because there's not a lot of people left in this thing, but I do care. It did piss me off. I did feel cheated, so fuck this guy, and just let me present evidence. If there's not AI, it's still just dog shit, 0 out of 10. And the reviews are obviously fake as well. I will read through the reviews at the end. And look, boys, if I'm right about Dave Martell's book, to celebrate, we'll kill 2 Catholic children. And if I'm wrong, to punish me, we'll only kill 1 Catholic child, okay? Like, I'm willing to be fair here. I'm willing to meet you halfway, What I think Dave probably did is, you have a lot of like retards on the right wing. We have no shortage of that, but plenty of retarded men on the right. There's been like some talk about like female fiction, romance fiction, and a lot of it is dog shit. It is very badly written. I'm not denying that. There's plenty of male fiction that's also very badly written. But guys that would joke about like how to write the book that women would want, in terms of romance or whatever, of course, the guys joking about it, and how you could make money with like billionaire werewolf raping or like pseudo raping some mousy, oh, I'm not like the other girl secretary, whatever. The issue being, of course, is that a man would be writing the book, and that's strictly unappealing to men. Like women, it's not that there aren't like good female authors, but women write romance that women enjoy, and men write like action and violence that men enjoy because we can relate to it. There's something instinctual there that we enjoy about it, right? And women, like if a woman tried to write Conan the Barbarian, she really couldn't do it, Not completely, not like a man could. And for a romance written for like a female audience, right? There's just something that women have that men don't, and that's never going to translate well. Dave Martell, in a way, thought that he could maybe try to cash in on the whole female romance book trend with this on Amazon, and used an AI to pump this shit out, and was hoping to make some type of profit as an experiment or whatever. It was retarded. All that you did was, seemingly, the only reviews that you got were from the people that you told to leave reviews, And yeah, you did scam probably, after Amazon got their cut. around $20-ish from me, and you've permanently lost me as a buyer. You know, I could never support anything that you're associated with again. So I don't even think you made $100 on this grift. You know, like what the fuck? And just as I read through this, I began to suspect that something was off. Just the book is written badly, very badly, and I'm going to showcase that. And it was just odd because I've read much of Dave Martell's work in the past, and he is a better writer than this. And some of it doesn't even sound like him. You know, it's not even close to like how he writes, his voice. Formatting was a very serious issue here. I'm going to show a lot of examples of that where it just complete changes that don't make sense. Bizarre dialogue, voice is done very badly, the characters are not good, the plot is not good, the stakes are laughable. Dave tries to present serious topics like divorce court, being a single father, fighting for custody, addiction, and all of these things as rather serious issues, and they are, and you could write a lot about many of these topics, right? Just pick one or all of them, whatever. But these serious topics that Dave Martell wants us to be invested in and care about are resolved in such a laughable and insulting way, it's pathetic. And all right, enough. So I'm going to save it. There's a lot of ammunition to get through this one. So yeah, it's going to be first. Yeah, what a fucking shit show that was. Like, I wasn't expecting it to be good, but then, you know, I'm like, holy shit, is this AI? Like, it has to be. It fucking has to be. We're gonna have our books. We have a good variety here. Then we're gonna have our outro. The outro will be, I have some stuff with work. There were some developments, some good developments. There was some weird stuff that happened, but I think I have some like funny, interesting anecdotes, so hopefully that won't be super boring. And then, yeah, some other stuff with my life. Some of it I don't know, I felt a bit out of, like out of sorts with myself. I think I'm better. Like I'm on like kind of an upswing right now. I'm planning the Irish trip, so that is upcoming. So I did end up sending that apology email off to A. Yeah, I was pretty surprised, but he did reply to that, so I'll have that to get into. That'll be at the end. You know, the outro is at the end. We do things differently on this channel. We're gonna have spoilers for everything. There are links to the books down below. There are gonna be timestamps down below. There may or may not be songs in this video. It's just YouTube. Sometimes it goes fucking berserk and like the video will get blocked and I don't know. It's shitty. It's frustrating after, you know, because it takes a few hours to put it through the processor and then to download it and then to upload it to YouTube takes even longer. And then YouTube goes, it's blocked. So then I have to, you know, go back in the editor, remove the song, and then I have to change the timestamps and I have to upload it back to YouTube. So I might try it once. If it's like blocked or whatever, then I'm just going to rip all the songs out and I'm not going to try to like fix it. But I'll have a link to like 6 songs. So timestamps if you want to hop around. And let's get to it. Sorry for the longer intro. So I've already ranted just slightly about SIlverlake Terrace before getting into it, but now we're here. It's 500 fucking pages. It's over 500 fucking pages, and it's my god, my fucking god. You know, I think probably some of it is you probably get paid more from Amazon based on the length of your work, right? Like, and then maybe in Kindle Unlimited, you know, there's probably something there. If you have a longer page count, there's like more royalties or whatever. So that probably explains the page count. It's not that Dave Martell just had an AI, you know, make romance book, click. He was clearly feeding it information at times, especially with our like love interest for our main character, a woman, to him in such a embarrassing way. Now, I think a lot of writers end up writing themselves, except for me, I don't do that. But other writers end up writing themselves, and it's oh man, I Look, I don't know. I do think I have like a little bit of. I do think maybe I enjoy this a little too much, but it's gonna be fun. It's really gonna be fun ripping this apart. So let's just get into it. Actually, we have a dedication page. This book is dedicated to all the women who are deep down still just little girls who love their daddies. That was another weird thing where either it was Dave Martell or it was the AI. It used like daddy and little girl just too many times. It was fucking weird. It made me uncomfortable at points. I don't know. I don't think that's normal. I don't think that's good for like a 30-year-old woman to refer to a guy as daddy, except for maybe her father. I don't like it. I don't know. I find that just off-putting. I would not refer to a woman, not that white pill media dates, consensually. Not that white pill media dates consensually, but I would not refer to a woman as mommy, and that would not be normal. But, anyways, continuing on. Our main protagonist is a woman. She is nearly 30. Her name is Katie. She has recently broken out of a long-term relationship and has just moved into this apartment complex. She works this unsatisfying job at this corporation and is feeling rather unfulfilled in her life. The only thing that she really has going for her still is her good friend, Holly. And at the start, there's not a whole lot going on. It's just Holly has come over. So at first, I didn't really think it was AI. The formatting, it seems normal. There's some grammatical mistakes, not a big deal. And then that was another kind of issue where it's after I became convinced that AI was used, then you're like over analyzing everything. And it's like, was this AI? It was probably, a human mistake here. I do think parts of the book were written by a human, at least some parts, or it could have been that Dave like had the AI do it and then he went over it, and then for some parts he really focused on cleaning it up to make it look more human, and in other parts he didn't give a fuck. He got very lazy. Go figure, a guy using AI is actually a lazy tub of shit. Shocking, I know. I just thought it was like very badly written in that we have a lot of dialogue tags, like action ascribed to our dialogue. Now, so all authors do this. You can have a character frown, you can have a character smile, you can have a character shake their head, put their head down, they raise their arm to do something, and then, they ball their fist, they ball their hand into a fist. A lot of actions that, work and they're done well. If a writer over relies on this, they're typically, more of an amateur author. It's not very good. Reading Dave Martell, I think he writes better than this. So I was kind of like off put by this because I do think that AI was used for even the start of the book. It was just a little more polished, but not polished super well. I think Dave just kind of did a spot check and went, yeah, it's fine. Because we have all of this. This is on pages 4 and 5, so right out of the gate. But we have Holly smiled. We have she giggled, meaning Katie. Holly bobbled her head playfully. Just a lot of action. She waved dismissively. Katie pressed her lips into a slight smirk. Holly placed her hands on her hips. Katie's smile melted into concern. Holly smirked with jestful authority. Katie sighed, glanced at her reflection in the window, and then back at Holly with a resigned smile. Fine, you win. And a lot of just smiling and bobbing her head playfully and giggling, and we're really letting the reader know that this is a funny scene. We're having a good time. It's like you told an AI to make sure the scene is fucking comedic. Also, this was interesting and definitely something that a human would write. She lifted herself from the couch and paced down the wood floor, turning the corner in her bedroom. She flipped the light on and paused as she scanned her neatly kept room. A queen-size pillow-top mattress with earth-tone block pattern and large rectangular headboard sat against the near wall. Just a normal amount of detail to describe a fucking bed. Yeah, White Pill, that doesn't mean that that's AI. Okay, but do humans describe their beds in such a manner? Ever, ever, ever? That's not what a human would write. So I'll have a screenshot of this, but at best, you would say, oh, this is kind of badly written. Now, all of these little actions, tacked onto the end of our dialogue here, it's just not necessary. The voice, the tone, just what the characters are saying, that's carried through the dialogue, and typically it's a weaker writer that needs to do smiled, 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 right? It's not well done. You can do it a bit, but not to this extent. And Dave Martell, frankly, he usually does better than this. So Holly and Katie, they're hanging out at the apartment. Holly wants Katie to go out tonight at a bar. Katie was in a relationship with some guy named Jared. This Jared broke up with her, not the other way around. And then, Holly ended up breaking up with her fiance Pete because Pete was fucking a woman from work. And this is on page 9. They're getting dressed up. They're going to go to this bar. And then Holly says, go easy on him. On who? Kate asked with a scrunched brow. And then the two women chortled a little down the page. Cool summer night breeze gently blew their hair as they laughed and conversed. Just awkward. It's uncomfortable. It's not human in how this is done. I know I'm schizophrenic, but please, you gotta believe me. Maybe I lost a piece of my mind in, finding the traces of AI in this thing, but it's off. If you had the book in front of you, please, God, don't spend $20 on this. I'm begging you. I'm really begging you. I don't ask for much. Please don't waste your money on this, but, there's more. There's more examples. So they went to the bar. Nothing really happened. They got some drinks. And then we just have some really good dialogue. Now, if I was a woman, I would really be into this book because we have awesome dialogue from Dave Martell, or more accurately, the AI Dave Martell set to write this section. But this was excellent on page 11. KK, promise me you stop being sad. I didn't even underline that when I first went through the book. Promise me you stop being sad. That's not a fucking... That sentence isn't correct. You fucking faggot, Dave Martell. Promise me you stop being sad. That's good. Okay, all right. You know what? No, I'll read the rest of it. You're too hot for him. If I was a lesbian, I'd lesbianize you so good right now. Holly gyrated against her hip. You too. I'd scissor you into next week. What scissor? Katie lifted her leg and plopped it against her friend's knees. It's when two gals cross legs and rub their businesses together, maybe. Well, scissor me timbers, you silly bitch. The girls erupted into deep laughter, rolling back and forth trying to catch their breath. I don't want to scissor your business, though, because then it won't be BFF time forever anymore. It would be different, and I don't want different. Katie squeezed Holly. This is great dialogue. I know if I was a woman... And, I just read a romance book about, a vampire who's also a CEO. I would love this. This is good. And also, the characters have a tendency to refer to each other with nicknames like Toots or Holly Lolly, and it always sounds bad. It's never once done well. No, I mean, even if AI wasn't used in this, and it definitely was, I have nothing positive to say about this work. Like, I can't even think of, a single thing that was done well here. None of it. Fucking none of it. Oh, and this was good. This is in chapter 2, page 13. This is Katie. She tied a matching tie-dye sarong around her waist, concealing her purple striped bikini bottoms. Holly grabbed a pair of jogging shorts from the bag of items she'd brought the day before and stepped into them. The top part of her red one-piece bathing suit covering the top of her body. Now, that is such an interesting human sentence. Top part of her red one-piece bathing suit covering the top of her body. Now, that's a sentence I would write, isn't that, my fellow writers here, isn't that just a sentence that you would fucking write? So we're on page 13. We have Holly jested. We have Holly chuckled. On 14, Katie blushed. Katie snorted as she choked on her smoothie. And then we have Holly with a gleeful grin. It's not right. It's off, it's off, it's off. And also, it's another like several little bits of smirking and smiling, chuckling, snorting, and it's over like a 2-page spread, right? And it feels so formulaic. Katie and Holly, they're hanging out at the pool at the apartment complex. Holly's in the water. Watch! A thick voice bellowed from the ledge as a small form came flying in Katie's direction. It's just watch. It's not watch out. It's not watch, but the watch is interrupted, and then Holly doesn't hear the rest of it. It's just watch! Exclamation point. Watch! Exclamation point. Not really what a human would put there, right? Yes? Okay. So this is Evelyn Ruth. It's this little ginger child. So White Pill Media, monster that he is. Look, you would kill this kid too. Not that this kid is real and not that they're written well, but they're so fucking annoying in this like fake cutesy way that, you know, as the based crusaders at the walls of Jerusalem were roasting little Palestinian babies over a cook fire, you would pick this kid up by their little footsie wootsy and you'd slam their head against the fucking concrete again and again and again. 'Cause she wants to be a princess and she calls daddy daddy and, oh, I like playing pretend and blah blah blah. I like sketty, you know, referring to spaghetti and whatever the fuck. And kids aren't like this. They're really not. They're not nearly as annoying as this. And Jesus Christ. It's a puppy that you would pummel into submission. Oh, because this is from the kid, was it Evelyn Ruth? Evie is the first princess, but she said I can be the second princess in the building. She's had princess, and only she can award other girls the title of princess. Holly smiled. That's great. I love it. This is good. And we also have the 3 adults laughing, Katie laughing, and oh, this is Derek, the single father who lives in the apartment complex. The man smiles, the man chuckles. These are just like spread out across the pages like 16, 17. The smiling, the chuckling, the laughing. I'm not insane. And then 18, 19. I know this is probably, not the best stuff. There's going to be more, but it's like Katie laughing, Katie smiled, Holly pouted, Holly smiled with pressed lips. And then on the bottom of 19, all is good. Text me, okay? If I don't hear from you, I'm going to show to bang your door. I'm going to show to bang your door, Holly reassured as she opened the door. That's a really interesting sentence that a human would definitely write. Now, oh, hang on, White Pill. You're telling me that whenever you've edited some of your own work and you like partially delete a sentence and, you know, you meant to replace it with a new sentence, that you didn't leave some of it and, you know, it's awkward and maybe you don't notice it? Hey, you know what? You're right. However, I'm not willing to give Dave Martell the benefit of the doubt for all the other dog shit in this work. And it's just very obvious to me that it's not just a little human mistake here. It's just he couldn't be bothered to proofread all the shit that he made the fucking AI do. Katie, she works at an office job. She works in the cubicle. It's very generic. It's just, working in a modern office sucks. And yeah, I mean, they're not wrong, but it's also just very generic and uninspired, and there's really no takeaway from it here. Again, another 2-page spread on 24-25. This is her speaking with her coworker Paul. We have Katie sighing. We have Katie's long face cracked into a smile. We have Paul huffing. She frowned. Paul insisted. She smiled. Katie waved. He raised his brow. A lot. This is on 26-27. He barked as he wagged his finger. She rolled her eyes. Katie expressed. He snarked. What does that mean, Katie expressed? I mean, I guess maybe you're doing the, kind of yuck face because she says yuck before, but I don't know. That sounds awkward. And let out a deep cathartic laugh. Katie smiled. He argued. Katie smiled again. After a shitty day at work, she goes back home. She tries to get into her apartment. The key breaks off in the lock, and now she's trapped outside, and she doesn't have her phone with her. Thankfully, Derek, the handsome single father who lives a few doors down from her, is there, and he's able to call maintenance for her, and they just hang out, and they talk a bit. And while they're waiting, Derek invites her over to his apartment so that he can make dinner for her. And this is on 32 and 33. He caught Katie's gaze and beamed back with a sly smile and relaxed eyes. "Dang, are you a chef?" Katie jested. She elated, he smiled, he laughed. And then, it turns out Derek was a chef. He was the head chef over at some restaurants when they switched owners years back. Interesting little tidbit, Dave Martell also used to work in the restaurant business. I think he also was a cook. And hey, White Pill, that's not fair. Write what you know. Okay, but there's more examples here, and I guess in a way, not me, but other people, you end up writing yourself a bit in your characters, but it's a bit too much. It's a bit too on the nose, and there's going to be a lot more worse examples to come. Sorry, I almost said Dave there. I meant Derek gets into more of his backstory. He used to be in a band. Dave Martell was also in a band, and he had a brother who was in the band who was a drummer. The brother got involved with drugs. Dave Martell, I believe his younger brother, also got involved in drugs and went to jail. But the brother here is dead. I don't know if his brother is dead. Let's just keep piling on the similarities, shall we? Oh, so Derek is the one who had to call maintenance because Katie doesn't have her phone with her, right? That's what was said. We're on page 41 now. Katie says this was a wonderful date. A date, was it? He winked. I think so, a good one. She smirked. Then she feels a buzzing in her pocket. How the fuck would you not realize that your phone is in your literal fucking pocket? Maybe if you left your phone in your book bag or something, not in your immediate pocket, or I guess if you're a woman, if you kept it in your purse, okay, sure, I can buy that, like I see that, but in your literal fucking pocket, and it's a smartphone, it's big, it's bulky, this is retarded. This is fucking retarded. It was in my freaking pocket the whole time. I'm such an idiot, she laughed. God damn, I want to die. Oh, and where's our book taking place? Where's our setting? We get clued in on that on 47, where we talk about the Pennsylvania landscape. Pennsylvania, also where Dave Martell is from. Interesting. Let's keep going. And then 55, they are going out to a bar tonight. It's going to be Holly, Katie, and Derek. And we have this on 55. Derek smiled as he closed the door, and Katie pranced back to her apartment. And this is in the same paragraph, so we have to establish twice that Derek is smiling. This is really well done. And then just grammatically, not to be a grammar Nazi, because I'm certainly not the best with it, but it seems to just to be applied arbitrarily, where we'll have a proud of you, comma, buddy, which is correct. And then very next sentence, I'm trying, man, no comma before man. I don't know. I'm not going to harp on every single instance of it, but it's weird, it doesn't feel consistent. It's probably something that would trip up an AI where they wouldn't apply it consistently every time because they don't recognize it fully each time. I'm not going to list out every single example, just the more egregious ones where it's characters are just over emoting, and not even a really horrible writer, like your first book ever writer would probably emote, and that's probably not the right word for it, but all the unnecessary little additions, I guess dialogue tags, that's probably not the right word either. It's so unnecessary and it's very badly done. It's just not Dave Martell's voice, but there's him a little bit in the background, a little ghost in the machine, feeding it things like, oh yeah, the self-insert, Derek, he also was in a band and is in Pennsylvania and was a chef, and let's keep going. And also he has brown hair and a beard. And you guys are not going to fucking believe this. When they go to the bar that night, you won't, Oh my God. I don't even want to say it. I don't think anyone's going to believe me, but Jared is at the bar. Jared? Katie's ex-boyfriend? The guy that broke up with her after 11 years? He's at the fucking bar. Oh my God. Can you believe this? And there's a little back and forth with Jared and Katie, and it's not great. It's not really interesting either. Katie says that Jared's not like that. Yes, he is. Since when? Since forever. Even Derek noticed. Derek doesn't know him. Well, I do know him, and I agree with Derek. And then Katie bursts out that you only agree with Derek because you want to fuck Derek. And maybe this is how women argue, just like 0 to 1,000 in just a second, and then accusing another woman of wanting to fuck their boyfriend, or I guess guy that you're dating. Maybe that is real. But Holly says that we're fucking done. I'm fucking leaving. This could be how women behave. I wouldn't know. But to close the night out, Derek and Katie, they go out to this special place, which is like a little woods. There's like a creek. It's right next to the apartment complex. So they go out there. More good senses like Katie saying, I'm sorry, that was totally weird and left field. And then they start talking about music, and they're both really into music, just like Dave Martell is really into music. That's great. We are on Chapter 5. Chapter 5 starts on page 77, and from pages 78 to 224, there is a noticeable and dramatic shift in the formatting. All of the she smiled, he clapped, he chuckled, he chortled, whatever the fuck, these were all on the same line as the dialogue, as the speaker, right? The speaker, the dialogue, and the action, these were all on the same line together, as they should be. You could have it on a separate line every now and then to put emphasis on a certain action, right? That's totally fine. That's acceptable. But from here, for the next about 25% of the book, maybe slightly more, I'll just give you an example. But it is clear that it's not like some, oh, there's a glitch in uploading it to Amazon and da-da-da, I didn't write it this way. One, I don't know any author that wouldn't get a author copy, and then at the very least, if you're not doing a full read-through, which you should, you are going through and just making sure that the formatting is right and something didn't get screwed up. But are we really meant to believe that, 25% of the book is formatted in this way, just randomly, not even at the start or at the end, and the rest of the book, the formatting is normal? It's almost like maybe you were using one AI and then you switched over to another AI, and this AI formatted it differently, and you're such a fat fuck retard from Pennsylvania that you couldn't even be bothered to go in after it and then fix the formatting to make it consistent because you don't give a fuck, and this was a cheap cash grab grift. Anyways, I'm not mad. But on 78, we have Holly speaking to Katie, and then Holly squeezed her hands, but this is not attached to the line of dialogue before it, and it should be. It can easily fit on that line. It wasn't an issue of spacing. And we have another one on the same page where Holly is speaking, and then on the next line we have Holly grinned, but Holly grinned is not attached there. Why? Why the sudden shift? The only thing I can think of is you switched AI programs and it did it differently than the first one. Nothing else makes sense. And if this was some kind of 1 in a trillion glitch where it fucked up the formatting for only 25% of your book, you still didn't bother to go back and fix it and to make it, consistent, that's still a 0 out of 10. That's still I would never support you or your products again. This is absolutely unacceptable. But it also could be that maybe Dave Martell just got tired of trying to fix the AI's formatting and he got really lazy. I think that's also probably, that's a contender for what the true story is. A few more examples, like Katie shrugging, and then Katie shrugging is on its own line, separate from her dialogue. Still AI, like 82, 83. where we are laughing, we're smirking, we're smiling, we're cutting a devilish smile. Katie laughed with a shocked expression. Holly scoffed. She laughed. Just a normal amount of laughter. We're having a good time here, you know? Jeez. Does White Belt Media not know how to laugh or smile?
Well, you all know what laughter sounds like.
Oh, and then 84, 85, we have Holly talking about her brother who, or is this Katie? Who gives a fuck? Brother was married and the wife was like a bitch, so she ended up throwing out her husband's video games because she thought they were childish, and yeah, it like ruined their marriage or whatever. Yeah, I think husbands get to have their hobbies and all that, but it's also, Dave Martell, and he likes his video games, and it's just another little thing. Katie also laughs here. Holly leaned in with a sly smile, and Holly rubbed her hands together. Katie chuckled. She stated with a curled lip. The two girls busted out into giggles. Jared called, and he was being a snake, and okay, so we have that, and then we have a situation in the parking lot of the apartment where we have Derek and his ex-wife, where Derek was expecting Evie to be dropped off. She's with my mother. I feel that we need to reassess our custody situation. I'm carrying too much of the load. I filed for another hearing. Just a heads up. Her tone was cold. Derek says, what load? I pay for everything. Oh my god, it's just written really badly. Smugness dripped from her words. The ex-wife. Some guy named Josh. Josh isn't in the picture anymore. Yeah, because he's in fucking jail. Derek's eyes filled with rage. Wow. I couldn't tell from the dialogue that Derek was upset here. This is really good. Thank you, Dave Martell. He put his hands on my fucking daughter, Samantha. Derek clenched his fists. You need to calm down. You're making me feel unsafe since you have a history of violence. What the hell are you talking about? Wait, are you recording me? Samantha jerked her phone out of reach as Derek made a grab for it. No, keep your hands off me. You're not allowed to record me without my consent. Apparently, Philadelphia does not allow you to film someone without their consent, like the consent of all parties. It seems strange that Philadelphia is like that, but apparently that is how it is. I think it's like LA, it's like California, New York, they're also like that. Just, it's odd to me. I think if you're in a public place, you should be able to film someone. I think it can definitely be harassment at times, but yeah, it just seems bizarre. And apparently the kid skinned their knees at the playground, so Samantha says that the court wants to see the living conditions of Evie at Derek's apartment. So is this a court's request or not? Samantha insists that it is, but doesn't produce a document. I feel like it'd be a pretty simple thing to do if it was a genuine request, but whatever. She says that, I'm sorry, but it's not safe for Evie to come over until these issues are resolved. Samantha crossed her arms. And then, oh my god, this is really intense. Derek's anger melted into desperate frustration. Goodbye, Derek. Happy birthday. Fuck me, is that intense? This is, wow, I'm on the edge of my seat, Dave Martell. Thank you for bringing this into the world. Oh my god, on his birthday? Oh, wow. Wow. So Katie is trying to cheer Derek up on his birthday, so they end up making dinner together again. Like Dave Martell, who likes to quote The Sopranos, Derek also quotes The Sopranos, and he says, bada bing, and hey, we got a real paisan over here this is on 99. No, it's just more. We just have even more of it. 103, once they got Gary Cooper in touch with his feelings, they couldn't shut him up, and then it's dysfunction this, and dysfunction that, and dysfunction Vafang Chul. He didn't even do it right, you fucking retard. Derek said as Tony Soprano. Dysfunction Afangu. That's it. That you didn't even do it right. This is great. Like, imagining spending $23 on a book couldn't be me. $23 on a book. AI was clearly used in its construction, and we have a guy pathetically using a self-insert, and you get to read about a guy quoting The Sopranos as funny and as interesting as that sounds to read about, it's of course very different when we use Sopranos clips, right? That's very different. That's fine. That's normal. This isn't okay. It's like just for sections where it's like AI, this is going to be a funny scene, so set the tone right, and then it's going to be smiling and laughing and chortling and chuckling, and then on our unhappy scenes, the AI will do frowning and crossing the arms and that, it'll just run with whatever little prompt you give it to set the scene, and of course it overdoes it, but it's trying to make you happy. So it's trying to really emphasize like the tone that you were trying to give it. So we still have plenty of that. Now, I don't know if Dave Martell ever had a role in a movie or anything, but it's really interesting that Derek here, they end up watching some movie that he was in, some like B-C movie where he was like the bad guy in a horror film. And Katie makes sure to state that, and once again, he understated his role in the movie. I don't know. Maybe Dave Martell was just a nothing character in some, little bullshit movie and he felt he should have, gotten more praise for it. Maybe. I mean, Derek is like Dave in basically every other respect. So maybe. This was on chapter 6. Katie is speaking with her brother, TJ. We have this, "Hey sis, what's crackin'?" An enthused man answered, "Hey TJ, what's been up? What's crackin'?" And then, "What's been up?" Not just what's up. It's more consistent. I don't know. Oh, White Pill, are you saying the AI wasn't consistent here? Shut the fuck up. It's weird. It's weird. Then they talk about video games and Super Smash Brothers. Oh. One thing. They refer to many different Nintendo systems throughout this book. We're on page 100, and we have over 400 more to go. But like Katie at one point will buy a Nintendo Switch. She only refers to it as a Nintendo. It doesn't make sense unless like it's an AI thing, because here we're talking about like a Nintendo GameCube, but we also only refer to it as a Nintendo. And this is really funny and interesting where TJ goes, "Falcon Punch," he laughed. If I was a woman that just spent all of her free time buying romance novels and I saw SIlverlake Terrace, 1, I'd definitely be interested in it and would purchase it right away. And 2, having a character go, "Falcon Punch," he laughed. I mean, god damn, that would just get me right to the core. Katie is like super special. She used to get bullied back in school for not being as girly as the other girls because she's not like the other girls. Okay, great. This feels like, and we have worse examples later on, worse as in better, where like the AI is the AI is summarizing how characters should feel. It's trying to summarize plot points where it was clear that TJ was hurt by that and remembers it. Katie felt her heart sink thinking about how badly she had treated her brother. His kids are going to need their aunt, Katie. She was determined to fix that going forward. Just using the present tense here, it's like the AI was speaking back with Dave and stating like, "Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying." You know what I mean? It's not really what Katie is thinking. It's more of the AI stating character motivations and what's going on. In its limited memory, it's trying to keep track of things. I wrote at the top of 117, "What does Derek do for work?" Oh, boys. Oh, we're going to get to it. But no, a fifth of the way, a little over a fifth, I guess. And no, we don't know what our main love interest does for work. It's mysterious this way. 118, 119, Katie lifted her sunglasses for a flirty wink. He smirked, she smiled, they both let out a chuckle. He pulled down her sunglasses to reveal inquisitive eyes. He smiled. Derek's smile turned into a scowl as he grit his teeth. He growled. This is because Katie reveals that she knows about the custody thing with the wife. Katie sniffles twice on 120. His glare softens, and he says, "Hey, it's okay. I'm sorry I snapped out." That's a normal sentence that humans say. Rolled his eyes and sighed. "My ex is taking me back to court for child support." Now, keep this in mind. Derek is allegedly, supposedly struggling with child support in the court system, right? And hey, single father, he's living in an apartment complex, don't know what he does for work yet, but gosh, I mean, he's probably really struggling financially to make it work, but, he's just trying to do his best here. Certainly not an easy thing for any man to go through, right? And we also had this where Derek gets into the past with his ex dating a junkie named Josh. And so one week, Sam dropped off Evie with a black eye and fat lip. Evie was filthy dirty and acting really weird. When I gave her a bath, I saw she was all bruised up. And he goes over there and he beats the shit out of the boyfriend, Josh. Now, as bitter and black-pilled and resentful as I am, I do think, at the very least, there would be some type of investigation. I don't think the cops could just shrug and do nothing if you said my child is being physically abused. I think maybe that would raise some type of stink, you know what I mean? It's just it's fanciful. Now, I know there's situations where wrongs are being done and the cops don't feel like doing their jobs. That happens, but I just don't quite believe it in this situation that absolutely nothing at all would be done except for Derek taking justice in his own hands, which no one would blame a father for doing this. Derek ended up going to jail initially. Nothing really happened to Josh. Josh is apparently locked back up for domestic violence and possession. Real piece of work. He's lucky I didn't kill him. I don't know if Josh got arrested for, physically abusing the child. It's not set here. Derek states that he spent 6 weeks in jail and had to pay fines and go to anger management classes, but not that Josh would have done any time at all for beating a little girl. And then we have Derek snarling, and then Katie, yeah, screw him. How dare he hurt little Evie like that? Katie scrunched her brow. And it's either the most god-awful, worst fucking writing in the world by a human, or it's AI trash. Derek's lawyer says that I need to bring a character witness for my hearing next month to prove I'm not a violent psycho. He says I don't really have anyone to bring, and I'm a father, so what's that got to do with it? Family court is where dads go to die. Unless the mom is the most evil woman imaginable, dads always get screwed, especially in this state. What? That's not fair. How does this even happen? Politics, blah, blah, blah. They steal men's wages. We're cattle. That can't be right. She shook her head. You're looking for an escape route, he laughed. No, I'll be your character witness if you need one. Oh my God, she's gonna be there for Derek. So, wow, the justice system, it's really against single fathers. It hates them. And yeah, I do think they do bear the brunt of a lot of things in divorce court, and in terms of custody, the mother is the default, right? However, I really need everyone to pay attention to Derek stating here that this is where men go to die, and he's not going to be given a fair trial. He's not going to be given a fair custody hearing. It's going to go really bad for him because it's completely poised against men, right? Okay, let's keep this in mind. And this is on 125 where they've, said, hey, I'm going to go be your character witness. Don't worry about it. This is all on 125. They shared a laugh. Katie laughed maniacally. Katie laughed. Katie howled. She giggled. My God. My fucking God. Katie back at the office, she's trying to push back against her boss a little bit. It's not fair that she does a good job and then she gets punished by doing more work without being paid more. It's not interesting. Who gives a fuck? This is 138 to 140. Holly laughed. Katie cocked her head back in laughter. Katie laughed. Katie wheezed. Katie laughed. Both the girls burst into laughter. I think just one of these pages or two of these pages would have made the point. But boys, I read it. I read every word that ChatGPT or whatever the fuck shitskin Indian made this. and I need you to experience at least a fraction of what I read. I'm sorry. I am sorry, but you have to go through with it with me. I'm sorry. Oh my God, Jared shows up. Jared, that son of a bitch, what are you doing here? And Jared admonishes her for playing video games and, oh, you like comic books too, Katie? I don't know. I guess Jared's just here to start shit. And then Derek comes over and, oh, Derek takes it the wrong way, and Derek's not willing to wait 2 seconds for Katie to explain that she didn't invite Jared in and Jared just fucking showed up, because I guess this is what all romance books do, I guess. I don't know. And oh my God, are they going to be able to get together? Can their relationship weather this storm? I'm holding out hope, boys. I really, truly am. And then Derek is just like screaming and throwing a tantrum when Katie comes over to try to explain the situation, because you're right, it's not worth 10 seconds, right? Just to hear them out, I suppose. But Derek literally says, go fuck yourself, and shoves her out of the doorway. So maybe Derek does have anger issues. That actually would have been kind of like based and cool if when they went to court for the custody thing, if Katie just went, actually, he fucking shoved me. This man cannot be trusted to behave around his child anymore. Take her away, officer. That would have been sweet. But no, we don't get that. Oh, and this is probably me just being somewhat autistic. Somewhat, boys. It's a spectrum, okay? It's a spectrum. But we have characters who will pet each other's hair, like Holly petted her hair, and maybe that's a fine way to describe it. I feel like stroked or brushed, right? It's just strange where it's always like Holly or Katie or Evie or whatever, they always like petted another woman's hair. I don't know. I would not use the word petted, it like you pet a dog. I don't think you pet a horse. I guess you could. You probably brush a horse. That sounds more accurate. I'm a little off topic if you can't tell. Let's continue. And they've made up at the end, and 158, 159, she smiled, he smirked. Please don't ever push me again. I feel so sorry. I feel so horrible about that. I'm sorry, Katie. My ex used to fly off the handle and swing at me. I guess it was just a reflex. Has Dave Martell ever hit his wife? That's a pretty serious accusation. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But it's, oh my God, you know that women can commit domestic abuse too? And they can, if a woman, cracked me in the back of the head with a frying pan, she might get a little shove, right? But I don't know. It just feels like another like checklist for like divorce court. And then my ex is a psycho cunt. And then this thing, and then railing against the modern world. There's a lot wrong with the modern world. But it just feels like this very autistic, not very well done or put together or interesting list of just like grievances, and just, I guess, women committing domestic violence is on that list. Boys, maybe it's a little shocking, but White Pill Media is a little behind in my recording schedule, so I guess what I'm trying to do is I'm not gonna like blitz through it. It's just, I don't know, it's frustrating, but I want it all like done, and it's the summer, so during the day, neighbors are constantly mowing the lawn. There's a lot of traffic outside. I just can't record during the daytime, so I have to wait until night, and then it's so fucking hot, so then the AC's on, and then that's also why I have to wait for night, and it's just frustrating, but it should be fine, right? Like this weekend, and then next week I'm going to be on afternoon shift, so that's pretty good for recording. So, and then I could have it all done and like uploaded the week after this one, which would be fine. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just being an anxious little fuck. So, continuing on, I don't want to like rush through SIlverlake. There's just a lot of like, oh, I could point out this instance where it looks like AI, and there's just a shit ton of examples. I'm just gonna not just rush through it, but focus on more of the substantial parts. But it's just a disappointing piece of shit. I am angry about the amount of money and then effort I put into reading this. It's more than the author put into having the AI write it. I don't know. I don't know if this is just me, but my next door neighbor kind of never got a great feeling off that guy. Well, one, he does have a back tattoo, which is the name of our city. Of all like the white trash tattoos you could get, I don't know who that's for. Maybe it's for the guys at the truck stop when they fuck you in the ass so they know like where you came from. That was just great one day looking out my window and there's deep into the 300 pounds man outside with his shirt off and he's got the name of our city tattooed across his back. That's wonderful. But the other great thing is, so it was like Wednesday, afternoon. I woke up because I was on midnight shifts and I went outside and I mowed. And I don't know, it's always just kind of annoyed me. Like, whenever you do any yard work, your neighbor has to go out and do yard work at the same fucking time as you. Because I don't know, they're just a little NPC thing. It pisses me off a little bit. So he goes out there and he's also mowing his lawn, right? So he's like mowed his whole lawn. Our lawns aren't very big. His yard is maybe a little bit bigger than mine, but it would take me about a half hour or so to do the front and the back. Same for him. But the very next night, Thursday, he is out there at like 8 p.m. and he's mowing again. The yard he literally mowed yesterday, he is mowing again, and he's out there for a while with the lawnmower on. And I look outside, I'm like, I hear the mower, right? That is him mowing, right? And it was. And he's just going over his yard again. And there's some like angry words between him and his wife, and I don't catch it, but I don't want to fucking know. That guy's always been, white pill media, schizophrenic, racist, psycho. But just so you know, his neighbor's also a weirdo about the lawn. So now you have that information. I just don't get it. Like, I would put a gun in my mouth if I ever became the type of white person that really gives a shit about their yard. Like, make it not look like shit, right? I get that, right? But mowing more than once a week, like how much of a fucking psycho loser faggot are you? I don't get it. Literally any other hobby would be better. Literally, if you paid a guy like $1,000 to like drop a mallet on your nuts, that would be more honorable than mowing your lawn twice in a week. Just throwing it out there. Enough about my psycho neighbor. We have to get back to this really engaging text, SIlverlake Terrace. Oh boy. So she goes to pick up the daughter from the ex-wife, and the daughter, this is a fictional child, but you really just want to like reach back and snap this kid's neck, because the kid makes some comparisons to Beauty and the Beast, and Katie is like Belle, the princess, and her daddy is like the Beast, and they're gonna eat spaghetti, and they can be princesses together, and isn't it funny and adorable? And no actual child is as annoying as this. This was a nice little line at the bottom of 173. Daddy, I miss you. Miss, not missed. That's good. She shouted into his shoulder as she sunk her head into his shoulder. That's really good. And then Daddy, I miss you is, of course, on a separate line from that action. This is 183 to 186. Derek smiled. Katie laughed. Derek smirked. He laughed, she giggled and kicked her feet. He smiled, he smirked, she snorted as Derek broke into laughter. He wiped the funnies from his eyes. No human would say that. Yes, right? Do we agree here? He wiped the funnies from his eyes. No human would say that. Thank you. He chuckled, he winked, she smiled, and then just... Oh, it's just shit. And then we're at like the lake house, Derek and Katie, and they also have the little fucking child with them. So the weekend at the lake house, there's also this festival going on, and we have a moment where Derek hands Katie a wad of money that's over $600. Katie's a little like weirded out, like, why do I have this big stack? Why do I have this fat wad of cash? And he's like, oh, I don't know, just buy some food, play some games, whatever. Because he goes off at another part of the carnival while she's hanging out with Evie. And then just a little bit too much wish fulfillment-y for me, and hopefully for you two boys. Derek, who is not Dave Martell, as I stated before, he was in a band. His younger brother was too. His brother lost his life to drugs, and one of Derek's former bandmates, he kept playing, and he's here. His name is Shay, and he invites Derek to go back up on stage and perform for the people. So Derek goes back up on stage and he gives a wonderful performance, and wow, Katie realizes that he hadn't been on stage since his brother died. So this is a really big moment for Dave Martell. Sorry, I meant Derek, and everyone is on their feet and cheering as Dave Martell performs for the people. Derek and Katie say that they love each other and they have been on a handful of dates, and sure, maybe they've gotten to know each other more than you typically would through dating, for a normal couple this far along. But still a bit ridiculous in my mind that we're here, but whatever. Nothing is well written in this. Derek then gives Katie a very expensive custom-made piece of jewelry that night. It's like tens of thousands of dollars, right? How does Derek make his money? Well, his old bandmate Nolan moved out west after we broke up. He started a wine business because they grow grapes out there and all that, and he asked if Derek wanted to invest. So he did, and his friend owns this wine company, and he used the proceeds from that to get hooked up with a financial investor. So Derek is functionally a multimillionaire that never has to work another day in his life, right? Even though he lives in they're not run-down apartments, but they're just apartments, and he lives there. So he's a millionaire for doing no work, right? It's sort of like, let's say you had AI generate a shitty romance novel for you, and the idea was you'd sit back on your laurels and just rake in the money from desperate, horny women, but that didn't quite work out now, did it? But it does for Derek here, where he is a millionaire for doing no labor. And for a guy that bitches about the modern world and, I don't know, them and such, and how they control things with money, it seems like, Derek is kind of just doing that. I mean, generating profit for nothing, right? You invested in one thing one time, and then boom, you are set for the rest of your life and don't have to work. But maybe this is supposed to appeal to women where, oh, he is like an actual millionaire, CEO guy. So, yeah, great. Maybe that's what it is. And we also have Katie saying to Derek to give me a baby, that she stopped taking the pill weeks ago, and I'm not scared, Derek. It's what I want so bad. Make love to me, Papa Bear, and make me your Mama Bear. We say daddy's girl, we say daddy, we say Papa Bear, we say all this shit just too much. It's uncomfortable. Believe me, it's a lot worse. If you read the book, don't read the book, but it's much worse. They end that night with having sex, and then we're on page 225, chapter 10. Now, our formatting is different. Our formatting is back to what it was before on like page 78 when it switched. We're now magically back to how things should be. For example, on 228, we now have Katie going, Holly, Katie snorted, all on one line. And then Katie having a piece of dialogue and her laughing on the same line. Same with Katie doing it and Holly doing it. And we still have all of the smiles, all of the laughter. We have Katie's face turned red. Katie laughed nervously. She laughed. Katie snorted. Holly laughed maniacally. He smiled. He laughed. Katie smiled. All within 2 pages, 228, 229. So we're still definitely using AI here, but the formatting is, back to how it was. It's not fucking glitch, it's not fucking mistake, and even if it was, you would have gone through a proof copy and seen that some magic glitch only affected a fourth of your fucking book, and you would have corrected it. And then we also have Jared showing up just because he just kind of pops in. Maybe the AI said it would be a good dramatic moment for Jared to show up, and Derek beats the shit out of him. The cops end up coming. She says he's going to lose custody of his daughter if you arrest him. Please stop. He didn't do anything wrong. whoa, this sounds like a tense moment. He might lose his daughter, which he doesn't want to happen, and this custody thing has been weighing down on him. Another thing that's never addressed, because this wasn't written by a human, it was written by AI. So Derek is a multimillionaire, right? He has money on money on money and on money. And his ex-wife is a cruel, vindictive bitch that is doing everything in her power to fuck Derek over. And our author has already told us that the state of Pennsylvania is completely predisposed against fathers, in custody battles and other like divorce related proceedings, right? So all that, okay. The ex-wife somehow magically doesn't know about the money. Now, this isn't like Derek is involved in some criminal enterprise and there's no trace of this money. This money does exist. It's very traceable. It's all legal. It's out in the open. Even if Derek never mentioned it to her during the divorce, you would have hired a lawyer and said, hey, blah, 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 find all the finances that my husband has, my ex-husband. And he would have done some digging and he would have found it, right? But it's never brought up. It's never mentioned, even though we have a psycho ex-wife. She somehow doesn't tap into his millions of dollars. I know it doesn't matter. I know, but I care. I still care. Like, autistic guy, I fucking care. This is shit. We have 4 instances of characters laughing within less than 2 pages, of course, and then this on 245, she laid on her couch and just stared into the kitchen, thinking about their time together. She laughed about his jokes and smiled about their most precious moments. She thought about Evie and their conversations in the car and at the lake. She cried about all the moments of drama and emotional obstacles that they faced. That doesn't sound like AI summarizing what's going on in the story to me. And Derek is back, and Holly had like a cousin who was a lawyer, so we got the lawyer to get Derek out, and this was just a nothing. Nothing comes of this. Nothing comes of Derek being arrested. Nothing. It's just a waste. It's, Derek will protect this woman. Okay, fine, I guess. And moving on. We have a scene where Katie is giving Derek a bath and just lathering him up in oil and just washing him. I guess it's meant to be erotic in a way. It's not. Evie was apparently born premature and addicted to opiates. That more AI summary on 258, 259, where it's just repeating what just happened like 20, 30 pages ago, and it's just listing the same shit out again. And all right, this just pissed me off. This is on 260. Katie stood him up in the bathtub and unplugged it. What is it? I wrote, what? There is nothing to unplug. What was unplugged here? Nothing was unplugged. I went through the last few pages and I looked at everything. Nothing was plugged in. Nothing was plugged in, boys. There was a bath bomb. There was some shampoo. There was a lava rock for his feet. There were some oils and like gel and soap and shit, candles. There was nothing to unplug. She stood him up in the bathtub and unplugged it. I'm sorry. I lost it a little bit when I was reading this shit. I'm sorry, but God bless, right? I mean, I guess maybe the only positive thing is only the most untalented, lazy, worthless retards are going to try to use AI to make something like a novel, and you can just immediately dismiss it offhand. Because I guess if you had a semi-competent person, I don't even think that's true. I think AI is just inherently a bad writer, and you're going to be able to, if you've seen enough AI writing, you'll pinpoint it really quickly that this was AI. And if you're a decent writer, you're probably going to have to spend as much time, if not more, just rewriting what the AI wrote. So why not just write your own thing from scratch and it'll probably be better, like 85% chance. And more than that, probably it'll be better if you're not a complete drooling retard. They then have sex in the bathroom, and they on the next page they smile 5 times in a single page. One of them is a laugh. I apologize. I suppose smiling goes along with laughing, but 5 times in one page. Oh, and by the way, we then get a description of Derek, not Dave Martell, Derek and his bookcase, and he has little statuettes of gods and goddesses. Hey, pagan bros, not to shit on you. We're going to do it a little bit. We'll get to the Christians when we get to Pierce by Stancliffe, but for right now, we're going to do a little pagan bashing. What would Odin think about a guy that, lies and pretends that he wrote a book when he got AI to do it? Like, what would Odin say? Would the Allfather be happy, in Valhalla? Would he be pleased? I'm just wondering. Oh, and also, Derek never failed to impress Katie with how well-read he was. Wow, I mean, this Derek guy, this Dave Martell, sorry, Derek he's really smart and well-read, and he's also in a band, and he's a really big deal. He's also super rich, or he should be super rich. He's just not, because life just never gave him the opportunity, I guess. And he's not a hard worker. In Dave Martell's fantasy, he doesn't have a job, he just magically has all the money in the world, and he never works a day in his life. He just plays with toys and I guess goes into a band. That's nice. That's the fantasy. Oh, Katie also says Derek was far and away one of the smartest people she had ever met, and he was completely self-taught. Oh my, stop jerking yourself off, please, God, a little humility. Maybe I'm a little too self-deprecating on myself, but I at least think I try to keep myself in line a bit, with a noble amount of self-hatred. But this, holy shit. I was thinking I could make money on that. They'll have like people go around to public schools and they'll be like motivational speakers, right, for kids and shit. Like being an astronaut or whatever faggot bullshit. But what if, we paid some guy, like, is your child too optimistic about the future? Does your child have an unfounded sense of self? Do they have too much self-esteem? Send White Pill Media in, and I will drop that self-esteem like a fucking rock, I can make money on this. Alas, we're now reading AI slop to keep the lights on. Not really, that would be bad. That would be, wow. If we got to that stage where we were doing this to keep the lights on, I might have to, churn out my own AI novels to do it. I am going to have to point this out. From 265 to 269, we have, she smiled, he laughed, Katie giggled, Derek laughed. Katie smiled, he laughed, he smiled, she asked with a smiling shock, he said as they shared a chuckle, he smiled, Katie laughed, and Derek gulped as sorrow filled his smiling eyes. And then Katie has a chapter of her at work, and the fat fuck guy Paul that she worked with, apparently he's in the hospital with like cancer or some shit. I don't care. You don't care either. She goes to visit Paul a little bit later, and she says, Paul, you meant so much to me. They had like 2 interactions, They're people that share a fucking cubicle. And she's going on about how Paul means so much, and he's like a father to her, etc., etc. It's, Jesus fuck, man. We have a summary at the end just talking about how Katie is supposed to feel about this interaction with Paul at the hospital, and we have another 2-page spread where we have over half a dozen smiles and laughter. Eric also came over, and then after Holly left, he tells Katie, I think she's on opioids, blah, blah, blah. And so that's the new drama because, we still have 250 pages. All we really have is this custody trial coming up. And then I guess Holly is also now a drug addict because our 2 protagonists have already declared their love for each other. At page 300, we're slightly over halfway done with the book, and this will they, won't they, romance story, they've already said yes, well at the halfway point, and there's not many obstacles left, we're just kind of moving along, as entertaining as that is. This also happens a few times. I guess Dave Martell made sure that the AI really did this, but Derek will just erupt, either like physically shoving Katie or screaming in her face, and then Katie always goes, "Derek, you're right." And then he always tells her that, of course I'm right. And yeah, White Pill Media thinks that the husband is the head of the household, right? But White Pill Media also thinks that the husband is not supposed to shove the wife or get in her face and scream at her over fuck all and nothing. Probably the guys that are advocating for this shit, about traditional marriages and all that stuff, are probably the people that they are probably the reason why, things kind of shifted away, because I don't know, their behavior, maybe had something to do with it. Just throwing it out there. Now, you don't want the opposite, where the husband is a little pussy and does everything that the wife says, right? You don't want that, but not this, certainly not this. But these are the same guys. Now, I'm not really shitting on the pagan guys. I don't think I'm just a very spiritual person, like Christian or pagan or anything really. So I'm not dogging them on that. But Dave Martell has made several tweets about, I guess like feudalism, or maybe it's not feudalism, it's like slavery. And slavery, there's no moral argument against slavery. And the thing is, I wouldn't want Dave Martell as my slave, because he's a lying, shifty fuck, and you could never just trust him. You would just have to watch him constantly and to make sure that he would do his job. He would be like a quarry slave. You'd have a guy with a whip there, and if they're ever not working, you would just have a guy with a sword just gut him, right? Because you couldn't trust this guy in your household, right? He'd be stealing shit constantly, lying all the fucking time, saying, "Oh yeah, I wrote these scrolls. Yeah, I wrote this epic saga." No, you fucking didn't. You took someone else's shit and pretended it was yours. Not a good slave. Oh my god. And then on 3:15, the couple entered the family courtroom. Derek has been dreading this moment. He might lose custody of his only child. His evil ex-wife is going to be there. Divorce court is where men go to die. Oh man, how is this going to play out? 3:15, 3:15. Okay, how long does this scene go on for? How many pages? I'm also drinking some Sullivan's Black Marble Stout, and it's not bad. I just haven't found like a great stout for the US. Guinness tastes so different over there. Even like Guinness on tap at a bar in America, it's just not very good. There's not a sweetness to it, and there absolutely was in Ireland. I'm looking forward to that. I kind of wish I was going to Dublin again. Clockwork Stout. Yeah, it was pretty new. It just came out like a few months before we got there for the trip, and that was fucking amazing. But it's not bad. The Sullivan's, it's not terrible. I mean, it's in a can, and it's definitely better. It's the best of the stouts that I've had in the US, but it's not quite there, But anyways, back to this really exciting courtroom drama. So our judge is a woman, which is even worse for Dave Martell. Now there's no chance in hell he's going to be granted custody. So they get into Derek being arrested, jailed twice, and then this whole like paying money to the ex-wife, and there was never a official agreement between them. That's simply not believable. I think the kid is like 6 years old, and they got divorced like right after the kid was born, basically. So how does that work? It doesn't, that there's no effort, there's no real thought put into it. The judge asks the ex-wife if the ex-wife thinks that the judge is a dummy. The judge starts railing into the ex-wife, accusing her of faking, like fake crying in court. And then the judge then goes on about how Derek is actually such a great guy. And then because deep down, I'm just a grown-up little girl who loved her daddy. I don't like how daddy is used here. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. And then the judge ends up granting the same custody schedule as before, where Derek, I guess, gets the kid on the weekends, and both parties are going to have their homes inspected, like some type of evaluation, and that's it. Nothing about money, nothing about the evil ex-wife trying to get at Derek's millions of dollars. Nothing. That's not there at all. And this whole divorce court is where men go to die. It was a complete 180, right? Derek got literally everything he wanted out of this hearing. Literally, nothing went against him. Everything went his way. So if we're trying to make a book about the struggles of single fathers and going through divorce court and then custody battles, you failed at that too, right? You haven't done anything well with this work because you couldn't even portray that well, because I'm sure maybe it's not as bad everywhere for fathers all the time. Maybe things are a little different now. I don't know. But there are no horrors of divorce court here. He got everything he fucking wanted. His wages aren't being garnished by his ex-wife. He's not in poverty, right? Because if he had a dad that was struggling to make ends meet and pay child support payments, and then also money to the ex-wife, and then also try to maintain his own, standard of living, we don't even have that. Derek's a fucking millionaire. And everything is wrapped up by like 325. They're celebrating on 326. So 10 pages. The characters already declared their love for each other. That's already been established. And now we just did divorce court in 10 pages and everything went Derek's way. What else is there except Holly's a junkie, I guess? Oh, and now Katie is pregnant, and that's great. Ladies, I'm just throwing it out there. If you're single and you're looking to get knocked up, I know a guy who just used AI to publish a really awful novel, and he would probably make you his, second wife, and you could live in a menstrual shed out on his property in Pennsylvania. So he's probably taking applications. You miss every shot you don't take, right? God damn, oh man, that would have been sweet to be like a Christian back in the day, and you round up some Germans in a village, and they're praying to their little statues and shit, and you just burn their statues in front of them. I like to imagine there's a Dave Martell looking fellow in that crowd of huddled Germans prepared to be massacred, and that brings a smile to my face. And then the characters state that they're going to have a big weekend at the lake house. So I think this is the AI fucking up, where we did have a big weekend at the lake house, but they're treating it like they haven't been to the lake house before. I know that sounds pretty bizarre, but they don't really mention the last trip at the lake house here. It's just, where are we going? The lake house, like they weren't there a few weeks ago. Moving on. And there's nothing really too interesting here, where Derek comes over to Katie's parents' place and meets her family and her brother TJ. It's just, pretty basic shit here. Oh, and naturally, Katie's father is very interested in what Derek does for a living. How is he going to support his daughter? Katie hasn't said that she's pregnant yet, but you'd be a pretty horrible father if you weren't concerned about who your daughter is spending her time with, and is this the type of man that can provide for her? And oh, by the way, he already has a child from a previous relationship, so you're concerned about that as well. Derek literally won't say what he does for a living, which is just, I sit on my fat ass and I'm a millionaire, which is fine. Hey, if someone made millions of dollars and didn't have to work again, I wouldn't begrudge them that, but he literally won't tell the dad that that's what he does. He's like an investor, right? He won't say that. He would just tell the guy, hey, fuck off. Be straight with me or get the fuck out of my house. But, oh no, he's able to woo the father by being mysterious, I guess. Why all the subterfuge? If you have nothing to hide and it's not shady, and spoilers, nothing comes up later that says that, oh, Derek is involved in something illegal, it's not investment stuff. No, it's all on the level, but he's not willing to just sage, this man's fears and just, hey, don't worry, I'm loaded. I'm fucking loaded. I can definitely provide for your daughter. And Derek gives a little faggot speech about having a hard life. You know what, Dave Martell, a lot of people have hard lives. A lot of people, and there's no trophy, there's no medal, there's no prize. You get up and you get through it, and it's not fair, but that's how things shake out sometimes. Most people also don't go on to grift and try to steal people's money with an AI written novel, but I digress. We have the father. Ted held the silence another beat, then something in his shoulders let go, and he extended his hand across the table. Pretty fucking gay. Before, we had lots of characters laughing and smiling and just over emoting. We're incredibly, we are really overstating just every little piece of dialogue that they have, right? Okay, that was for basically everything before, and we're at 350 now. Just something that I noticed, because for the next good chunk of the book, we don't have characters that are smiling or laughing every other sentence. All that is kind of done away with. We're really muted in that respect. It feels more like written by a human. So could be that Dave Martell did write this part, or that Dave Martell used a different AI that was maybe more sophisticated and would write better, more concise sentences, or that he just edited a lot of what the AI was doing and he didn't feel like doing it for the rest of the work. But it's like we have another author writing here. It's not the same. It's better. I don't think it's very good, but this part is better written than the rest of the work, and it doesn't feel like it's written by the same author. And then, boys, I'm not exaggerating. This is on 359. I'm just gonna read it out for you. Derek settled back in his chair and let the Tony creep into his voice, slow and mournful. I find I have to be the sad clown, laughing on the outside, crying on the inside. TJ's eyes lit up. He straightened in his chair and leaned forward, all 5'11" of Pesci compressing into his frame. You're a clown now? You think you're funny? He jabbed a finger in the air between them. Funny how? Like I'm here to amuse you? Derek's chin went up. The Tony deepened. You're breaking my balls here. You know that? Just great. I literally started rolling on the floor, laughing and smiling. This was that good. I don't know how Dave Martell did it, but he did it. He did it again. And I also forgot to state that Katie did quit her corporate job. So that is another lesson for our young women listening to this. If there is a shady guy who won't explain what he does for money and seemingly doesn't work, and you also decide to stop taking the pill, get pregnant, I would also recommend that you quit your job. Before, he even has a ring on your finger, because you can't even take him to divorce court in this country where men go to die, because the judge is actually going to be super based and actually side with the man on literally every aspect of the hearing. So you're not even going to win in divorce court. So I don't know, ladies, what are you hoping for in this situation? We do have more laughter and smiles together in like a 2-3 page spread, which is similar to older formatting. Maybe Dave felt that the parent scene where we're quoting The Sopranos really needed a human touch, and then we could allow the AI to take over, for this upcoming chapter. Is it? Okay, yeah, Derek has a cousin who was in those, like, small, shitty indie movies with Derek from a long time ago, even though Derek was an important role in it, but he always downplays himself. So they're in, like, New York or somewhere, Pennsylvania, whatever. They're in like Pennsylvania, right? And the cousin is in some play about Vesuvius, right? So we're in ancient Rome, and yeah, we go into like pretty deep about the fucking play, and it's not very good. It's not interesting, but the author decided, or I'm sorry, the AI decided that we would waste a fair amount of time here. Holly also had an ex-boyfriend, or maybe a current boyfriend, who was also her drug dealer. And Katie ended up taking Holly's phone when she was in the bathroom or whatever, and she called the boyfriend and threatened him to never go near Holly again, or there was going to be problems. So we're also dealing with Holly's opioid crisis by, just this. And there's a little more of Holly, but all of the problems in this novel all get wrapped up so neat and fucking nice. There's hardly struggle for anything. And then also, TJ is apparently a pagan as well, and they hail the gods. Whatever. Hey, I know there's like decent guys that are into the paganism thing. It's not fucking Dave Martell, right? I'm just throwing it out there. Christians have plenty of bad actors too. That's not me decrying like all Christians, because there's just a few pieces of shit that, profess the faith or whatever. But anyways, all the good people in this book are pagans. Wow, that's incredible. Is the author a pagan? I don't know. So we're at the lake house. The cousin, Derek's cousin, who is the actress, she is there, and TJ is actually fucking the cousin. There was some heavy foreshadowing that this would probably happen, and then it does happen. And maybe if I gave a shit about Holly or was remotely interested in this book, that might have had a little effect on me. But the thing is, TJ and Holly weren't dating or anything. They were just, maybe they would hook up because they kind of had a thing in the past. You don't care. But I don't think it's like great that TJ is doing this, right? It's not a good thing. I wouldn't really be okay with a woman where it's like, oh, we're going to meet up at this thing and we used to go out a while ago. And then you walk in on her getting fucked by some guy and she's like, wait, I still want to, go out with you. Not okay with that. But I would also recognize that, there weren't any promises between us, but I wouldn't be open to anything with them from that point on. And White Media will also state that while TJ is a, bad guy here, I guess, the only other option, Holly is who he's supposed to be with, Holly the junkie. So you're being shamed for not wanting the junkie girlfriend. I don't know. I think I'm on Team TJ, boys. I think I am. And Derek apparently also pays for the lifestyle of the cousin in New York with a fancy New York apartment because Derek's just that kind of guy and he just pays for everyone. And even though everyone takes advantage of him and he doesn't ask for anything in return. Holly then tries to fuck Derek. There's a huge blow up. Derek and TJ got in a fight. TJ fled. And then Holly tries to sleep with Derek. It doesn't happen. And yeah, there's more drama, more fighting. Holly ended up having an episode and like ODing, so they had to rush her to the hospital. I did write in the margins of 432, God, I don't care, let her die. Who is that saint where the pagans, they'll doom post about it sometimes, where it's like Saint Boniface or someone, it's like Saint Boniface takes an axe to this old like pagan wisdom tree. God, I wish that was me. Instead of reading this shit. I would cut down a whole forest of magic pagan trees if it meant I didn't have to read this shit. I just flipped through like 30 fucking pages and I didn't have notes on any of it. I'm pretty sure Holly got dropped off at rehab. There's some more shit with like Derek and Katie and romance stuff and nothing. Let's keep going. We still have 100 pages left. 100 fucking pages. Oh my god, I couldn't believe that this fucking happened. Okay, this is important. This is 458. Okay. You ever hear of Meta Barons? Nah, what's that? It's a really out there sci-fi graphic novel series. It's wild, like a comic book. Okay, Derek has been a Dave Martell self-insert from page fucking 1, but I shit you not, for the Culture Dads podcast he does with that Imperium Press guy, I listen to those. I don't know if I will listen to those anymore because after reading this, I don't have any respect for Dave Martell as a person. But there was a episode a few back where they're talking about the fucking Meta Barons. Oh my god. Oh. I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to do your self-insert in your books, but probably not this, right? Like, not this, where he's like, and my character likes literally everything that I like. All the pop culture that I like is really cool. Oh my god. Maybe Dualhan needs to get some, like, Transformers figurines and set them up around a little nether portal, light thing. Maybe not. Maybe we shouldn't do that. I'll have AI do that. Then it's like I'm not really doing that, so it's okay. Oh, and then the bitch of an ex-wife comes by and she asks for help because like the ex-boyfriend was also like her dealer or whatever and was threatening her with violence. So she's run to Derek for help. Derek doesn't trust her, thinks that they're going to get robbed. Spoilers, that is what happened. But again, You know, we have this ex-wife who we've established multiple times has lied to the police about Derek, has had him thrown in prison, has tried to take his daughter away from him, has been hounding him for money, everything. Just objectively an evil, wrong person, right? There's nothing redeeming about Samantha. But Derek, great, amazing guy that he is, decides to open his heart and his life to Samantha and give her a second chance. And it's just this suicidal empathy thing, you know, where it's just, I wish it did, you know, that would have been like funny if we did have a character do something utterly retarded and, you know, they're trying to be like the better person and they just get fucked for it. But Samantha ends up stealing some minor shit and then she runs off. By the way, this is another problem that just magically gets resolved because now that Samantha's gone, Derek is going to get full custody of the daughter. So, hooray, you know, this horrible bitch ex-wife, poof, she just took herself out. And we can just move on because there's no real struggles for our characters to, you know, come over. Everything is resolved within a chapter, if that. And the formatting seems back where we have Derek smirking, they all laughed, Derek smiled, Judy winked, and that's all on one page, you know, and just I'm thinking we're 500 pages in now. We are 500 pages in, and so little has fucking happened of consequence for our characters. I mean, they got together at, you know, page 200 and so, and then it's just, oh, the trial thing, 10 pages, it's over, no consequences. Oh, Samantha's back, 10 pages, it's over, no consequences. Jared, 10 pages, it's over, no consequences. They end up going to a wedding. It's Paul, the fat fuck who worked with Katie at the corporate job. His daughter's getting married. Holly is also here. By the way, Holly is at this wedding with TJ. No one knew that Holly was out of rehab. So Holly got out of rehab. She's seemingly better now and with TJ. And she didn't bother to contact the two people that paid for her to go to rehab. She couldn't bother. She couldn't be bothered to contact them, I suppose. That's really nice. And they're completely surprised. You know, it's not like, oh, Holly's out. You know, it's like, Holly, what are you doing here? You know, no, they didn't even know she was out of fucking rehab. Oh, and Holly also had some cousins who went around and beat the shit out of Holly's ex-boyfriend, who was also her dealer. So these guys, they just beat up the dealers. That is another issue that has just been wrapped up, you know? I mean, of course, par for the course, you know, there are no consequences. There are no struggles. Some stuff that's just not very interesting. Not that this has been a very exciting read, just more of a making fun of Dave Martell, and hey, I'm down for that. Katie speaking with Paul, and Paul says, when I was walking down and I saw you with your guy, I kind of felt like I was marrying two daughters in a way. Their relationship isn't that deep. They shared a fucking cubicle at work, you know? It seems like they were amicable workmates that, you know, never interacted outside of work. That's it. That was the extent of it, you know? Fucking hell. She runs into Jared in like a grocery store or whatever. She has Evie with her and says, "This is my stepdaughter." So, yeah, she dresses Jared down. There's not much to it. And we end with Katie being led out to the little woods by the apartment by the girl, and Derek's there, and he has an engagement ring, and they are engaged, and hooray, that's the end, right? They are going to get married. That's very exciting. And the formatting, the plots, the stakes, the dialogue, the characters, the everything, the clearly fucking using AI, it's a 0 out of 10. With AI or without AI, it's a 0 out of 10. And just something I despise with the AI is going to take over everything faggots. Just, they never directly state that something was made with AI, or the majority of them don't. You know, they want to pass it off like it was made by human hands. And that is especially egregious to me. Not that, yeah, I have zero interest in reading like an AI generated book. I think it's incapable of writing a good story. It doesn't feel emotions. It's not a human being, right? And plenty of humans are dog shit anyways. But an AI will never write anything spectacular. Maybe if you fine-tune it enough, it could write something that's okay. But I'd rather not, I read enough stuff that's just okay. And it won't really make me feel anything, I doubt. But they always try some subterfuge and whatever. But in case there was any doubt that Dave Martell was the writer of this, we have the Dear Readers section on 553. My name is Dave. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Bizarchives. There we go. So he just says it again. We state it. And yeah, I'm not going to read out everything he says here. There's something I want to highlight. What I ended up creating here is, in a way, my story, our story. And we end with, writing novels is really hard. I hope I did a good job. Oof, 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 oof. Thank you for reading, Dave Martell. Oh my fucking God, you faggot. You fucking pagan faggot. Oh my God. Oh, did you wear out your ChatGPT when you made it write this for you, you tub of shit? Motherfucker, the audacity of this fucking guy. I do want to check out the Amazon reviews, and yeah, I'm just going to go through these. Again, if you go on Amazon, if you look up SIlverlake Terrace by D. Martell, you'll find it. And boys, if there's any doubt whatsoever, if I'm lying, if I'm exaggerating, just go to the page yourself and look at the reviews. It's off. It's very fucking off. So the book, it was published on March 24th, 2026. I've said that. We have 5 reviews. They are all 5 stars. Now, 4 of the 5 reviews were published on March 29th, and we have the 5th one being published on March 30th. So the book is published on the 24th. Let's say there are no delays or anything, and you're able to get 2-day shipping with Amazon. Okay, let's just say end of the day, March 26th, you have the book, right? And the book is 550 pages. I don't know what the word count is, but let's assume a lot. All these people on March 27th, 28th, and 29th were able to read 550 pages, and they also decided as soon as they finished it that they had to publish a review immediately. People had to know about this great work. Within 3 days, they read 550 pages. It's possible. Hey, like maybe they started reading it, they were waiting outside, for the Amazon guy to drop off the package on the 26th. Could be. Oh, White Pill, isn't this also a Kindle book? And if it was a Kindle book and they purchased it through Kindle, they could have started reading it on the 24th when it was published. And therefore, they're only reading like 110 pages a day to, publish a review on the 29th and the 30th. I'm really glad you brought that up. Because actually all 5 reviews, they purchased paperback versions of the book. So no, it's not possible that they started reading it on the 24th. They must have read it at least 2 days later, if not longer. And maybe 2 days shipping, they get it end of the day on the 26th. I'm being autistic, but let's keep going. Our first review is from Celeste. As a 90s baby, I've never felt so seen. This read like a beloved TV series that never aired. The book deserves 5 stars for the dialogue alone. Every character has a unique voice and grows with the story. I felt like I was there with them. Great. She also ends with Katie and Derek's story was so sweet. Jim and Pam energy. I loved this story, lumps and all. I was sad that it was over. 8 people found this helpful. The next one has, true and unflinching portrayal of love, loss, and redemption and hope. Don't sleep on this book. Great story, great author, wonderful stuff. Next review is kind of nothing. And then the last one is, I was given this book by a friend, so I can't be a verified purchaser. What a weird thing to say in an Amazon review. That's why I can't be a verified purchase. But I'm enjoying it so much, I'll probably end up buying a few copies to hand out. Definitely give this a try, especially if you're looking for 90s nostalgia. 7 people found this helpful. 5 people found the other one helpful. 5 people on the other one. For a book with no traction and only 5 reviews, and all 5 reviews come within 6 days of the book being published, awful lot of traffic, with people coming by and finding the, reviews helpful. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that odd? I mean, what's the point of this? You know, I doubt we'll get 100 listeners on this episode, and then what? Like 10 of you maybe will give a shit that Dave Martell used AI. I don't know. It still ain't right. It's still bullshit. Someone has to call it out. You know, the people have to know the truth.
Never compromise. Not even in the face of Armageddon. That's always been the difference between us, Daniel.
I just found myself very disappointed. This is a guy I've read like a lot of his works. I've read every issue of the Bizarre Archives except for the latest one, and I won't be reading any more. And it's just, fuck. Like, at the end of the day, how much money did you genuinely make here? It can't be $100. Like, I don't think Dave Martell grifted $50 off this. Like, imagine trashing your reputation to less than 100 people. Maybe 10% of those might give a shit, if that. But still, like, what a thing to, just sell your honor on, $50, if that. And I think if he genuinely tried and sat down and tried to write a novel about struggling single father, custody battles, addiction, second chances, romance, there's probably a book there, and probably a half decent one. And he definitely could have done a better job if he tried, but what a waste. What a waste. So now we do have the Magic 8 Ball, which I just happen to have. Yes, boys, it is just here. Did Dave Martell use AI to write this book? It's fucking stuck. Sorry, I have to move it. Ask again later. Okay, we're trying. Ask again now. Can't predict now. Okay. So this is not going as well as it went last time with Worst Boyfriend Ever. We'll try, I'm not going to quit on you. You may rely on it. Oh my God. Third try. And a lot of things take 3 tries. So you know that this is the right answer. You may rely on it. Wow. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I didn't even need the Magic 8 Ball. But I don't have anything more to say about this shit. Yeah, just, oh my God, just what a pathetic self-insert as well. Holy shit, I would die of embarrassment to have written anything like this. Anyways, I guess we'll move on. I'm sorry, I don't think it's, it wasn't even like that interesting of a read. It was just more of really? This is what you tried? This is what you decide to throw it away on? Really? This is how things end? I guess this is how things end with this. I mean, okay, yeah, whatever. That's it with Dave Martell and SIlverlake Terrace.
Fenskjæret, hvorfor du så langsom åben da? Hvor på laget?
Sorry, boys. What are we doing next? I don't know. I want to do a quicker one because it's about 3 a.m. now on Friday going into Saturday morning. So I still have a few more days to record before I'm back at work, and which is fine because then I'm starting afternoons and then I'll be getting off at 10 p.m. and then I can record as soon as I get off work. So I'll have everything wrapped up. And the video should release on like next Monday, like a week from the upcoming Monday. But I'd like to get another book reviewed, recorded tonight. And then, that'll put me back on schedule basically. So, okay. Yeah, I think I'll do Medicine Woman by Frank Kidd next. Frank Kidd again, Medicine Woman. I introduced it a little bit, but let's just reemphasize. The protagonist is Levi Thurston. He's a mountain man. He's a wanderer. He's an Indian fighter. He is out in the West. He has this coyote dog with him named Loki. There's like a little bit of like kind of paganism there in this book. But our premise is he gets ambushed by some Indians, so he takes shelter in this burial ground, and he becomes convinced that he has a curse. So he seeks out this Blackfoot medicine woman to help him lift it, who is Apan Iaki, who is the daughter of this chief. It just becomes this whole thing. It's more about kind of their romance, a little bit of not quite Dances with Wolves, but it just never quite got off the ground for me. I would rate it as like kind of okay, not great, and just, I don't know, I would just kind of shrug the whole thing off basically. So not really a recommendation. It's certainly not the worst thing that I've read on the channel, but it's just not great. You know, I don't think it's exactly, yeah, worth your time. If you were going to pick something by Frank Kidd, once again, you know, I would say, yeah, Once Upon a Time in Argentina. I think that's a more entertaining read, at least. And we do have a few different POVs here. And the villain, it's just like, the villain feels fine. The romance feels fine. I would say the survival stuff, good. I think there's one, like, really good scene with the villain that I did enjoy that. But there's just not quite enough here that made me go like, wow, or really made me take notice, you know? But it just didn't quite do enough. And yeah, I don't know. Sorry. Am I sorry? You know, I will say this, at least Frank Kidd did try. He didn't use AI, so I mean nothing's gonna be as bad as SIlverlake Terrace. God damn. I don't think I'm ever going to drop that. And I shouldn't, you know? It's just your motherfucker, you know? Like, oh, we're reviving Pulp or whatever, and then blah, blah, blah. What a lot of horse shit. And then you're doing this shit. Well, all right, enough. We're on Medicine Woman by Frank Kidd. We wake up with him in a burial ground. Apparently, some of the Indians would bury their dead by placing them up in trees, and then, like, birds like crows and ravens and everything would feast on the remains of the dead. Apparently this was a real thing. That sounds kind of crazy to run into if you were just some pioneer frontiersman and you just came across like a place like this. That would be pretty haunting and insane. But yeah, so it's a cool setting, right? I'm not saying it's a bad setting or anything. But he starts to think that, oh, this is pretty bad that he wandered in here and then he might be cursed, but he's not even like completely convinced of it. He took shelter in this place because he was being chased by some Indian warriors. He ended up being shot with a stone arrow and he's able to clean his wounds and patch himself up. He's missing his horse and I think he had a little mule with him too. We do have this from the author on page 10. He'd heard folks say Indians were stupid, but that was a lie. They were anything but. They were as clever as any white man, maybe twice as much when it came to the wild places, more pragmatic too. White pill media, you know, I'm obligated by contract to say, you know, I mean, a race of people that never developed metal tools. They literally did not advance beyond the Stone Age. An entire continent of people, and they were never able to build a structure that was more than 2 stories tall. You know, I'm just throwing it out there. I have to. I'm obligated. It's in the contract. I signed it, so I don't have a choice here. I have to say it. Maybe if they stopped, you know, following around buffalo like nomadic savages and, you know, just settled down and even like domesticated some of the buffalo and bred them, and then, you know, developed farms, and then larger communities, and then progressed that way of technology. You know, we wouldn't have showed up, and then they had basically just teepees. And America, really big continent. Obviously, not all the Indian tribes were the same. Some were more intelligent than others. I'm not denying that. I think some were definitely like fairly sophisticated, less than Europeans, you know, I'm just stating a fact, but some of them were for sure more intelligent. But overall, I mean, they most of them never developed more than like little tribes, you know? I don't know. There's like maybe some aspects of them that you could respect, and I think that's fine, but if we really like held it up like right next to Western civilization, we're not equal, you know? Equality was never on the table. There's a good fight here with him taking some of them by surprise, then going in for the kill. I think Same for Argentina. Frank Kidd does fight scenes pretty well, and this also felt like it was done well, so I think that is a strength for the author. The next chapter, he ends up running into this old Indian man. They can't speak they don't speak the same language. They're able to use some sign language to communicate with each other. The old man says that you slept in a bad place and that he's been cursed, and Levi doesn't want anything to do with this shit. He was already planning on going north to do some trapping, I guess before winter sets in, but the old man says that he's going to tag along. Levi's horse ends up getting a leg stuck in a gopher hole and breaking the leg, so he has to put his own horse down, and then he thinks like, maybe I do have bad medicine, and the old guy says that there's this Black Crow Indian woman who can take away curses. The old man says that the dead follow him. Now, he also has a coyote that he calls Loki, and it just kind of pops up now and then, and it helps him and, gets him out of some jams. But the coyote really takes a dislike to the old man. I thought at first that it would be kind of cool if, like, oh, is the old man, is he like the evil spirit that's following him? Is he like the bad medicine? That'd be kind of sick. Boys, that is in fact not the case, and the old guy is literally just an old Indian guy that he came across in the woods, and they traveled together, and I don't know, that probably wouldn't have been super exciting. I think it would have been better than what we got. There is a backstory with the old man. It's not terribly interesting. And yeah, he's thinking, okay, I could go see this medicine woman before like winter and then, yeah, get this taken care of. So he's more or less, so he's now heading in that direction. And the old man says that he wants to go north because he has friends up there and he wants to see them one last time. Now our protagonist, he's off. He has a reason, I guess this is our plot, cure the bad medicine. And now we have chapter 4, the medicine woman. So we're in Apanaki. I don't give a shit if I pronounce that right. There are people who didn't invent a written language, so I don't give a shit. You didn't invent the wheel. I don't care how you pronounce your fucking name. Oh, and Apanaki, she has to have a husband, and her dad's gonna choose for her. And I'm just saying, like, you're an Indian woman, okay? None of the women in this tribe or any tribe really have autonomy. Not that I really give a shit about women's autonomy or rights. And it's a part of your culture where your dad is going to choose your suitor for you. And the dad picks Indian who he seems like he's a pretty nice guy, like the nicest guy she could like get in the tribe. And like basically she's going to be marrying the next chief of her tribe, right? She's not that she's in like a great position of power being married to the chief, but you're elevated above all the other fucking women, and this is still like not enough for Apanaki. Which it's always just kind of that thing where it's like, where does this come from? Like, what life do you imagine you're gonna have like running off into the wilderness? Because Whitey probably ain't gonna treat you too good, and if another Indian tribe found you, you don't have any status with them. You would just be captured and like taken as a slave and raped. that would be your future. There's not really an option C, and it's not like the dad picked like a disgusting, like awful, abusive man. He's like seemingly the suitor seems like about as nice as they can get, but I guess it's just more of like a woman moment sort of thing where it's like you are marrying like the CEO billionaire werewolf guy, but instead of a billionaire, he only has $999 million. So it's like, oh, this guy's kind of a beta, dad. I mean, if he wants like this little medicine, if he wants this medicine woman body, I'm sorry, it's billionaire or bust. This guy, he only has like 12 beads to his name. I'm a 13 bead woman. Like, I really can't budge on that position. But she helps out the old healer, and they take care of the wounded and such. And then we're back with Levi and the old man. Apparently, it's been 2 weeks since they started north. Okay, and then so we're back at with the Indian tribe. We had just kind of a little chapter where they're traveling north, the old man and him. And then we're with Large Teeth's POV, and Large Teeth is another suitor for Abenaki, but Black Crow did not choose him. He chose, who was it? Spotted Locust? Yeah, Spotted Locust. He made like a really big offer for Abenaki, so Black Crow is giving his daughter away to this guy, and Large Teeth, he's very bitter about it all. We do have a interesting little, so one, the Indians refer to white people as long knives. I think that is something that, like a term they had for whites. And then Abenaki, she looks a little different from the other Indians, and she was a part of the Mandan tribe because she was adopted by Black Crow as a baby. And their tribe apparently had paler features, blue eyes, and sometimes hair like lightning. The Mandan had been here for a long time, long before the White Eyes had arrived. So I looked this up, and apparently there was way back when, like hundreds of years ago, conspiracy theory that like this Welsh prince, he went west and he ended up settling in America with some Welsh people, and then I guess maybe their people ended up either intermarrying by choice or not by choice with some American Indians, and there's still some European traits in some of these people. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think it's possible. I mean, the Vikings did settle in a good amount of places like Greenland, and then there were just too many Indians in Greenland, and they forced a lot of the Vikings out. And could something have happened in the U.S. like before, like Christopher Columbus and all that, where there were some attempted colonies and they failed, and then maybe like some of the whites were captured, and then I guess I mean I don't think it's a 0% chance of that happening, but I don't know about the whole Welsh prince thing. Not 100% on that one. And apparently there was some beef between Black Crow, who's the leader of the tribe, and Abenaki's adopted father, and then Grey Wolf, who is Large Teeth's uncle. And, Large Teeth thinks that because of this, feud between them, that's why he didn't get Abenaki. And then also his uncle won't loan him some horses for the upcoming buffalo hunt, so he's pissed about that too. Large Teeth has this animal vision thing where, yeah, like a serpent comes to him and then says, like, hey, you should go make friends with Spotted Locust. And then definitely fucking kill him and then make a magic, like, serpent bow from, like, the skin of a rattlesnake and use this to slaughter your enemies. And as a villain, I think Large Teeth is fine. He's a spurned romantic interest. It's fine. It works. It's serviceable, but I wouldn't say it's like exactly great or good. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. If you saw this, if this was like a movie or something or adaptation, you'd go like, that was like all right, but I don't think I'd see it again, and I also don't think I'd really recommend it. Yeah, chapter 7, Abenaki, she's decided that she was going to run away from her tribe, so she's going off to do this just because, and it's like, what exactly are you expecting out in the wilderness? Now, it's also just, do I think it kind of sucks that you're being forced to marry someone that you probably, or I mean, not probably, you don't love? Yeah, I think that sucks. Do I think that's also been the reality for 99% of, human civilization? Yeah. You would basically be the queen of your fucking tribe. There's women there who have it a hell of a lot worse than you, sweetheart. But whatever, it just feels kind of eye rolly, where it's just, I don't really sympathize. Like, maybe if her suitor was just, like, objectively a bad guy, then okay, but her suitor seems like a pretty good guy. He's kind of a selfish bitch. I mean, really. I mean, I don't know. Like, what if there's a guy who, hey, you know what? I don't want to go raiding. I don't want to go take slaves and, like, butcher a tribe way over there. I don't want to do it. He doesn't exactly have a choice, right? And the tribe isn't just going to tolerate him not, like, participating in their defense or their warfare, so he would be exiled, and then where the fuck would he be? Probably not alive for very long. But she does come to her senses and then return to the tribe and then goes back to her father's like big tent and then goes to sleep there. How do you think things were going to go for you, sweetheart? Like, did you think you wouldn't be forced to get married? Whatever. But she goes to bathe the next morning at the river, and then who's there? And then looking at her, oh my god, it's Levi, who is also taking a bath in the river. A different Indian brave, like from another tribe, who spotted Abenaki, and Levi ends up killing this guy and saving Abenaki, who then runs away back to her people. Levi goes back to the old man. Now Levi and the old guy, they're going to go up to the Black Crow tribe, or I guess they're just the Crow. Whatever. Maybe it is Black Crow. That's probably correct. And yeah, Levi has some gifts like whiskey and beads and shit to try to barter with them. While Abenaki was still at the river, Levi and the old man, they went to the tribe, and then off page, we cut back to Abenaki, and she's back with her people. Apparently, the old guy, he tried to rush Black Crow and tried to murder him in front of his entire tribe, and that did not go down well, and he was captured. And then also, Levi was about to be killed, but then his coyote Loki showed up, and the Indian savage people that they are took this as a sign from their heathen deities, so they did not kill Levi in this moment. But they've both been captured, and now Abenaki is telling the story about how Levi saved her at the river. The old man hasn't revealed to Levi why he attempted to murder Black Crow, and yeah, Levi, he was able to so they're both tied up in this tent, and they're probably going to be executed, but not at the moment. Levi, he was able to get like a little stone axe off the guards unnoticed, and so he's sawing away at his bonds. And now we have the big buffalo hunt where Large Teeth had his vision, and he's gonna like kill the romantic rival for Abenaki. And in his vision, like with the animal spirit and the snake thing, there was also the snake like devouring the locust, and Spotted Locust is the guy who's supposed to marry Abenaki. Subtlety is perhaps one strong suit that our author doesn't quite possess. And I will say, for like 76 pages, I don't know if I feel it's going like super slow, but it's just, okay, we made it to the Indian tribe. He's like kind of into Abenaki because she's like kind of hot, and also she looks sort of white. So that's probably the best he's going to find in terms of women out here. So it's like, oh, I mean, I guess I sort of care about this curse. Not really, but there's also this hot chick who looks like, maybe a quarter white, and gosh, I guess I'll take it. I don't know if I can live without her now. Indians are among the buffalo in the herd. They're getting them to stampede. They're putting them down with arrows. Large Teeth and Locust, they're ahead of the other Indians. And Large Teeth, then he does it. He makes his move. He ends up unhorsing Locust, and then Locust gets stampeded. But after the buffalo move along and Locust looks around, there's no other Indians in sight. Locust is still alive, and he can't have that. So it's kind of a good scene. He breathed hard and he bashed the stone into the side of Spotted Locust's head and kept bashing until the breath was no longer in his body. Quickly, he replaced the rock in its hole, careful to place the bloody side down. And he's just frantically trying to find a stone that's large enough to bash in his friend's head in before anyone shows up, because they could appear in seconds, so he doesn't have time to fuck around. This is decent, this little moment of desperation where you've already unhorsed your friend, is at the end of it, but forcing it to go an extra step, and it's a lot more gruesome and personal than just having buffalo stampede him to death and you just watch. And then he also finds a rattlesnake and he cuts his head off, and he's gonna, use its skin to make like a bad medicine bow or whatever the fuck. I mean, I don't know, it's kind of cool, but also he's just like he's an okay villain, right? This is probably the best thing that he does, and it's still, I don't know, like he kind of peaks at page 84. We have quite a few more pages to go, boys, but we peak at page 84 with long teeth, or large teeth, I'm sorry. Levi ended up getting free, and he went to the Lodge of Black Crow. And Black Crow can actually speak English because when he was much younger, he worked as a scout for the Hudson Bay, I guess as like leading fur trappers. So the man speaks English. Levi says he just wants to be cured by Abenaki and get the bad medicine taken away. And then Levi is captured again by the Braves, so he gets tied up. For what this work is, maybe you could have cut some of the Abenaki chapters because they're not awful. They're just not particularly interesting. I don't really give a shit about this Indian tribe and their little tribal politics. It's not the most compelling thing in the world. Levi and the old man get woken up in the middle of the night because the tribe is under attack. There are some Crow warriors here who have come to attack the Blackfoot tribe. Abenaki ends up freeing Levi from his bonds, and there's some fighting in the camp, but ultimately the Crow are able to get away, and they've also captured Abenaki with them. And I'll say this, like, I'm glad nothing like bad happens. Spoilers, but nothing bad happens with Abenaki. Once she gets captured, she's not violated in any way. I will say though, like from a historical perspective, I think there's a 100% chance that she absolutely would have been violated by these guys. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like they're not the type of guys that would sort of hold back like that. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like you're capturing a woman as like a war trophy. You're not exactly saving her for marriage, you know, right? Whatever. Moving on. Like, I don't want that to happen to her, but it's also just, I feel like we're maybe making the Indians a little nicer than they would have behaved in real life. Whatever. Oh, and Levi and the old man end up splitting up here, where the old man says that, hey, I came up here to kill Black Crow, so that's what I'm going to do. And Levi decides that he has to go after Abenaki and try to save her and rescue her from the Crow. And now we have Large Teeth's POV, where they are now being given permission from Black Crow to pursue them, and so they delayed it for a few days, and I think it makes sense from Black Crow's perspective, because if they were pressing them too hard, then the guys might have just killed Abenaki so that they could travel faster, and I get that, it makes sense. Some of this is like marginally interesting, where it's Large Teeth, his uncle, and some of the other guys from the tribe. They go out, they're just like traveling for a few days. They end up making a war lodge, which I guess this is where they purify themselves before going into battle. And from like a autistic historical point of view, it's like, yeah, it's all right. It's not the worst thing, but it's also just I don't know. I don't know. I guess I feel like our main premise is just so weak. This whole like bad medicine thing, which none of our characters really care about. We probably need a stronger hook, right? And then we also are divided quite a bit on our POVs between Abenaki and then Large Teeth and then Levi, and just yeah, it just feels like kind of diluted overall, just sort of just weaker on the weaker end of the spectrum. Levi did ambush and butcher one of the guys from the war party who broke off from the others and was going to go back home. And this guy wasn't a threat to Levi, but he still like butchered him like an animal and displayed his corpse to scare the other guys. And Jesus, like I'm not saying that this guy was a friend. He certainly wasn't, but he also wasn't exactly a threat to you, Levi, and Levi seems to, try to avoid trouble where he can, but I don't know. This felt like a little extreme from him, I guess. Oh, and while the Indians are freaked out and distracted by this, like, display of that Indian's corpse in the woods, and Levi also, like, butchered an elk, too, and made it into, like, a evil totem thing. He ends up stealing all the horses from the war party, so now these guys don't have any horses, they're demoralized, they think there are evil spirits out there. They end up starting to walk home, which is going to be a hell of a long walk, while Levi scampers off with all of their horses. Now we have Abenaki as a slave, and nothing really happens to her. She just gets treated pretty badly. At first, it's her riding with her captors, and they ride like all day. They maybe sleep for 3-4 hours tops, and then they're always back in the saddle, or not the saddle, they ride bareback. They bring her back to their tribe, and she's like sold to a guy and is going to be raped, but then that guy's wife, or I don't know if wife is the most correct term because they all kind of have multiple wives. But whatever, his main squeeze doesn't like this, and I guess he just is a little bitch to his wife and decides, I'm not going to rape Abenaki, so instead she's just their slave for a while. Some Indians come by, like there's a few different potential buyers who try to purchase Abenaki from this guy, and hey, I'm going to offer this amount of horses or this amount of like buffalo hides. The price isn't good enough for Charging Bull, so he says no to all of them. But then one guy shows up and she's being sold for 10 horses, which is unheard of. And who the hell would spend 10 horses on one woman? Well, golly gee gosh, would you believe it? It's our friend Levi. And we're 133 pages in, and it just feels pretty slow. I mean, some stuff has happened, but I mean, not a ton of stuff has happened, you know? For 133 pages, we are literally over halfway through the book, and I don't know, some stuff has happened, but not a lot, you know, not too much, and we're not going there super fast either. He is now traveling with Abenaki. They are going back to, he has a cabin. They don't speak the same language, so they can communicate a little bit, but not too much with each other. And yeah, winter is fast approaching, so they're looking to shelter. Oh, and I did think this was kind of cool where he like dug little holes in the earth and then he would fill the holes with coals from the fire and then put like a layer of dirt on top of it, and then you would sleep on top of the hole and it would keep you warm throughout the night. That's a cool survival thing. It's not the exact same, but there's times in the yard when there's like a stack of slabs, and if they've been coming out really hot and fast all night, wind crests will pick up a stack of slab. Ground will literally be glowing red, like red hot, and it's kind of cool, but it's also like super fucking hot if you get near it. They make it to the cabin. Levi is still like, he's sick, like he has some wounds still. She heals him. He mentions like the curse, the bad medicine, you gotta heal me. He doesn't seem too convinced of it either way, like if it's gonna happen or not. You know, there's some sexual tension between them. There's a hot spring where everyone is naked, so oh my god, will they, won't they? There's a ritual where she's getting rid of the bad medicine, and also when he was born, he ended up killing his mother during the delivery, and he's always been kind of a rootless wanderer, never really had a place to belong to or people to care about, and they end up having sex. It's done very tastefully. They fade to black. He was rootless, a wanderer, nothing to attach to, and nothing to lose, at least until now. So now he has a reason to live, you know, and she's given him that, and okay, hey, White Pill, maybe our character didn't really know what he wants or what he was fighting for at the start of the book, and now he's found it. And yeah, it's fine, right? I mean, I don't know, it's okay, right? It's not the worst, but it's certainly not the best either. And we also have Black Crow's POV, so we have that now when he has a dream about his daughter and about Large Teeth being a bad man, and he's going to their medicine man and trying to discover like the meaning of the dream. It all just feels like rather slow. Large Teeth and the others have finally made it back. It was a really terrible, arduous journey for them to make it back on foot, but they're here. It's not great though, because Large Teeth has lost his horses, and he's also viewed, since he was leading the party, as bad medicine, so he's going to lose what standing he had in the tribe. So he's organizing an attack on some other tribe during winter, which happens. It's not unheard of, but most guys just kind of like to bundle up and wait the winter out. So he doesn't have many people willing to offer to go along with him. So he's recruiting like the younger guys, the guys who have never been on a raid before, and he kind of has to go behind people's backs because you're not supposed to take warriors that are this green. A bunch of veterans and then like a one or two like completely fresh green guys, but he's taking like all green guys with him on this attack because no one else is willing to go. So we're still with Large Teeth for a while. I mean, like 20-ish pages are just dedicated to Large Teeth on this completely unrelated raid. And on the way to attack this other Indian tribe, they end up coming across some white guys at a fort, and something seems wrong with them from a distance, but they don't investigate, and they just ride on past them without, like, being seen by them. Oh boy, I wonder if these white guys have some sort of disease, and I wonder if Large Teeth is gonna attack them on the way back, and they're gonna bring some disease with them to the tribe and bring ruin to their people. I don't know, maybe. Just wrote in the margins on 180, do I really care about Large Teeth's raid? Can this be cut? You know, it has literally nothing to do with Abenaki, it has nothing to do with Levi, and they're just inconsequential for this part of the story. And while we do have a fair amount of pages for our main villain, he's also just not kind of like really interesting. I mean, him killing Locust like that on the hunt, that was cool. I like that, but this, I don't know, I'm not really interested, and it keeps going, and going. So they steal horses from this other tribe. It's successful, but they are being pursued, and they think that these guys are going to catch up with them. So their only hope is that there's like a winter storm, and this will force the pursuers to turn around. And to please their, heathen gods, they decide, what if we killed some white people, because that'll definitely work, and that'll make the winter come. So they go into the white people's fort in the night, and they end up killing them all. And after they've done the deed, they realize that the bodies of the whites are covered in red sores, and then they all start to freak out. And they decide to make a blood pact and to never speak about it because they can't reveal that they're the ones that are gonna, potentially bring disease to their people. They think, we didn't really touch these guys. They definitely did. So it'll be okay if we just go home and pretend nothing happened. Spoilers, something does happen when they do go home. Levi and Abenaki have made a little sweat lodge, and they're trying to cure the bad medicine for Levi. There's like a vision, and she knows that she has to return to her people and make peace with her father. Otherwise, she can never really just be happy with Levi out in this cabin. And they're just basically banging in this cabin for the next 2 months until the snow's clear. So, yeah, that's what's going on with them. So I'm sorry. Like, I know this isn't like a super interesting review. I'm not shitting on Dave Martell, and that seems like a waste, but it's just, okay, they're just out in this cabin, they're having sex, and then it's like, oh, we need to tell my dad. So, okay, we're going to have to go travel back to our people. We still have 50 pages to go. And of course, they get attacked by some people from her tribe when they're trying to, go up there, and these guys are now being led by Large Teeth, who is taking over the role as chief. At least unofficially, he's acting that capacity because Black Crow is supposedly dead. Levi is captured and bound, and he's being taken back to the tribe. Abenaki is taken as well. Abenaki is also pregnant now, and I think it's pretty early, like 2 months or something like that. Large Teeth and Abenaki talk. The disease came through the camp, and it killed a lot of fucking people, and also their medicine man, and then apparently Black Crow died on a bear hunt, or they were out in the woods and a bear killed them. That's what Large Teeth claims, and yeah, that's what we know. Abenaki is all defiant and womanly, and I will never marry you, and You know, if they're going to do a marriage ceremony like Large Teeth is going to force her to do, then she plans on, you know, sticking him with a little knife that she's going to keep, like, in her hair. Levi is having a grand old time where he has been staked out in the wilderness, being left out to die, where he is facing dehydration, he has blood loss in his hands, and there are vultures circling around. Frank Kidd does a good job going through everything that Levi is suffering from, and it's like it reminded me of the end of Argentina, where we have, I forget that protagonist's name, but him like on that beach and trying to survive. And here it feels better, like it feels good, but also just these little interesting like survival ship stuff and pioneer life. It's just, it feels a bit too far in between. Like maybe if the focus was just more on Abenaki and Levi, and I don't know, they just feel like secondary characters in their own story. Like Large Teeth has like a very large role, which he's an okay villain, but it's just that came at the expense of our protagonist. Like they don't have enough going on, you know? Levi does get rescued by the old man who frees him, and then the old man gets into why he hates Black Crow so much. He was supposed to marry this chick that Black Crow ended up marrying, and Black Crow's first wife ended up dying, so that's why he had a second wife, and then he found Abenaki as a child. None of that matters, but there's parallel there. Do you get it? Where the old guy, he's kind of like our Large Teeth, where he never fucking got over it, and he was promised this woman, he was supposed to be a big shot, and then he wasn't. It was taken away from him, and he's just this bitter, resentful guy. Not as psychotic as Large Teeth, of course, but this is still kind of haunted him his entire life. We have that little parallel going on. And then Black Crow shows up, and he wasn't killed by a bear, and he and the old guy, they start fighting each other. And they don't kill each other, and Levi is able to kind of trick them by getting them to both smoke from the same pipe, which I guess that's, you know, it's like a peace pipe, I suppose, and this means that they can't fight each other anymore, or it's supposed to be settled. So Levi says, fuck your vision, fuck your death, and your spirits and all that shit. So you made peace, now we're all going to work together and we're going to go save this man's daughter and, you know, kill Large Teeth and drive out the evil from his tribe. The marriage ceremony is going on between Large Teeth and Abenaki, and she tries to stab him with the hair knife thing. He catches her hand, but before anything else can happen, the three guys ride into camp. This is on page 245. The people form a circle around Levi and Large Teeth, and they both have a hatchet, and they just go at each other like fucking animals. The fight scene is good. I'm being like pretty harsh with this book, but it's how I feel. It's just fine, but like the fight scenes, the action is pretty good. This is like fucking brutal how it goes for Large Teeth here. The blow by the fight is great, and Large Teeth, like, having basically his hand fucking cut off in the fight, but he's still not dead. He starts chanting his death song, and he doesn't even realize it at first. Like, that's all solid. Levi was going to allow him to live, basically as a exile for his tribe, and then Large Teeth, of course, someone passes him a knife, and he tries to stab Levi in the back, and he gets shot. And it's pretty brutal with him, like, laying on his back and looking up, and his vision fading to blackness, and he's hearing, like, the sounds of spirits, and, like, his ancestors laughing at him as he's, you know, dying. Yeah, that's some pretty harsh shit. He has his woman, and that is where our story ends. It was kind of a unfulfilling love story. Some of the action was good. We spend far too much time away from our protagonists on stuff that's not really interesting or relevant to them. Argentina also did this, where we just spend too much time away from our main plot, and then it's sort of loosely not really necessary, you know, for what's going on with our protagonist or our plot. I don't really have a takeaway here, you know? It's just, I don't know, there were some, like, little pieces that did work well, but the overall product pretty, yeah, a bit on the weaker side. Now, again, this was Frank Kidd's first work, and I think he improved in Argentina. Some of the weaknesses that I found here were also in Argentina, and some of them I think maybe are a little worse, but he also improved a bit as well. I wouldn't say it was awful, but I also can't really say that this was a gripping read or, I was looking forward to it as I was going through the pages. It was just, yeah, like acceptable to not very memorable. Nothing else on this one. Sorry about that, boys. Yeah, I'll do Dead Men Running next. I have more like positive to say about that, so that should be a little more entertaining. I'm sorry, I'm trying to, balance these out a little bit. So we'll do that one next, and yeah, here we go. Okay, let's not waste any more time. We're at Dead Men Running. This is our third title. It's by Isaac Young. The back cover is Daniel Peterson is a disaffected corporate superhero of City 57, the bombed out remains of old New York. Seattle Vance is a mercenary with a grudge and is set on a warpath against everyone who has ever wronged him. Adam Mason is a homeless man teetering on suicide who's about to get the luckiest or unluckiest break in his life. Only chaos can ensue when these three cross paths. Entertaining, it was enjoyable enough. Again, I'll stand by everything I said. It's just a little thin, right? Because we're split like between these three protagonists, and I don't feel that each really quite has enough time. But stacking up these 6 books, Dead Men Running, it's one of the more enjoyable ones, and we got Scarred. Ooh, is that it for recommendations? It's not Pierce, it's not SIlverlake Terrace by D. Martell, or more honestly, by some AI. It's not Crimson Veil, and then it's not Medicine Woman. Ooh. Okay, yeah, this is where we're at. So, okay, Dead Man Running, I guess. You kind of got nudged to first place, I guess. We open up with Daniel's POV. Daniel is in the remains of New York City. He is a superhero, and he has the ability to teleport. He is pretty unhappy with his situation, and he's tied to this corporation. The first thing we see him do, he jumps off a building, and there's a crowd gathered and everything, and of course he teleports at the last second, and he doesn't hit the ground, but he likes the rush. But because he's making a spectacle and using his powers like this, he gets caught by they're city sec guards. They're like armed police force, and they're rough with him as they bring him back to the like skyscraper where his team is at. And their team is like a second or third string group of guys. There's like a whole like power ranking thing, and I always roll my eyes at that. I'm never interested. I don't care. I don't care about this superhero can be this superhero, and they're A rank, and those guys are B rank, and then we have an S rank, and then these are OS, whatever. Fuck it. But they're like third string guys, and he gets put into a sensory deprivation tank when he gets back, and this is as a reminder to not pull stunts like this. Then we get introduced to some of the other members of the team that he's with. There's this guy, Yellow Bolt. I think he shoots electricity, or maybe he's fast. He could be both. Like a fucking Pikachu, right? There's another woman, Sarah. I forget what her powers are, but she's kind of the love interest with Daniel, but they don't do much. Daniel's name, it's Nighthawk, which that's a fine name, I guess. Walter is like their handler, and he's just an old crotchety guy that cares about their corporation and making money. There's nothing really too interesting with Walter. And then John is the leader of the team. I think he flies. He's kind of like a weakened Superman. I'm pretty sure those are his powers. And he's sort of a kiss-ass team leader fella. And we get some information about the world building and all. And Daniel was Starcorp born and raised right out of one of their protective parent programs. I guess, yeah, people have powers manifest, and then once his powers manifested, his parents like sold him off to this corporation, and he went into training for all that. Walter is chewing Daniel out about social media presence, and I don't know. I guess that would be kind of a thing, to worry about, because they're not just like superheroes on the government payroll. even though they do get like, they're not like government employees, but they're like allowed to operate through the government's goodwill, and that could be taken away at any time. So they're also just a corporation, and public perception does matter. After being chewed out, Yellow Bolt gives Daniel a real warning that Walter's been like actually considering booting him off the team, and if this would happen, Daniel's not a free man. He would get sent to what's called Gen Pop, which there's apparently a lot of open-air prisons in the remains of the United States of America, which is now called the Democratic Union. And it seems like it would just be kind of Mad Max shit out there. And even though he lives a pretty privileged life in this, safe, secure skyscraper compared to how the majority of the rest of the population lives, he's still miserable. He's still unhappy. So I thought that was a fine like intro chapter. I thought like, okay, like we know Daniel, we know his desires, his wants, what's wrong in his life. We then cut to Seattle Vance in chapter 2, and he is with some mercenary guys, and they're in this little hideout. They get jumped by Daniel and Yellow Bolt, and they're not really, they're just human mercenaries, and they don't really stand a chance against Daniel. They can like stall them a little bit, and Seattle's able to buy time for his men to escape, but he ends up being captured. He is riding in an armored truck with Daniel, and he pulls a trick by turning invisible, and this freaks Daniel out, and this gives Seattle a few seconds to get the jump on Daniel, so he ends up choking him out, making Daniel teleport the both of them out of the armored truck, and Seattle's able to just sneak away. He only has a few seconds before his invisibility would wear off. He's kind of a nothing superhero. He has like invisibility powers, but they're pretty weak and don't last for very long, but it gives him the edge in little situations like this. And we don't know exactly what job that they were trying to pull off. It was something with like a military corporation. They were going to go after some files, but that's all been botched at the moment. This is chapter 3 with Adam Mason. I'll read this out. 500 credits for a cheeseburger. I stared at the flickering LED menu until my eyes felt like they were bleeding. They said moving to a digital currency would fix the inflation issue. They said a universal income was going to help get people back on their feet. At least we don't have high immigration anymore. No one wants to live in the Democratic Union. But it was 500 credits for a cheeseburger, and I couldn't rack up any more debt on my EID. And Daniel is waiting in line to maybe get this cheeseburger that he can't really afford because he got jumped this morning by some gangs. And even though he had a job, he hasn't clocked in because he took such a bad beating, and that's not going to be an excuse. So he's going to get fired. So he wants a cheeseburger. The man wants a cheeseburger. I do like some of the author's voice here, where he's just bitching about this like automatic fast food place where there are no human employees anymore, and I thought automation was supposed to improve the economy. They keep saying they're hitting a record GDP. He ends up selling his phone to a guy, and it's a big deal because your phone is also your electronic identification, and without that, you basically aren't a person anymore. You're like a street rat type of deal. But he does it for the cheeseburger. Winter is still going on, so it's going to be a few months before things heat up. He doesn't have a job anymore. There's a lot of gang violence near him, and now he doesn't have his government ID. He spent every dollar he had, every digital dollar he had on this cheeseburger, and then my feet dragged as I started walking to the nearest suicide clinic. What do you mean you won't kill me? I shouted at the obese woman manning the front counter. Her rolls of fat obscured the used office chair under her, and I'll spare you the rest of the description. Whatever you're thinking, it was worse. I had waited in a grungy clinic filled with mold and cracked blue wallpaper for 3 hours. The lobby stank and half the lights had been blown out. They didn't have a TV for announcing ticket numbers that would just get stolen. Instead, they paid a guy in a stained janitor uniform to do it, and I knew there was no fucking way he even spoke English. And now this. I like the Adam sections. It's just a bit unfortunate where, I don't know, I think his character sort of works. It's yeah, we'll get to it. He's like entertaining at least at the start, and then it's just there's just not a whole lot going on with him, and I think that's kind of a shame. And the suicide clinic is not willing to kill him because he doesn't have a electronic ID. And since suicide clinics are a privilege, not a human right, they're turning him away, and he's going to have to kill himself on his own. We get into a little more of the backstory. Apparently, there was some type of like nuclear holocaust, or a lot of nukes got dropped, I guess, not just in America, but across the globe. Things just kicked off, and yeah, it really did happen. He starts thinking to himself that there was some big news about Daniel and Yellow Bolt, them attacking those human mercenaries, that whole thing, that perhaps that the cops might have left something of value at the crime scene. He doesn't have anything else. I mean, he can't afford another cheeseburger, right? So he's going off to, see if there's something at the crime scene he can get. And then if he does find something valuable, he could use this to barter and get like heroin or something and then OD into the next life. That's what he has to look forward to right now. Back with Daniel, they're in Walter's office. They're gonna like drum up the whole invisible guy Seattle thing into making him an arch villain for the team, and he's gonna be called the Ghost. Okay, Blue Justice, that's the name of John, and then Atomic Girl, that's the name of Sarah or whatever. Okay, it doesn't really matter, but okay, I remember now. There's a party that night that Daniel's going to be forced to attend for publicity, and then if this all goes well, they might get moved up to B rank. Oh, and then we have Jane, who is a old guy who he's Daniel's handler, essentially, but he actually does give a shit, and he does want the best for Daniel. So he's just kind of a mentor figure for him. He doesn't play like a giant role, but he's there like when Daniel gets like chewed out by Walter, which happens more than once, Jane is there for him. Okay, and this was just something of a weird description on the bottom of page 40 about the Blue Justice. He didn't have muscles despite his super strength. Why bother working out if you're already the strongest guy in the room? In fact, he was just as thin as I was. His curly hair gave him an almost tomboy appearance. I could easily believe he was just a very masculine woman if not for his voice. I don't know. It's a weird description to refer to a guy as looking like a woman like this. I don't know. This White Pill Media radar, it's good for AI. It's good for, that's kind of weird, almost bordering on phonoic stuff. So that's where my radar is right now. Like beep, 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 beep. And at that party, he teleports Sarah to another building discreetly so that she can meet up with her mother, because that's not allowed. Somehow, like, the mom was able to find the daughter, so Daniel provides the service for them so they can have a little bit of a family life between the pair of them. And Daniel also just feels that, superheroes aren't terrible, but they're just not really heroes. They're just celebrities dressed up in costumes. It's all fake. I mean, they do save people at times. They do some things that help, but really the majority of it is all just bullshit, and he's just kind of sick of it all. He really just wants to be able to save someone. Oh, okay. I did forget that this was something that I did have a problem with. So, we're back with Seattle Vance. He is doing a video call with someone who uses a logo of a stylized Joker card. The jester wore two masks, one smiling and the other frowning. This guy is named, wait for it, goddammit, the Joker. No, really. Isaac Young did name one of his villains the Joker, and that's just, I don't know, it's never a good fucking idea to do that. Yes, you are doing a superhero thing. Yes, there are gonna be some similarities. There's gonna be, that guy kind of has powers like this guy or that guy, whatever, but that's really going to bite you in the ass, if you decide to continue the series. And I think he is, because on the side of the book, it's called Vagabonds. So I guess this is Dead Men, I guess this is Dead Men Running, book 1 of the Vagabond series, and that's going to be embarrassing to continue to have a character named Joker. And spoiler alert, Joker he's sticking around. You don't name a super secret agent James Bond. You don't name some kid with like magic powers, Harry fucking Potter. You don't do that. It's always a bad idea. It's harder for your own work to stand on its own. I don't know. I just don't even think parodies are particularly clever or interesting. And this is just, it's bad. It's just bad. I don't really have anything positive to say about this because it's just, you could have picked any other name, right? And it would have just been fine. But, it's just going to conjure images of the Joker. And this isn't his first book either. I don't believe so. It just seems like a mistake that maybe a first-time author would make. I just didn't think Isaac Young would really do this because he's written a few books at this point, I believe. So it's just not good, not to just keep making a mountain out of a molehill, but it's a pretty retarded thing to do. Seattle managed to meet up with his one friend Joshua, who's like a tech guy. So he was the one who was able to get this video call going. And the Joker, apparently he was trying to trace the call and send someone to kill, like to finish off Seattle, but Joshua put a stop to that. And it seems like the Joker is the one that's led the police to Seattle's whereabouts, and they don't really understand why Joker would, sabotage his own mission, seemingly. The plan that they were supposed to do is they were going to go to ASA regional headquarters, which is different from City Sec, the police in City 57. They are I guess kind of the army, but more like shadowy, and it's kind of like CIA army shit. So they do a lot of illegal stuff, or that's what everyone thinks, and that's what they actually do. Experimentation and crap like that, and the Joker wanted to do an attack on the headquarters and destroy it, and Seattle had his own reasons for doing it. He wanted something inside of the building, and they were able to steal something, an enzyme, but they had to abandon it at the scene when Daniel and Yellow Bolt showed up, so it's still stashed there. And Seattle's not willing to call it quits yet. He wants Joshua to get in contact with something called the Index. This is like hiring super-powered mercenaries and putting a team together to try, to finish the job that they started originally. Seattle goes to the job site. He's trying to dig up what he stashed there when there's a creak on the floorboards behind him, and he knocks out Adam, who came here to see if there's anything valuable to steal. And while Seattle was going to inject himself with the enzyme, he has a better idea. So now he stabs Adam with the magic enzyme thing, and then he gets the fuck out of there. When Adam wakes up, he is in a crowded jail cell, and he's being brought in to an interrogation room. Basically, they're just going to execute him because he's a low priority type of guy, and the government just kills homeless people, which I don't think is cool at all. I think, oh man, that sucks. Oh, dude, what a horrible world to live in. Jeez. Minus the, inflation for the cheeseburger, I mean, this kind of sounds like paradise to me. So Adam is now a mega super powered guy with insane abilities, and he's like the top tier of the top tier of the overpowered people. But the catch is that he's not going to live very long, just a handful of days, because he has this enzyme in him. But he just rips apart the lawyer that was also going to be the judge that was going to give him the sentence of death. Kills a few guards, and then he just strolls out of the jail, and now he can fly, he has super strength, everything. Basically unstoppable until, he dies. Walter wants to send the guys. They don't know where Adam is at the moment, but everyone's talking about it, and they are on high alert. Whenever Adam makes an appearance, the entire team is supposed to go and try to bring him down, even though this is one of the most powerful guys on the planet now, at least for a few days. they don't have a shot, but they're still gonna, I guess, make a good, honest effort, because if they don't, it's gonna be really bad for them, and some other team's gonna have to come in to handle the problem. Then we are with Seattle, and he is speaking with Joshua still. Joshua's set up a meeting between him and the Index, and then we get some more information about Seattle's backstory, where he really hates the ASA because his brother was taken when they were very young, and in the ASA headquarters, they would have like a catalog and index of like what they did with like all the kids that they've captured and taken, and he knows that the whereabouts of his brother would be somewhere in that record. He thinks his brother is dead, and most likely he is, but he needs to know for sure, so now we have his motivation. Seattle is able to come to terms with the index guy. They are also interested in the ASA and getting information out of them, so they're able to come to terms for now, at least. And then we're back with Adam. He goes back to the same restaurant where this all began, with the cheeseburger. Even though he's like a superhero god now, he can't get away from his need for goy slop. He goes there to have a McGoy burger, but it doesn't satisfy him. And then he realizes that food overall, it doesn't satisfy him. He doesn't need to eat. And then drinking alcohol, it has very little effect on him. He has to drink basically 100% pure stuff, and it's still not really enough for him. It does very little, and he doesn't even really need to breathe anymore, but he also just doesn't feel much. And he doesn't really know what to do now. I mean, he could take everything. He could take control of the city. He could have it all, but he's not really sure what he wants to do. He didn't like become a monster overnight. He's not out there like ripping people's arms off just for the hell of it. He's still a bit lost, and it is not lost on me. We have a character here who is about to end it all with suicide, and now that he has a new lease on life and he can't feel anything, oh my gosh, he wishes he could feel again. And then he also just wishes that he had a friend. Wow, good job, Isaac Young. The guys end up running into Adam soon after this, and they're, quote, probing him for weaknesses, unquote, and it goes about as well as you would expect, and they don't have a shot. They're just getting fucking destroyed. And if Adam wanted to, he could have killed them all in seconds, but he's not doing that. But he's also, slapping them around a bit, and he's not going to just let them annoy him and harass him. So the Blue Justice guy, John, who our author probably described in too much detail, a little revealing, Isaac Young, I would probably say. That guy's getting slapped around quite a bit. The fighting keeps going on, and this is a small thing, and detail is not given about it, thankfully, but there is a note that Adam, as he fights, his clothing gets shredded, so he's fighting in the nude a lot, and this happens more than one time. And I guess it makes sense from a logical point of view, but it's also just something that I don't really want to think about, and it just felt something a bit more like The Boys. I would say, while this is a more realistic, quote-unquote, take on superheroes, I guess you could say, it's not like The Boys. It's not like just pathetic, edgy, and just like really gay. So I do appreciate that. There's a human element here. It's better than anything Garth Ennis could come up with. That I'll give a point to Isaac Young for that. It's better than Marvel movies. It's better than The Boys and the whole, quote, deconstruction, unquote. But to stop Adam from like killing everyone on the team, Daniel goes up to him and goes, "Hey, how about I just go with you, and we just, I'm just asking you, can you just please stop killing everyone?" And then Adam suggests that, "Hey, I mean, I could use your teleportation powers. This could be useful to me, and I got the muscle to back it up. Why don't we team up, and, I'll stop hurting your friends," even though he's not really friends with these people. And Daniel, to save everyone, he says yes, so he and Adam now leave. We're now with Seattle again, and yeah, like, I don't know. I don't think the pacing is really bad. I think things are moving along, well enough. They're fine. We do have something with Joshua here, between Joshua and Seattle, where Joshua says, "It took a nuclear war to put Captain Eagle down. You don't want to be on the business end of this guy," referring to Adam. Captain Eagle is a guy that gets mentioned a few times, and I guess this is, what led to the nuclear holocaust of the world. Maybe that's something that's probably supposed to be for a later book. And then we're meeting with the Index people, and we have a guy named August. We have one named Dust, who is a phaser. He can, walk through things. August, he does temperature control, so he can freeze shit. And then, you know how we had a guy named Joker, and that wasn't a good thing? Big frowny face. We don't like that. Isaac Young. That's not, it's just not a good choice, right? We have a young woman here who has dark hair, has brown eyes, a sharp face. She wears a black jumpsuit, and her power is telepathy. Boys, just guess. I want you to guess. Just guess. Throw out a name. Telepathy, dark hair, wears dark clothing, pale. What's the name? What are we going with the name? Like Crow? We going with Crow? What about Owl? Maybe Night? No, not that's not it. How about Raven? How about Raven and Isaac Young? You can't fucking do that. You can't do that, okay? And the big plan is to contact Adam, and somehow Adam would go along with it and get Adam to make a big distraction outside of the headquarters, and this would draw the attention of all the superheroes that could stop them. They'll go inside, deal with what guards are still there, and then snag the goods that they're there for, and then get the fuck out. And what happens to Adam? They don't really give a shit. That's not a part of the plan. If he lives, he lives. If he dies, he's probably going to die. Because even though he is incredibly strong, there are heroes of his caliber out there, and if any of them show up, they'll take Adam. This stuff, it's enjoyable enough between Adam and Daniel, where they're just hanging out in the ruins of the old world. They're in a mall, they're in a food court, just throwing shit around, they're talking. They both feel that they've been cheated out of their lives one way or another. I vowed in that rundown dirty bar that someone would pay. The moments between them, they're solid. They're not bad. Mason, Adam is not forcing Daniel to stay with them, but Daniel does want to stay with them, and he's also feeling kind of, I don't want to go back to he doesn't want to go back to the life that he was living at that tower, and he's gonna hang out with Adam until the end. He still feels that he needs to say goodbye to everyone, specifically to that Sarah chick, so he's going to do that tonight, and then his chapter begins with him teleporting around and ending up at their tower. He visits Jane, and Jane is pretty emotional with him, and Daniel wasn't really expecting this, but he realizes that he must have meant a lot to the old man. And he learns that several B-class heroes are on the way to the city, and they should be there by the morning to try to handle Adam. And Jane wants him to get the hell out of here, and that if he flees south and gets out of the United States and he ends up in Panama, that he at least won't be extradited back into the Democratic Union, and it won't be a great life, but it'll be better than what he's facing here and now, but he's not willing to really go along with it. Seattle is speaking with Mr. Green with the Index. He runs the Index, right? And this guy, he's asking Seattle to capture Daniel. He asked Seattle to capture Daniel because he has very useful powers and he wants him in the organization. And then I wrote in the margins, "Will Green be Jane?" ? This is on page 137. Adam's chapter where Seattle contacts him and says, "Hey, you are going to die, but if you help us get into ASA headquarters, they're going to have some type of cure. It's not going to fix you and make you live, the rest of your life, but it'll buy you a few more months rather than a few days." So this makes Adam agree to help them in their attack on ASA headquarters. Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot about this on 147. So the B-rank heroes have arrived. They make a speech to the city. They talk about the villain known as the Vagabond. And Vagabond, on the side of our book cover, it says Vagabonds. So I guess maybe they're all vagabonds. I forgot about this. My mistake. That is the biggest drawback for this channel. And it's like, oh, it's been like well over a month since I've read Dead Men Running. That's not great. You know, that's not ideal. I do miss little things like this, but I don't know. I mean, you do what you can. Yeah, I think it made sense to wait for Pierce to come out rather than push this video out, I guess, like 2-3 weeks ago. There's a lot to talk about Pierce. Pierce is still, like, very fresh for me. I mean, I finished it just, like 3-4 days ago, so sorry. Anyways, let's move on. Daniel checks out the guys that have been brought in to put Adam down. They're pretty strong, and then he also meets up with John from the team, and John, they're all being like tracked constantly and listened to through these watches. So John breaks his watch and he speaks with Daniel honestly. John's a bit disillusioned about being a hero and fighting for the city because the people, like the second that they lost to Adam, were mocking the team, you know, very openly. And like, what the fuck do you want? You know what I mean? Like, not to go all in on the autistic ranking system, but legitimately, these guys are like C tier, and this guy's like definitely A tier. Of course, they fucking lost. But, anyways, the team is being punished, and they're being sent to another city as soon as the thing with Adam is settled. And they are going to be put in like the quarantine zone, which is apparently just a nasty shithole, and it's very grim for his former teammates, and Daniel doesn't want this for them. Seattle and his team have made their way into ASA headquarters. They have then called Adam in to, you know, make the distraction outside. So then we're in Adam's POV. He's still bleeding from his nose. He is getting weaker, and he knows that he's dying soon. He questions, so what was left to do? Was there anything I could do that would make a difference? Was there anything I even wanted to do? Before I had time to consider the question further, the phone buzzed in my pocket. I clenched my fist, feeling my life drain out of me, and I answered it. Oh, the irony. This guy wanted to die, and now he wants to live. Oh, the irony. It's actually okay. It's fine. I don't know. Why am I like this? You know, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. He doesn't want to die now, and he is going to die. That's tragic. Daniel and Adam arrive at the HQ, and then the superheroes that were brought in to handle Adam are there. Daniel is going inside of the building, and he is teleporting kids out because Seattle and his team found a bunch of like superpowered kids being held in tanks and other holding cells. So while Adam is going to be fighting to the death with these heroes, Daniel is popping in and out of the building and teleporting groups of kids out. And most of these kids will probably end up captured, but he has to make an effort. These kids, they have to have a chance. Otherwise, they're just going to be experimented on and maybe turned into weapons or killed. So that's what he's doing. Seattle and his team are descending further and further into this building where more horrific experiments are revealed to them. And everyone kind of gets what they want in the end. You know, we have Daniel. He actually gets to be a hero. He's actually saving people, and it does matter. Adam gets, I mean, he is dying, but he is making an impact. His life does matter. He is doing harm to ASA, and that is important for the future and trying to make the world a better place. Seattle, we still have a while to go with him, but he is gonna, you know, get access to the index and the records and everything, and he's gonna find the trail that'll lead him to his brother. Oh, this isn't high art, so therefore it's bad. It's entertaining. Yeah, it's decent fun. Like, I would say overall I had fun with it. I think there's some things that aren't, like, great. But compared to using AI to make a shitty romance novel, I would much prefer to read more about Dead Men Running 100%. And then as Daniel is rescuing kids, there's also some like super merc team in there, and he catches some of their conversation where Joker apparently sent these guys and Seattle is being set up and it's a trap. But yeah, Joker is still around and he's like still a threat. And then there's this chamber which has 3 capsules in it. and they grab a kid out of one of the capsules, and they're not able to get the other two because they say one of them is going to be difficult enough to handle as it is. So these guys leave with one of the kids, and there's not enough time for Daniel to rush in and get the other two because there's a self-destruct sequence that's initiated, and the chamber's lined with some like magic thing. You know what I mean? It's like basically kryptonite for everyone with powers. So he's just a normal guy, and there's nothing he can do in this situation. So those other two kids, they're dead. But Daniel's able to sneak up on the team as they move along out of this area that's limiting his powers, and he's able to snag the boy and teleport away. Seattle and his guys, they are then ambushed by, again, there's a different mercenary group here, okay? There's Joker's guys, and then there's this other group, and it appears that Joker set them up, and Seattle knows about it because somehow behind all this manipulating everything, and that's just, oh my god, it's gonna be so bad if you do a book series and this guy Joker is a mastermind behind a lot of the shit going on, and you named your villain Joker. That's bad. That's really, really bad. You know, if he was like a one-off villain that died very quickly and in a humiliated way, that's still not good. That's still not good, Isaac Young, but it would be better than this, you know, than to run with it and have this villain be recurring. And over the walkie-talkies, they hear that the Alpha Trio team that was sent to kill Adam has failed. They're all dead. Adam is still alive. And these guys are looking for Daniel Peterson. These guys must have been sent by the Index, so everyone was betraying everyone on this mission. Go figure. The super mercenaries, they have some sonic weapons, and apparently these are good on superheroes, so they almost kill Adam in the aftermath of the fighting, but he's able to get away, but he's like severely weakened at this point. Adam returns to the scene, and there's still one mercenary there who's holding a gun to Seattle's head. Daniel is watching all this. He still has the kid that he snatched from the mercenaries. The guys are demanding that Daniel appears or they shoot Seattle. Adam was quiet for a moment, and then he shrugged his shoulders, confused. Okay, I don't really know him. There was an awkward moment of silence. I stifled a laugh as I saw Seattle panic and cry out before he got shot. Yeah, now who was being fucked with? Daniel is trying to negotiate his way out of this. Adam doesn't have the strength left to fight off these guys, and while Daniel left the kid behind in the building to teleport down and to talk, he realizes that the mercenaries had a teleporter on their team, so they've already snatched the kid, and they're just out of there. They don't give a shit about Adam, about Seattle, about him. It's just for this one magic kid, so those guys are gone now, and they're just left in the ruins. Daniel goes after Seattle, and then Seattle is forced to admit that there never was any serum, that he lied to Adam about it, and yeah, Daniel tries to fight him, but Seattle ends up escaping again. And they get the drop on Daniel here and use a drone to blow up, and this actually ends up knocking Daniel out. He loses his arm in the process, and they escaped to go meet up with Mr. Green with Daniel in tow, and then they also weren't able to contact Raven or August, so who knows what happened with them. Oh my god, it's pretty shocking. I couldn't believe this. I don't know why I keep doing that. I can believe this. It was, it was telegraphed pretty hard, and it turns out that Mr. Green is in fact Jane, who was Daniel's handler at the tower. Wow. It's not a terrible reveal. I think it was a little heavy-handed in the foreshadowing, a bit too much there, but hey, yeah, here we go. Adam only has strength enough to leap out of the way so he's not caught by anyone, and he lays down and he dies. Everything was quiet, and I was happy, and that's it. So his life did mean something in the end, and I think that's fine for his character. I guess I just wish there was maybe a bit more time with, like, Adam and Daniel. I mean, that felt pretty good. That felt pretty decent. I would say maybe the third POV being Seattle, who is more detached from things. I mean, yeah, there's a connection between him and Mr. Green, who is Jane, so that's tied in, but It just feels a little more kind of extra, and maybe you don't have to cut Seattle's POV, but maybe I could use like another 100 pages or so, and yeah, I think that would have gone a long way. We're only at like 230 pages here, right, for everything, and I could have used a bit more of Adam. I definitely could have used more of Daniel as well, because it's also just Seattle has a ton of people that he meets and just a lot of names, and Daniel also has the same thing. There's no one really for Adam, which is nice. There's no one to keep track of, but it's just like those other two guys have so much more going on and different alliances and betrayals, backstabs, all that shit, where we could have used a bit more time to really kind of flesh things out, I feel. Jane and Daniel talk, and yeah, they get into it a little bit. So Adam is dead. The team that Daniel was a part of, they actually made a comeback. So the girl that he was into, she's going to be safe. The rest of the team is going to be safe. And the Index, they're not just guys out there to make money. They're trying to build something, a real future. So that's what's being promised to Daniel right now. And the whole world believes that he was killed in the fighting. And then our last chapter is with Seattle Vance, where it has been 3 weeks since Joker contacted him. And yeah, he and Joker talk a bit. I'm really glad that, yeah, Joker's a part of all this. That's great. And Seattle is watching some government place, and there's this guy he's doing surveillance on, and this is dun dun dun, his brother. Oh my god, whoa, his brother's a bad guy now? He works for the government doing bad shit? Oh, jeez. I think that's okay. It was a decent read. It was fine. It was entertaining, yeah, I don't know. I kind of enjoyed it. I could have used a bit more with it. There is something to leave your audience wanting more, but also deliver more, right? Yeah, I needed some more stuff delivered in the present day, and we're a bit lacking there, but it was still like I had fun with it, it wasn't terrible. It was written by a human and it had human flaws, and we appreciate that on this channel. And I would read more by Isaac Young. I would read more if this became a series, or I think he has a few other books too. I've read Matryoshka Divide, didn't really care for that one, but I'd be willing to read something else that he has. That's all I gotta say. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, we are now on Crimson Veil by John Slaughter. This is a southern noir. We're in Alabama. Our main character is J.D. Hooks, who is a private eye, and he's pretty much down on life. There's just not a whole lot going on for him. At the start, he ended up inheriting his father's law firm. His dad was a lawyer. His dad died. He came in and he was thinking about maybe taking over his dad's practice. And it's revealed to him that his dad was a lawyer for the mafia. And he doesn't really know how to handle this at first, but he ultimately decides that, no, I can't work with these people and I can't do it. So he rejects their offer to, just continue what his dad was doing for them. And these guys end up taking away his ability to practice law. So then he becomes a private eye and he's just kind of going through life. There's not even really a sense or desire for revenge or anything like that. He's just kind of moping along. Until one day we have this very wealthy heiress. She comes in and she wants this guy to find her missing sister. I guess some of our main themes it's about sort of redemption, right? Part of it is his struggle to place his father, because he always thought the best of his dad, and his dad was always a good man in his mind. And then he was confronted by the reality that his dad was in bed with the mafia. And there's also some stuff on his mother's side of the family where they ran alcohol during Prohibition, and that's kind of the time period we're in, where we are post World War II, right? All right, there is kind of a weird thing. So kind of my issues with this are, like, I get our main character's mindset. I understand why he's so down in the dumps and doesn't really give a shit about anything, right? I get it. It makes sense. But he doesn't really start to care until it's probably too late in my mind. I just found it a bit difficult to keep interested, right? Because our protagonist doesn't give a shit about what's going on. So it's a bit harder to care when our vehicle into the story also doesn't give a shit. So I struggled with that. And then the case itself isn't very interesting. It's basically what you think it's going to be is essentially what it is. There's nothing really intriguing there. It's it's a bit dull. And it's just kind of a read, you know. If you like noir stuff, I think you would probably go like, well, it was okay, but nothing super memorable, and yeah, not really any great takeaways from it. But I've dawdled on for too long, and we should just get into the book now. Sorry about that. So we open with our main character, Hooks, being told that his father has died, and he goes home and he's at the funeral. This is all within the first 3 pages. From how our character is talking, how he's thinking about how lost he is, what's he supposed to do with his life now, you might assume that Hooks is a young man, young being like 18, 19, 20 years old. He hasn't gotten started in any career and lost, you know, they lost their mother, I guess, several years ago from what I can remember. And it's just been him and the dad. And now he doesn't have his dad and he doesn't know what to do with his life. You might assume that Hooks is very young, but that is not the case. Hooks is a man well into his adult years, and we'll touch on that in a bit. And not to be like a callous fuck or anything, but just from how he's going on, it's like, okay, your dad died. I'm not saying that's not a big deal. I'm not saying that's not shocking, but from how old Hooks really is, yeah, you're a fucking adult, you know? You should kind of, I don't know, like your life hasn't fallen apart around your ears. It's just your dad died. It's very sad, but no, you shouldn't be like this mopey sad. Like, I'm 18 years old. I don't have any money. I don't have a career. My dad's dead. What do I do now? Whatever. Moving on. After the funeral, Hooks goes back to his dad's office and he's just going through things when this hired goon comes in and says that the boss wants to see you. And this man invites himself in. His name is Orrin Blackwood. And he sits himself down, and Hooks doesn't really have a choice but to listen to this man at the moment. More of the backstory of Hooks, he is a lawyer at this stage, so he's not like 18, 20 years old, right? I mean, getting a law degree, I think even back then it would have been several years, so mid-20s? You know, that's kind of what you're thinking. And then he also reveals that he was in the war and he fought against the Japanese. So, okay, this is post 1945. Orion does his best to bring Hooks over to their side and says, look, your dad, he did help us, but he was a very reluctant participant. You can be a more active partner and enjoy a greater share of the spoils. But Hooks isn't having it. He can't do it, so he rejects Blackwood's offer here. He's given a few hours to decide, but Hooks doesn't change his mind, and then he gets beaten down by the hired goon outside, and he is disbarred after this as well. We cut to indeterminate amount of time into the future where Hooks is working as a private eye. He goes to a house where there's a dead body. Turns out it was a murder-suicide. The wife of this man ended up paying Hooks to find out about her husband's extramarital affairs. Then she killed the husband and then herself. Hooks has a friend who's a police officer named Frank. I don't know, not to be like really autistic, but I did want like, how many years has it been exactly? And I've looked through my notes and all, and I don't believe it's stated by the author how long has it been since he rejected the mob's offer to work for them, but apparently it's been a while, right? He's kind of settled in, he is a PI, he doesn't like it, and he thinks about leaving the South, but he just kind of hangs on there. Realizing that he's, because his client is now dead, he's not being paid for it, so he drowns his sorrow in a little bar. He makes some wistful lamentations about the state of the world, that this is a city full of dogs, and they've been left to their own devices for too long, and a dog without a master is a terrible thing. Hooks is also a dog without a master, and he's just kind of eating, fucking, and just moving along. He's just an animal going by instinct. Later, when he goes back to his office, there's a woman there named Evelyn Sinclair. This is an old money family from the South, and she is looking for her missing sister. Her name is Gloria, and she's 22 years old. She hasn't seen her in a while, and she needs someone to find out what the hell happened to her. He knows that there's a hell of a lot more going on here, but the money is incredible. It's like thousands and thousands of dollars, just an insane amount of money for a guy like him. So he can't pass up on it. And he says that this wasn't his business, but then again, none of it ever was. There's like sort of a desire, right, to find out what this mystery is, get to the bottom of it, but also to get paid. But again, he's also not exactly invested, and I don't think that's really a rare trait for a noir detective, a PI, to only be in it for the money, and then eventually they find the motivation, a personal stake in the story. But again, it comes a bit late for me, I felt. And our timeline is Hooks went off to the war, he came back, he stayed in town for a little bit, and then he went off again, presumably to college, and he only ended up returning after his father's death. So you would think that Hooks, he's a relatively young man, right? In his 20s and his 30s, like maybe like at 30 at the latest, right? Like pretty young, right? We'll get to it. I'm sorry, it's autistic, but it did bother me, so yes, I am gonna bring that up. I will dredge it up again and again. And Hooks was in some club watching this singer perform. This is Veronica Blackwood, the sister of Orion Blackwood, the guy that completely fucked over his life because he wouldn't do law for the syndicate. This is the woman that he fucks, and it is later revealed that Orion knows about it and he tolerates it, but seemingly, he doesn't know at this stage and they sneak around on him. Seems a little stupid to Whiteville media, but hey, I don't know. I mean, she's hot. She's described as very hot, so maybe it's worth it, I guess. Hooks doesn't have many leads for this case. He was told by Evelyn that Gloria did work at a hospital, so that's kind of all he has. He did ask the singer if she knew anything about it. She really doesn't. She just was shocked by the amount of money that Hooks was given, and then he goes to Frank, and Frank doesn't know much, but he says, be really careful about this shit, JD. He gets information from one of the women who used to work with Gloria at the hospital. She did stuff in like the records, the archives, but she wasn't a very good employee and would just leave for very long absences, but would still have a job there. JD decides to go visit his Uncle Irwin, who lives a bit outside town. He has a farm there, and they get into, like, why did you stand up to the mob? And it's just sort of on principle, and this isn't a town for principles, nephew. He still does have, like, a sense of honor. He's not, like, a morally bankrupt man. He has things that he's just not willing to do. So there is that. He's held on to that. I suppose I would feel like if he felt some sort of violence or anger towards the mafia about what happened to him, and he's going to do this case, but he's also working on revenge and getting back at the city for what it's taken from him. But he doesn't really feel many emotions about it at all. He just kind of takes it, and I guess we'll get to it more at the end. But yeah, it's just not great. Next stop for JD is going to this cat house, and there's a woman there named Ruby Lee. Ruby Lee is related to him on his mother's side. The mother's side was involved in bootlegging. He doesn't get any information from his kin, but from the great reluctance to say anything at all, tells him quite a bit that She did recognize Gloria's photo, and then also that she is worried, she is scared, even though she's involved in some criminal shit. This is like big league stuff, and she doesn't want anything to do with it. He's been on the case for 3 days. He ends up going to the Sinclair estate, not like the full estate, but like a property that they own here that Gloria lived at. So he goes there to check out Gloria's room. He finds one thing underneath Gloria's bed, and it's a small blue bow. Getting a little bit about Evelyn and Gloria, jealous of Gloria. She was always Daddy's favorite, etc., etc. He doesn't have much more to go on. We're literally over 100 pages in. You know, we're on chapter 8 now, so page 101, and we have a blue bow, which does bring to mind babies, right? A little blue bow like that. It's an odd detail, something like that, you know, like if you brought a baby home from the hospital. Gloria also worked in the archives of a hospital, which is interesting. And then we have the little bow. I don't know, like what else would a bow be for? You know, maybe some type of elaborate dress, but I don't got much else except for like nursery, baby, that type of thing. He is able to get help from when he went to that one like cat house club where his kin ran at Ruby Lee. There was a mulatto singer there, and this woman is now tracked down Hooks and gives him some information that Gloria used to go down to this one club and she would do like gambling and that type of thing. And she also ran with some guys from the syndicate and also some other guy that works at the bank. So there's something going on there, and now Hooks has another lead to get into. Yeah, I thought John Slaughter was more of a right-wing guy, and I guess maybe he is, but definitely not a racist type of guy. I think he's more of a Christian nationalist. I think he and John J. Staincliffe would be really good friends, but anyway, let's just keep going. He makes a not very real offer to Veronica, the singer, who's the sister of the syndicate guy, about leaving with him and going to Florida. She's not interested. It just feels kind of half-hearted, like what does JD really want? He could leave at any time, he's not involved, he doesn't really need the money, but I mean, it's $10,000, so you'd probably want to stick around. So he goes to the bank, right? And this is on 116. The bank guy says, "You know, I heard you were back in town," Lancaster said, waving him into his office. "Here, have a seat. Thanks. First off, I'm sorry for your loss. Your daddy was a good man." He was. How long has it been since the fucking funeral? I don't know, just how these guys are carrying on. I heard you were back in town. Seemingly recent, right? Like within a month, within 2 months, and that doesn't quite track. It feels like Hooks has been a private eye for some time, like years, and he's been hardened by his experiences. Like he's been disbarred and he works in this crummy office now, and he gets to really see the ugly side of the city. It doesn't track. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little autistic about it, but there's a few other like little discrepancies, it feels like, where the passage of time doesn't quite feel correct. The bank guy reveals that Gloria or Evelyn, I forget which, I'm sorry, the chick who's missing, that she was looking into a contract that the hospital was supposed to have with the bank, and also Hook's dad was the lawyer who was working on this contract. The hospital wanted it to make it easier for families that can't have kids to have their own. The bank would fund these loans to cover any fees up front for a small amount of interest. The dad would handle the legal paperwork, name changes, adoption records, and such. So the missing girl was really interested in this adoption program for some reason. Goes, talks with Frank a bit, and he's like still settling the affairs of his father's estate. So seemingly the funeral was rather recent. He became a private eye, and he's also banging the sister of the guy who took away his law practice within like a month or 2 months, seemingly. That doesn't quite feel right. But for some of the property, it's actually in his mother's name. So his parents are like divorced. So he has to like track his mom down to get some shit cleared up. while he's like driving out there, he makes a call and he's looking into the Sinclair properties and trying to find out what other properties they own around town. And he's doing that. At the cafe, he's just talking with the random old man. And this old guy, his dad was a country doctor, and they get into like delivering babies. So we're focusing on babies. We're gonna do something with this adoption shit. Gets into some southern crap about his father and their family and like sending their children up north to be educated so they would appear more legitimate and like civilized, I guess. And then that's how his parents met at college, and yeah. His mom left when he was 5 years old and then married another, like her first suitor at college that was interested in her that had some railroad money. And that's where he's heading now to track down his mom. Travels out and there's this big mansion and he meets this guy and he's looking for his mother, and it turns out that his mother's dead and the guy that he's speaking with is actually his half-brother. I'm not exactly sure what the whole thing with Memory Lane, like what was the point of this backstory? I guess, we are doing stuff with family and then people getting second chances or redemption, and she wasn't really a mother to him, but apparently she was a really good mother to his half-brother, so it's probably what we were doing. I still felt like we spent quite a few pages on this, and we're just not really interested in our own main case. However, there is a stunning development by Frank, who calls JD and lets him know that they have the body of a young woman. It is, in fact, Gloria Sinclair. She's been dead for about a week, which is how long ago that the sister came in and gave JD the case. That seems like a hell of a coincidence, that he has been looking for her for about a week, and she's been dead a week. And he goes to break the news to the sister himself. He doesn't want anyone else to let her know beforehand. Okay, and this is the revelation that really shocked me. All right, so there's this case going on. He went to the Sinclair estate. He's talking to the old black butler. This is on page 169. No, Hook said reflexively. For 40 years, he had been an only child. What the fuck? He's fucking 40? This doesn't line up at all. This absolutely doesn't fucking line up at all. This is insane. Okay, I'm just saying, like, 18-year-old kid, seemingly, he runs off to go fight in World War II, right? I suppose he could have been a little bit older, but we don't give an exact year for when he went off into the war. He came back. He decided to go to law school. He did not return to his father's practice. He didn't go back home until his father's death, not for any significant period of time. Dad hasn't been dead for very long either, so we have this 40-year-old guy who, I guess he had a life somewhere in some city, something, but isn't that just odd? He doesn't reflect on any friends. He doesn't reflect on a past girlfriend or a wife or children, anything. He was just in some city, which we don't know about. He only came back here for his dad's funeral, and he's fucking 40. And how the other characters act around him, the dad died very recently, within like weeks or months even. I don't know, something is screwed up about it. It's odd. This isn't a 40-year-old man, Like a 40-year-old guy who's been practicing law, seemingly, like whenever he graduated law school. He has a life somewhere, and he just uprooted all of it to come down to Arcadia, and then what? Then what? For some reason, he just doesn't, I guess it's the matter of principle, and his family does have principles, but it's odd. It doesn't quite line up with how a lot of other things in the book are written. The butler ends up revealing quite a bit. So the previous housekeeper, Doris, right, she was let go by Evelyn. Not really shocking or interesting, but apparently Gloria was pregnant, and there's some stuff going on with abortions, and Evelyn was really pressing Gloria to get an abortion, but it looks like they didn't do an abortion, but she had her baby put up for adoption, which is why she got the job at the hospital to look into the records and try to find out where her baby ended up. We have the confrontation with Evelyn. She really wanted her sister to get the abortion. She wouldn't do it, but she was able to convince her to put the baby up for adoption. And she came down here not just to find like the trace of her kid and not just to find out like where her kid ended up and to make sure that they were all right, but to take her baby back. And it's this whole thing with the Dixie Mafia where they have like prostitutes that work for them, right? And naturally, the prostitutes over time, they'll end up getting pregnant. The babies get put up for adoption. There are adoption fees, from wealthy families who want to get a baby, and then they correct things at the hospital to make everything look right, and then the baby is sent off to some rich family. The mafia makes a good profit off of it, and their girls get to go back to work, and they don't have any kids to worry about. So that's the whole scheme. It's not like super interesting. Everything was foreshadowed rather heavily, and it's just, yeah. I understand our author is a Christian and yada, yada, yada. It's just, look, I don't know. I just don't really give a shit about abortion. Sorry. If white pill media got a woman pregnant, not likely to happen. At least no time soon, right? But hypothetically, it did happen. White pill media would definitely make the offer of marriage. I don't like abortion, really. And I would, right? I would make the offer of marriage. I would take responsibility. At the same time, for anyone listening here, even if you're a Christian, if you believe that there are differences between the races, if you're a little racist and you do think some people are, let's say, different, worse, based on genetic factors, right? Their genetics do make them worse. And I just don't get all the hullabaloo about abortion. I mean, it's just, we know the statistics, and just more than that, it's just for a good reason for like all of human civilization. If a woman got pregnant with a guy outside of marriage, we would force the guy to marry her. Now that doesn't really exist anymore, but we hate abortion, but also we will shit on single mothers. And if a single mother, chose to have her kid outside of wedlock and wants to raise the kid by herself, she should be shamed. But there's so many issues that come from single motherhood, but then Christians are just kind of silent about that part. And it's just, yeah, it would be better if single mothers had abortions and there weren't these kids running around that will be worse. They will be less than children that come from a two-parent household, a mother and a father. So I don't know. I just don't get it. Like maybe, I could sort of understand it if there was like zero government assistance at all for any women that decided that they wanted to be single moms. And it's just, hey, you want to have a kid on your own? Then you're on your own. Okay. But in the current state of things, yeah, being pro-abortion, that just seems like the right thing to do. I mean, it's just, what exactly are you supporting by being anti-abortion? Because decent people aren't going out to have abortions. A good white family down the street from you is not running off to the abortion clinic when the wife gets pregnant. That doesn't fucking happen. But think of all the white children, white pill media. Okay, I will. There's a lot of white trash. There's a lot of dumb fuck white people. There's a lot of white retards. There's a lot of bottom of the barrel whites who, it's just a fact, we would be better off if more of them were killed. If we kept chopping away at the worst that the white race has to offer, it would be a good thing. And frankly, we should spay them like dogs. Maybe I'm going a little too far, but, and these people, it's genetic. They're white, but I mean, we do have a low end of the spectrum for our own people. And yeah, it would be better if they weren't around. So it's just, do you really care, right? Do you really care if some trailer trash is going and they're gonna, oh my God, if this trailer trash had an abortion, that would be a great sin. Actually, it really wouldn't. I think that's great. I think we should encourage more abortions. The type of people that are having abortions they're not gonna give birth to the type of people that are gonna make this country better and to get us out of the shit that we're currently in. You know what I mean? I don't get it. It's acknowledging that there are differences between the races, right, and all that, but of course there are no differences between babies, right? And all babies are equal and all life is precious. No, it's not. Inherently, if you hold any racial beliefs or preferences, then no, not all life is precious. It's not all equal at the very least. So maybe if you're a Christian, you might find this a little more compelling, but it's just kind of rolling my fucking eyes at this shit. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about stupid poor white people that they get a fucking abortion. I don't know. Like, here's $5. Good job. I'm glad you didn't pollute the gene pool even more than you already have. Thank you. Do you think that, gosh, do you think, how many future astronauts do you think we've lost from the shitty Section 8 white trash apartment complex? If those women decided to get abortions instead of living off government welfare, gosh, think of all the future astronauts we will have lost out on, that guy, he might be an astrophysicist, he might be a nuclear engineer. Who can say? I apologize, and we will now continue on. I don't think the book says who the father is exactly, but the plan was that Orion, he found out about what Gloria was doing, and Gloria ended up stealing her baby back from the adoptive parents. And Orion was trying to get the baby back to return to the, parents who adopted it, and I guess Gloria got killed in the exchange. He's not sure what his best play is, but he goes to his Uncle Irwin, and his Uncle Irwin says that you want to leave this place, but you need to atone for the sins it marked you with. Otherwise, it's going to haunt you till the Lord comes. So he can't quite go yet. He has to correct the record with his dad, and his dad being involved in this whole business. He ends up contacting Veronica and telling her that he's going to be leaving town. But JD, he's gonna leave town. It doesn't matter to him. He's gonna put it behind him. So he contacts Veronica, her to come to his house, and then he's gonna be leaving at 11 if she's here or not. And he has a bunch of money from Evelyn. There is one last thing where he does want to talk to Frank and give him an explanation about him leaving. Frank tells him that, if there's one thing worth doing here, it's making sure that kid's okay and has a decent life. So this has an effect on JD, and Frank ends up letting him borrow a police cruiser. So he takes the police cruiser, he goes to Doris's house, the housekeeper, and he's checking things out. He watches two guys enter the home. Doris is there, and then shortly after they enter, 3 shots rang out. They take a baby basket out of the house and they set the house on fire and then drive away. JD pursues them and then he is able to stop them and get the baby from them. He ends up murdering the 2 guys from the syndicate, and then we have Veronica. She is waiting for him at his house. To no one's surprise, it's a trap, and Veronica went to her brother, the head of the evil syndicate, and told him everything that was going on. So it's an ambush, and JD gets beaten down. And yeah, Orion is here, and the goon Silas is also here. Orion reveals some information that Hooks is the one who's responsible for leading Orion to Gloria. Orion was apparently having a conversation in the mayor's office, or like the courthouse, right? And then he overheard someone in the records department saying the name Sinclair, and this perked his interest, so he went over there. And JD, when he was looking into the Sinclair family properties, he called that records office lady. So this is how Orion found out. Orion explains that Gloria was actually at the landing. If JD had gone to check out the landing address like first thing, then he would have gotten to Gloria before the syndicate men could have, but he didn't do it. Why didn't you do it, JD? On 216, I didn't care. And again, it's like page 200 where Frank gets him to kind of give a shit, and it's a little late, for the story. I get it. I get what the author's going for, but it's also just a little fucking late. Orion also reveals that JD's dad was not just a reluctant participant, but he also betrayed Orion's trust by going to Gloria and telling her who the parents were that adopted her baby. And Orion asks, do you think a change of heart in the twilight of life matters? It's better than nothing, isn't it? Someone else shows up. It's Evelyn. And this is at the bottom of 221. JD, I believe you know Miss Sinclair. Yeah, I think so, Hook said sarcastically. Good, because this is how I clean up the mess you made. The small space magnified the sound, and Hooks went deaf. He watched Evelyn's body fall in silent despair. The bullet entered clean and left with a fist full of brain and bone. In an instant, she was pale, her color fading with her life, and she lay dead and broken, her blonde hair stained red, draped across her face like a crimson veil. Oh my god, that's the title! Wow! No one really gives a shit that Evelyn's dead. They're setting the house on fire. Orion tells the goon, like, what about the baby? Leave it. And they're gonna write it up like a murder-suicide for Evelyn and him. But Veronica, the singer, ended up pressing a knife into JD's hand sneakily, as a final goodbye to allow him to, break the ropes that are binding him. He ends up escaping. He fights the goon and kills the goon. His uncle Erwin also came by and assisted him, and they have the baby, and we end with Hooks watched his life burn before him, 1,000 memories reduced to ash, their ghosts ascending on black clouds into the vast expanse of stars, the old world burning away in a cleansing fire, a purification, a price paid for in blood, and in his arms a new life, his path prepared with the ashes of the dead, the sins of the father giving birth to the son, burden and redemption, time reborn. A lot of shit is still kind of up in the air and hasn't been resolved, I don't know. It's something, right? I mean, the ending is something. I'm not the most optimistic about it. We still have the Dixie Mafia out there that is very, very interested in shutting JD up, and he's now going to go on the run with this baby, I suppose. Yes, JD does care, right? He cares about life again at the end, and life is worth fighting for. It's worth preserving. He's a man of principle. Okay. The case wasn't super interesting, and saying the word abortion is like key jangling for Christians, and that makes a mediocre story good, I guess. I don't know. And I do understand from like our character's POV, like he doesn't care, and at the very end he does, but it's still not a very interesting case up to that point. We also overall spent like quite a bit of time in JD's head, and it just wasn't very interesting, right? His thoughts, his feelings, his kind of muted way of going through life, it wasn't the best, and yeah, it wasn't the worst ride ever. It's not the worst book I've read. I just felt that it was kind of a noir story that you just don't really give a shit about the case, right? I don't think I would quite read more from this author, right? I've read guys where it's like, oh, the writing is kind of flawed. I'm not in love with everything. I definitely have issues, but they did like X, Y, and Z well. I wouldn't say John Slaughter did anything like very horribly incompetent. Nothing quite like that, but also just, I'd say he had a consistent yet lacking quality throughout the book, and yeah, nothing for me to really go back to. Sorry, I know this is a kind of a bigger name guy, but it was just okay. And even if you're really like anti-abortion or whatever, I still don't think the book is very good. Oh boy, it is 5 a.m. now, Sunday. Things are gonna work out. I have Scarred to record still. That should take an hour or so, not very long. Pierce, it's gonna be a few hours, probably closer to 3 or so to record everything, I would imagine. And then still all the outro stuff, but yeah, it'll be fine. I'll be going back to work this upcoming week, Tuesday on afternoons, so I'll be getting off at 10 p.m. and then I can record for a few hours before going to sleep, and it'll be quiet and cooler at night. So we'll get it done. It'll get done. So probably a week from this upcoming Monday, I'd like the episode released, and I think that's doable. Just a bit tired, I guess. But anyways, let's continue on. Boys, it is not quite 3 a.m. on, Sunday morning. I would like this to be wrapped up and on YouTube. I would hope Monday morning, kind of early. That's kind of my plan. That's what I'm hoping for. Now, I have all of the video edited now, all of the books I've reviewed. I am just working on editing the outro, it's going to take a few hours, but I think it's doable. I don't know, I was feeling a little out of it tonight, so I'm just planning on recording. And then tomorrow, when I get off at about 10 p.m. Sunday, I'd like to stay up as late as I can to try to, sort of fix my sleep schedule. So I think we'll get it done. Anyways, I have finished The Sad, Violent Life of Sandy Preston. This is by Arbogast. Now, long time ago, about 2 years actually, I really didn't think it was that long, but I just checked YouTube, and it's been 2 years when I reviewed Heartbreak and Lechery, which was a book of his. It's about this failed, pathetic private eye in Florida. He gets in way over his head. It's kind of comedic and also pretty tragic. That's the first one. That one was 115 pages, and I don't know the price because it's been unlisted on Amazon. I just checked. Because it is a part of this collection here that I'm holding, The Sad, Violent Life of Sandy Preston, which has the original novella, and then this new one titled Certain Little Cruelties, which is shorter at about like 77 pages, but what's the price? What's the price on both of these combined? $7. You're not going to fucking beat that. It's $7 for both of these. That's excellent. That's well worth it. I know I gave a favorable review, not like I gave a favorable review to Fedbook, but an actual favorable review to the first one 2 years ago. And the second one I do like as well. I would say, just comparing the two of them, 115 pages versus 77, you really can feel the difference. And this one was a little bit too lean for me. I did need a bit of a longer page count. I still enjoyed it overall, and I mean, for the price, it's fucking great. It's a quick read, it's a good read. Definitely pick this one up. If you're remotely interested, skip this review because I'll get into spoilers. And tonight, the main goal is just bang out this review. It may be 20 minutes. Sorry, it's not that it's bad. It's like 70 pages. I don't have I can't go on and on about it. And then following that, I have a few more things to add to the outro because, I thought, oh, well, I mean, it's just going to be a couple more days of work. I won't have anything to talk about. A couple things happened, so I also have to tag those on. Anyways, let's get into Certain Little Cruelties. Sandy has moved from Florida. He's now living in Pennsylvania. He no longer goes by Sandy. He goes by Duke. Oh, he was a PI in the past. He got in over his head, and things got pretty ugly for him. There's still people down south that would very much like to handle him, and he is now working in a mortuary. He's a manager there. Now, we're dealing in a kind of a near future, right? It's not the far future. We don't have super technology or anything. But it's a near future that feels believable, where we have in America where there's been so many dead, there's been so many graves and burials that we're out of room and we can't justify spending any more space on burying the dead. So new companies have been set up where the deceased will be sent to them. They will carve them up and then basically use every piece of them and recycle them for whatever is needed. That's basically it. It feels, believable enough and just kind of inhumane and dystopic enough I could see some shit like this happening. Duke has been working here for a couple years, I believe, and he works the night shift. He likes it. It's kind of a lonely life, but it's comfortable enough for him. He likes it more than being a PI. But one of the day shift workers, he comes to Duke's place and he knocks on the door and he says, "Hey, some of my guys have noticed one of the workers on your shift seems to be hauling away trash bags into his personal vehicle, after the shift. Stealing body parts for whatever sick purpose, and there is a sick purpose indeed." So Sandy doesn't really want to get involved. He doesn't really want to do it, but he feels compelled to at least investigate it a little bit. And he decides that he would rather try to handle this on his own than necessarily get the sheriff involved, because it could just be nothing, but it does seem like, yeah, there's something creepy going on. Seemingly unrelated, he meets up with this deputy that thinks they're friends when they're really not. Sandy doesn't really consider him a friend. This is Mauser. And he has another case for Sandy, so there's two things he has to look into, and there's been a theft at a church, and a few churches actually have been vandalized and have had items stolen from them. It's, I believe this is what you would hold the communion wafers in, I think. I didn't look it up. Frankly, I didn't care. It was just Catholic nonsense. Some Catholic object was stolen and also some wafers. So Sandy, he agrees. He now has two cases to look into. He meets with the priest whose church had the item stolen, and the priest believes that Satanists are responsible for it. So Sandy decides to investigate that, and he does find something. A Google search revealed that something called the True Satanic Temple existed somewhere in the town. Its Facebook page was embarrassing, as every picture was some cheap AI-generated image featuring a goat's head atop of a muscular body. 2, nude women with oversized breasts. Define oversized, you fucking queer. And 3, miscellaneous arcana, sigils, and signs meant to invoke ceremonial magic. And there's some live-action shots of the members. Jesus, he said to himself when he noticed that both pictures showed a coven of mostly overweight, mostly ugly, and mostly middle-aged men with bad tattoos and worse facial hair. They looked less like powerful wizards and more like participants in a special ed Halloween celebration. Poor bastard, Sandy said to himself. He messages the group about wanting to join them because this is not, I guess it is kind of a lead, right? Or at least it's a hunch that these losers are maybe involved. Sandy confronts Peyton at work, asking if he's stolen body parts. He denies it. Sandy just goes along with it for now, but then he sets up a little stakeout, so he watches Peyton at the end of the shift, and he sees that Peyton has called a truck into the funeral home and has handed off bags to this truck, so he knows that Peyton is actually involved in it. He follows this truck. It goes into this really shitty low-end neighborhood. Now he has a real lead, and he comes back the next day. He decides that he's gonna risk entering the home while the homeowner is hopefully away and see if he can find out what the hell's going on inside. The inside's disgusting. There's roaches, there's flies, there's just piles and piles of garbage. It's hard to believe that a human actually lives here, but he does find the bedroom, which is the only clean room in the entire place. And there's also a trunk full of costumes in the bedroom, so they probably keep it clean, I guess, to use it. I don't want to know. And the basement is even worse. And there is something here that Sandy finds. There, suspended from small hooks connected to the top of the curtain, hung a headless cadaver. The corpse was naked and female. It was also piebald, with multicolored skin, some patches purple and some pale. These skin pieces had been stitched together by a rough hand, and in some places the stitches were coming undone. And he also notices that there's some chafing and abrasions on the corpse's inner thighs, and there's only one reason why that would be there, and he ends up getting sick. And above him, the homeowner has entered, so he bolts out of the basement window and he's able to scamper away before getting caught. Oh, and I'm sorry, boys. He gets the license plate of the truck for the homeowner now. He didn't do it the night before. He just knew the house to check out. So Sandy, he's at work now, and he confronts Peyton and says, Peyton, you're fired because you've been selling body parts to Menard Robinson, which is the homeowner. He looked it all up, and he can't exactly go to the cops here because it's fruit of the stolen tree. He committed a crime. I mean, he did breaking and entering to get into this guy's house. So he can't exactly tell the cops what he found in the basement. And even if he did, the cops can't act on it because it's fruit of the poison tree. And Peyton autistically just leaves. I could not relate to Peyton in the slightest, where it's kind of a dull expression, doesn't really care, nothing really phases him, and yeah, he can't really articulate too well. Sandy feels great. He has solved one case, and he's feeling like he's on top of the world, so he's going outside, he's smelling the fresh air, he's, hiking around a lake. Then this weird groundskeeper seemingly has an issue with them, and then because the park is supposed to be closed, so he wants Sandy to get out of there, so he offers him a ride back to the entrance of the park. Shockingly, this guy turns out to also be a Satanist, and he kidnaps Sandy, and when Sandy wakes up, he is surrounded by both the morbidly obese and also men who are so skinny they look like concentration camp survivors. Peyton reveals that he is the builder for this group. He has made all of them a girlfriend using parts that have been stolen from the mortuary, which is just wonderful. There's this kind of autistic logical part of my brain that is like going off right now. I mean, it's rotten meat, right? It's rotten meat stitched together. I mean, based on the conditions of how some of these people live, at least that Robinson guy, I guess they don't care, but would this not just rot, like, within an hour, like, hours, right, at best? It's so fucking disgusting. Holy shit. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, it's nasty, we have some good comedy and then just some really disgusting shit here. These guys are threatening Sandy, and they also know his real name is Sandy. They did a check on him, and they also know that there's some guys in Florida that would really like to see Sandy again. So unless he cooperates, then they're gonna release this information. They want to use him to get back into the funeral home that night to steal as many parts as they possibly can. Not all their members have girlfriends, quote unquote, yet. And then also in the future, they want Sandy to keep supplying them with the parts that they need. It's Sandy and Peyton who enter, and there's this other guy, Ernie, their co-worker, and Sandy is able to communicate with Ernie that something is wrong here, so they overpower Peyton. And there's a little bit with them escaping, and there's a little adventure for a few pages about how they have to get away. They are able to contact the police at this little automated gas station. It's like near future shit where you have a little touch screen which you use to order everything that you want. And then the touch screen also gives you the option swipe, and then, now you can contact the police, sort of a deal. It feels believable. The Satanists all get rounded up. That's great. Things seem like everything's settled now. However, when he goes to speak to the priest, it turns out stuff is still being stolen. There's still some churches that are being vandalized. Things seem a little off because the deputy hasn't been by to speak to the priest, so Sandy is maybe suspecting that the deputy could be involved. And the deputy is trying to drum up some connection between MS-13 and these loser Satanists, So apparently MS-13, when it was first founded, the original members were actual Satanists, and maybe that's true, maybe that's not. Arbogast, he does his research, so I'm willing to go with true. But they're trying to build their case into something like that, and it's kind of dumb, and Sandy's not really into it, and also the deputy seems maybe a little suspicious too, like he could be involved, or not really the priest. I think that's a little too far-fetched, but maybe the deputy's in on it. And Sandy has been given, I think, 2 months of medical leave, so he's being paid not to come into work and to just rest and heal. But he decides to go into work to check out, I think it's Peyton's files, to see if there's anything in there that would maybe help figure this case out. And the day shift workers, one of them, I think it's Logan, the one who first tipped off Sandy about Peyton, they're talking a little bit, and then he says a word sigil, and he knows that this is a satanic thing, so not a very bright move, but he decides to attack Logan, and all of the day shift workers are in on it, and it turns out that they are a different branch of Satanists that weren't aware of this other branch of Satanists that Peyton was with, who they all worked at this funeral home. And these Satanists make rap music and shit like that, and yeah, that's their black magic, and they were the ones stealing the church items and that type of thing. And they beat and brutalize Sandy, and then chapter 12 has Sandy, what remains of him, in a hospital room. He hasn't been awake for days, he's not in a coma, but things are very dire for Sandy. And I'm gonna read out the final paragraph here. In the lonely ICU bed, Sandy dreamed about the best day he ever had with Christian. The two shared ice cream during dusk on a hot Gainesville night. Someone proclaimed love between bites of cookies and cream. Sandy couldn't remember who said the word, and ultimately it didn't matter. All that mattered was that memory existed, and it was real. Sandy saw her golden hair make figures in the wind, and he saw his hands caressing her face. In the real world, as the sleep-deprived nurse checked his vitals, a steady stream of yellow urine ran down Sandy's leg. That is such a nasty image to end this little novella on. I thought this was going to be an upswing for Sandy, and he was going to bounce back from the essentially failure. I mean, it was more of a Pyrrhic victory in the first book, but this is just a really brutal way to do it. He's suffering from multiple stab wounds, organ failure, multiple organ failure. And I don't know if this is the end of Sandy, or can we really bounce back from this? I guess if someone could do it, maybe it's Sandy, but yeah, really ugly image at the end. It's powerful, right? It's a very strong image. I don't know. I was rooting for Sandy, so that's good. You made me feel something. That's strong. It was funny at parts, but I just feel that you really do feel like missing that 40-ish pages, like probably closer to 50 pages that the first book, the first novella had on this one, and you can tell the difference. I do feel it's a little too much on the shorter end, but both of these combined, it's $7. That's such a fucking steal. That's great. I would, probably rate this one a bit lower than the first one, but it's still like a pretty entertaining read. It was definitely worth the money for both of these, absolutely. So hey, we have 3 things we can recommend. So this Not a Trough is looking a little bit up. That's good, I guess. Princess of the Shrouded Mountain. This is book 3 of Scarred, The Wandering Sword. We've reviewed the first 2 books on the series. It's been a while. And I do apologize because the third one, it was released back in December of 2025. So, yeah, I just missed the release date. I would have 100% reviewed it if I knew that it was out. So that's just kind of my bad. But this one, we have Scarred and his 2 companions. After the events of the last book, they are on their own. They no longer have their ship crew, and they are just out for adventure, out looking to make some money. They don't really have anything to their name at the moment. And they come upon this weird little settlement in this vast jungle. And yeah, there's a deeper mystery. There's like this lost civilization type of deal. I would say this and the Isaac Young one they're both entertaining. I think they're both decent reads. And yeah, I would put them in the recommendation column, especially compared to what else we've had for this Not a Trough. If you like sword and sorcery, I mean, I don't know, it's fair, right? I mean, the price point, the writing, all of it, it's absolutely fair, and I think you can have a decent time with it. So check it out, spoiler free if you want. Start with book 1. Otherwise, we're not gonna get into it. And there were some minor problems with it. I would say overall, I did like it. So with that, let's get into it. Our prologue does not feature Scarred or any of his companions, but we have some men, Rodolo and Vigo, and I think there are a few others that are pursuing this man, and they end up tracking him down, and they're on some mountainside, and there's a waterfall, and they get this guy to jump because they need to kill him and prevent him from revealing their secret. We don't get into what the secret is, but for Rodolo and his companions, whatever their secret is, it's worth killing over. So this guy, he doesn't survive the fall. And then they return to some place called the Spire. And then chapter 1, we are back with our friend Scarred, the wandering swordsman. Belgetti, he is like Eastern, I guess you would say, kind of like he was a horse archer, I think. He met Scarred in book 1, and they were both like slaves to this not quite a cult, but they were the leader there was like ancient, kind of otherworldly sorcerer guy who made like magic demon swords. Scarred has one of them. He was some like kind of nomadic steppe guy. And then we have our companion for book 2, Zalata, and Zalata, she's a female swordsman. I'm not going to say swordswoman. I'm going to say swordsman. But she's also mute because her tongue was cut out, but she can still like communicate with sign language to them. So they've been traveling for about a month since the previous book. They're in the jungle, and they end up coming across this caravan that's heading to a town. They're really wary of Scarred and his companions, but they allow them to accompany them. Belgetti is able to communicate because Belgetti knows a few languages, and he's able to speak a bit with head of the guardsmen, so they're able to get inside. They're just kind of hanging out. They still really don't have any money. Everything seems fine on the surface here. There's nothing really weird going on. Scarred is doing a little fishing, and they sort of found a oasis out here. You know, they're no longer in the jungle dealing with unfriendly cannibal tribes, so it's good, but they got nothing else going on until, while there were some small fishing vessels at this place, now we have this very large, impressive ship show up. And the people who disembark off the ship are clearly very wealthy, and they're like, hey, this stands out. These people, they don't quite fit in with the native population. What's going on here? And the people, they end up going into this really well-fortified estate, and then Zalta, she got a closer look, and she saw that, like, some of these guys, they're taller than the natives, and one of them has a complexion like Scarred, which really stands out in a place like this. So they get some gossip from the townspeople, and these people are apparently called the Mountain Kings, who came a few generations ago, and they provide a lot of wealth to the region, and they're, like, responsible for this little town here. But they don't really tolerate any questions about their business. They do a little more sneaking and snooping, and these guys, they don't really look like some band of mercenaries that just all happen to come from the north. They look more like they all bear kind of a resemblance to each other, more like a extended family or a clan. So that has piqued their interest, and also these are the guys that are clearly running the show, so they decide to tail them as they take some wagons out of the little town and head towards the mountains. I would say the pacing is good. We're like 30 pages in and things are moving, okay, we got some mystery, we got some intrigue. I'm into it. They end up finding a secret path that the, trail of wagons used, and it's in this like little mountain area, and there's a huge like gatehouse there. So whatever it is, they want to keep it really secret from the rest of the world. They get inside this very fortified place, and these guys have just an endless amount of uncut gemstones. They're richer than kings, right? So they start to fill their sacks and everything that they have that can carry anything with these gems. Of course, they get discovered, and they're running. There's too many guys to fight, even with Scarred having a sword. And yeah, Scarred's sword, it has like the soul of an evil giant in it, or I guess he was like a blacksmith type of deal. Whatever. And he's always like urging Scarred to like let loose, let him take over, and then we can just butcher all these guys. But Scarred does not give in, and he gives in a little bit later. Spoilers, but he's never like really let loose with it, and I don't know. We'll probably see that at some point in the series, I assume. But they get pursued outside, and they're up on these mountains, and it's like the prologue where we're at the edge of this waterfall, and it's jump or die, so everyone decides to jump here. Now, they do survive. Well, Scarred and Balgetti do survive, and Zalata also survives, but we don't run into Zalata until we're about 90% done with the book, and it's just, I don't love that. Like, I get, like, why we're doing it, but for me, it's kind of a situation where Zalata got introduced, right? I mean, she was in the second book, but she didn't have really a major role. She was like a background character. And then she joined Scarred and crew at the end of the second book, and here we are in the third, and she's extremely absent for the vast majority of the third book. And I just felt that's kind of a shame, right? I mean, we know Balgetti, and Balgetti also has more of a, well, I mean, he has always been a secondary character, but he's also like more in the background. So I don't know. I was a little disappointed with that, I suppose. They go down the waterfall. He and Balgetti are alive. They're looking for Zlata. They can't find her. And then we're fighting these two snake-like river demon creatures. It's a good fight. So they're fighting those guys off. And then there's also a giant one that ends up just bursting out of the water and is chasing them through the jungle. They run into a group of savages, and there's not really much time to attempt to sign language with them before the giant river demon still following them. It doesn't really give a shit about being out of the water. And it's good action, right? It's good action where they're fighting the things. Scarred is also climbing up this mountain. This thing's pursuing them, and then when he's like dropping a piece of the mountain on it and getting it to fall and to crush it. It's cool. Thumbs up from White Pill Media. And then the savages, after watching him like slaughter this river demon, they all plant their spears in the ground and they drop down on one knee, lower their heads, and they start to chant. We do like this exchange on 58. Scarred nodded. Behold, I am Scarred, slayer of monsters. Do as I say. Bring me meat and ale. The feathered leader stood, but kept his eyes on Scarred's boots. Nilt se iti eu honai eo tihoha. Scarred paused and considered the words. He had heard nothing like them before in all of his travels. Balgetti prompted him to speak with a gesture. Nilt se, he said with feigned confidence. Oh! An exclamation of satisfaction rolled about the assembled warriors, along with smiling faces. Did you understand? Balgetti said. No. Another thing we do like about this book is it is invoking a lot of the man who would be king. So we have this little town, right, on the outside of the mountains, and then the mountain kings, they have the secret pass through the mountains that goes down into this. It's like a big circle of mountains, right? And in the center, down the mountains on the inside, we have these 4 different kingdoms. We're going to learn about them in a little bit. And these kingdoms are perpetually at war with each other. They also have a giant surplus of gemstones, which the Mountain Kings, these guys ended up finding out about this place generations ago. And they trade with these people and give them steel and stuff like that in exchange for gems, which they don't think is very valuable because to them, there's just a bunch of it lying around. No one really comes from outside of their world except for these mountain kings, and then here's Scarred, who also just slayed this river demon, so he is viewed as like a messenger from the gods. So it is like invoking a lot of man who would be king or like tropes like that with the outsider, and the people there are rather naive and superstitious, and they elevate them to like a kind of higher deity sort of deal. One thing I would like, and it's not a huge deal, but when we have like a changing of scene or we're going from like night to the next day, I feel like it is correct, or at least I prefer it when we have like an extra line break there. I don't know. It was a little thing for me for this book, but the other formatting, grammar, and everything else was good. No real issues there. It certainly wasn't SIlverlake Terrace. The village is celebrating them. There's a big feast and everything, and things are great for a while before some soldiers show up, and these guys have metal weapons. Whereas the people that they had been staying with, there was no trace of metal amongst them, and these guys end up carrying away Balgetti, and despite Scarred fighting as hard as he could, he cannot save his last friend. It's even a little more complicated because guys that carried away Balgetti, they were wearing like blue stuff, and there's a new band of warriors that show up, and they're wearing like rubies and topazes, and they fight with the blue warriors, but Balgetti is still gone, and now Scarred, he's not sure, but he's gonna have to try to, I guess, negotiate with the new guys who at least are not friends with the people who took away Balgetti. Scarred ends up taking these guys to the corpse of the slain monster, and this is enough to convince them that Scarred is actually a messenger of the outer gods, and these guys pledge like fealty to him, that they're gonna help him rescue Balgetti. They serve a king called Basar, and there's the blue guys serve some king called Othar. There's 4 kingdoms overall, but here's 2 of them right now. They fail to rescue Balgetti, but they did run into the other guys, and a few on their side are killed in the fighting. They also kill a few more of them, but they would now be going very deep into enemy territory, and it would just be suicidal, and Scarred has to make the heavy decision to turn around, and they end up going back to their capital city. And it just strikes Scarred as very odd because it's more of a castle that he would see like somewhere back home. It doesn't really look like something that the natives would have built themselves, or at least the architecture of it. So someone, at least they built it for them, or there was a guy designing it and having them build it based on some outsider's direction. There's a prince here, Olin, who is supposed to marry the princess of this king, and then also the king can understand Scarred, and he says, "You speak the holy tongue as only priests and nobles are taught," said the king in clear Sheroshan, and if in a heavy accent. So the situation is the Mountain Kings a few generations ago, they started, trading with these people and getting gemstones. There's these 4 kingdoms, and they trade with all of them for their precious minerals, and they've given them like technology and that type of thing, and I guess their language as well. We also have a high priest named Kavoth Ka. Boys, I don't think I really need to explain Kavoth Ka or his role to you. We have Scarred, the barbarian with the sword. He's our protagonist. We like him. And then we have basically this eunuch of a high priest, rubbing his hands together in the background. Now, it might shock you, but Kavoth Ka is not a good man. He is, in fact, a villain. So, yeah, that is his role. And it's not bad. I mean, it fits within tropes, but it's entertaining enough. But, yeah, Kavoth Ka, there's not a whole lot to say there. He's just a evil priest guy. He gets to meet the princess that night. Her name is Ataria, and she wears very little, and she, of course, tries to seduce Scarred, and he decides to resist, to hold on to his honor, and to wait for Zlata Spoilers, he will not resist forever. But so he does not give in to her embraces here. And he doesn't get much information out of her, just that, yeah, the kings of the mountains, they bring us steel and silk, and then we give them gems. I like the cover. It's very, like, older, kind of pulpy stuff. I don't know exactly who the woman, like, holding on to Scarred is. I don't think it can be Zlata. It might be the princess. And I mean, hey, it's Princess of the Shrouded Mountain. I sort of don't, yeah, I don't know if I love that for the title. It's like, it's a fine title. It's something you would expect out of something kind of sword and sorcery. But outside of trying and then eventually succeeding in sleeping with Scarred, the princess really doesn't do much, and she's not really a major factor or role in the story. So I don't know. I don't know how, yeah, maybe I don't love the title then, but whatever. Let's move on. They're doing a military strike against one of the other kingdoms that's setting up this new fortification. So Scarred is going to lead their side, and also Prince Volin is bringing his men with him as well. And they're trying to bring down this fortress before it's fully complete, because otherwise then it's going to be a big problem for both of their kingdoms. There's also flying, like, serpent things. They're not exactly dragons, but they spit venom, guys ride them, and they kind of have like mace tails, so they have to avoid some of these air patrols as they're on the way to this fortress. Okay, so they're attacking this fortress now, and I forgot about this until I've looked over my notes right now, and they're winning the day, but then they stop fighting because there's this bald guy who reminds Scarred of Kavothka. The men stop fighting, and this is a high priest for the enemy faction, and this guy says that this is a sacred spot chosen by the gods, so you have to leave now, otherwise you're committing a blasphemy. Which is maybe following a little too close with the man who would be king when all the guys are fighting at the start, and then that one priest walks through and everyone has to stop. It sorta, that feels maybe like, it's cool, right? It's cool in a man who would be king, but maybe we could use a little more originality. I don't know. I feel like it's borrowing a little too much in this instance. Scarred ends up killing that one high priest, and his guys, they're not exactly pleased with it because you're not allowed to touch one of the high priests like that. And they end up retreating because the guys in the fort, they also had like kind of like weird frog things with like 4 legs, and they're kind of spiders too, and they killed a lot of their guys, but they were able to set the fort on fire, so it looks like a kind of Pyrrhic victory for their side. And I kind of wondered, like, I was sort of hoping that maybe Scarred would be pushed too far with the soul of the sword, and it would make him give in, because he doesn't have Belgetti or Zlata with them to, kind of balance him out and bring him back to Earth. That does not happen here. And yeah, Scarred, he does get like tempted at certain parts from the sword, but being separated from his companions doesn't bring him closer to giving into its power. The one priest, not the high priest, that was attached to their military company, he ends up treating Scarred's wounds, and unbeknownst to Scarred, he ends up taking a sample of his blood and he keeps it in a little vial. On the way back, they end up going to where they went over the falls, and he's looking for any sign of Zlata, and all he can find is her sword that has been broken, but there's no other sign of her. Kavothka starts doing some ritual thing where he's using Scarred's blood to see into him, because he's not sure if Scarred is a mortal man or not, and he gets to see Scarred mystically, mystically he can see Scarred, and he sees that Scarred is mortal. And then I forget the name of this woman, but it's from the first book, and she's evil sorceress type of woman that was involved in the making of the evil swords. And it really starts to freak Kavothka out, because as he's looking through Scarred's past, this woman is also looking at him through the visions, and it really freaks him out. But it ends there, and he wants the sword because he knows how powerful it is now, and he also knows that Scarred is mortal, but he's not acting on this information right now because He's an evil priest, okay? He has machinations, he's making plans, he's scheming. Scarred and some other guys, they get to go ride the flying, like, little drake monsters. So there's a little chapter of that. They do a little air battle with some enemy kingdom, and it's fine. Like, I don't know. It was written well enough. Scarred does have sex with the evil princess on 136, and we got a little bit with her in the past. She also has, like, a silent guy, like, guardsman. His name is Krang. Yeah, so she has Krang with her, not with her in, like, the chamber watching her get fucked by Scarred, like, standing outside listening to her get fucked by Scarred, okay? But she has all these plots about, if Scarred marries me instead of this prince, and then I'll become queen, yada, 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 then I can be the sovereign. I don't know, it fits within tropes, but it works, it's fine. Kavoth also called a meeting of the remaining high priests, and yeah, he does, like, eunuch shit, and he poisons everyone at the meeting, so he is the last high priest left, and now he's the only one with, like, religious authority in the realm, so it's kind of cool. Like, it was kind of a neat scene. So the high priests were also meeting to discuss if Scarred should be dealt with for killing a high priest. Kavoth says, he's the only one that's alive, but he's hiding this for now. He says, actually, yeah, we all agreed that Scarred is a messenger of the outer gods, so the murder of a high priest was fine. And then the princess also declares that she wants to marry Scarred, and the priest okays it, and so everyone is celebrating now, and Kavoth is just going to use the princess, who's not very bright, and use this to further his own desires, because he's not exactly, like, based. He's still, like, a scheming, I don't think he's literally a eunuch, but might as well be. I can relate to Kavoth. But he wants to, like, bring his people away from, like, this kind of wealth and greed and the sort of debasements that the Mountain Kings have brought to their people for the last few generations. He wants them to be more religiously devout and such. And of course, he would be the ruler of essentially this theocracy. And we get a little bit with the Mountain Kings where they have, like, a little settlement where they stay, right, when they're in the Four Kingdoms, like, realm, but they're just a little out of it. They're just kind of amused at the whole situation with Scarred. They obviously know that he's no god, but they're unwilling to come out with the information. Scarred ends up fighting and then killing some of these guys later on, and I guess, yeah, that's something where I have another, like, little issue with. It's just, I felt like, I don't know, it was a little disappointing where they play essentially zero role in the story. They get our protagonists into, like, the realm of the Four Kingdoms by chasing them there, right? And then later, Scarred fights and kills a few of them, but that's basically it. They're just sort of, not even really much of background characters. They're just kind of a part of the setting, maybe. I mean, some of them do have names, but that doesn't really matter. They just do exceedingly little. And I was, a little disappointed with that. I don't know what other role I would really want for them. Just maybe somehow more active, or I'm not sure if peace was going to come between the Four Kingdoms, and they don't like that, so they end up, like, stirring shit up, so then they have a more active role in the plot. Maybe something like that. I feel they're a bit too removed from the action, even though they're kind of, it seems like they should be more important than they actually are. Scarred is married to the princess now. Kavoth is sending Krang to murder Scarred and to get the sword from him. And Scarred could be happy here. He could be king of this new realm, and he's married to a princess. Things are great, but he ends up slipping away through a window because he wants to see the world outside this place again, and what of Belgetti? So he can't just abandon his friend, and he has to make an attempt to go find him. Krang tries to kill Scarred, but he can't go through with it, and then there's some machinations going on back at the city where the old king has been killed, seemingly poisoned, and blame is sort of laid at the feet of Scarred, but Kavoth, he can't come out and directly say Scarred did it, but he's implying that that's how it went down. The princess is now the queen, so everything is going his way at the moment. Oh, but during the fight with Krang, Scarred ended up losing his sword and it went over like the cliff, and he went back for it later, but it was no longer there. I did think this reunion was a little easy, so turns out Belgetti is riding one of the flying beasts, and it's not just Belgetti, but it's also Zalata. They are being pursued by one of the enemy factions, the enemy kingdoms. Belgetti was a prisoner there, and then Zalata ended up freeing him. They stole away on one of these beasts, and then they just happened to run into Scarred. That feels a little like coincidences do happen, but it's also like, all right, I don't know, maybe like a little more setup or something for these guys to just run into each other like this at exactly this time. Somewhat easy. I feel it's a little too easy. Oh, and there's also this other priest. This guy rescued Zlata from the river. He's from this secret sect of the priesthood, and they know that Kavoth isn't a good man, and then they also know that there are lands outside of this realm, whereas no one else really believes that there's anything outside of, like, their little world here. So they understand, like, what's going on, or they know that Scarred is no messenger from the gods. He's just a mortal man, but they're giving them some assistance here because they oppose Kavoth Ka. They do battle with Kavoth Ka's acolytes in this little mountain cave, and they end up being trapped in there. Scarred was able to not die to his magic evil sword, and then he's trying to get the evil spirit to awaken and to, give him the strength to get out of this cave-in. He finds it kind of hard to resist its power, but they are able to get out of there. And then, the city, things aren't going super well. The one prince is, like, now declaring war on them because he was supposed to marry the princess and then he got cucked. Even though they weren't married yet, it's still like, that's bad, dude. That's pretty bad. That cave-in, all that fighting that ended up destroying like the secret tunnel that the Mountain Kings used to enter the realm, so now that path is gone. So they have to find a new way to get out of their realm, and they're heading towards this like mystical old place to do so, and this is also where Kavoth Ka is waiting for them. And this place is old, like real old. It's gigantic. There's also some statues here. The proportions of its face and limbs suggested it was not human, at least not human as Scarred understood it. It cast a chilling pall of fear over the place. And I don't think we're saying that the ancients were actually aliens, but I don't know. It's just weird, just the architecture of this place. No buttress or pillar held aloft the vaulted ceiling high above, only a network of spidery black spokes. On the floor of the single gargantuan room sat 2 lines of deep red huts with domes patterned like honeycomb. They filled the space a dozen rows deep. The floor about them was stained a dismal red. The long, thin windows cut in a regular pattern about the temple let beams of lifeless light through, one of which illuminated a mechanism long decayed and unrecognizable. I don't think we're doing the ancients were actually aliens thing. I think they were just like incredibly advanced, and I don't know. It doesn't seem like, I'm not sure. It's interesting, I'm willing to see where it goes, and I guess the guy in the first book is somehow related to these things, I suppose. And Kavoth is also able to summon, like, or bring to life this, like, gigantic metal man. It seems like there's nothing inside. It's not a robot, exactly. It seems to be brought to life by the magic of Kavoth. But this was designed by whoever built this place, and he uses this to fight Scarred and friends, and they have a bit of a battle. They end up not killing it, but making it fall down, but even though it fell incredibly far, they can still hear it moving about and trying to reach them again. For exactly Ancient Aliens territory, they defeat Kavoth. Krang showed up and helped them out at the end, and there's something resembling a ship's wheel, save that it was 6 paces wide, lay flat on a massive square base. Beyond that lay a contraption with dozens of dials and levers, all as rusted and ruined as everything else there. That sounds like Ancient Alien stuff, but I don't know. I don't want it to be Ancient Alien, so I'm hoping it's just very advanced magic. I don't know. I don't think the all old technologies from Aliens thing really bothers me in fantasy. It's just, I don't know. It would probably be fine here, but whatever. They follow this little tunnel out, and it's like a water tunnel, I guess, to put whatever, like something for waste maybe, and it ends up pushing them out, and they are not in the realm of the Four Kingdoms, but they're outside now, and they are free, and we end our book here. There's also a little epilogue where Altaya is with King Volan because he has married the princess, and Volan is wounded. It's been chaos. It's been 5 months of constant warfare since Scarred left. Also, she's pregnant, and she knows that she's definitely pregnant with Scarred's child, so that'll maybe be interesting and could be a follow-up for later books. I would say, yeah, I thought the Mountain Kings would do a little more. I thought they were set up to do more than they actually did. They just had a really small role in the book overall. And then a little disappointed with Zlata and Belgadi just being gone for basically, yeah, like 80-90% of the book. The reveals at the end were cool. Like, I don't know, I thought Kavoth he was good for, like, scheming eunuch priest guy. I like that, thumbs up. Yeah, it was a fun read. I would read more by Eric Wag. I think he's always been like a pretty decent writer. So that's all I really have to say about it. And now we have just one book left. There's I suppose I can't stall any longer. Yeah, all right. We all know it was always going to come to this. Boys, we're on Pierce now. I'll level with you. I like to be honest on this channel. I have pre-gamed a little hard for Pierce by John J. Stancliffe. Bought a bottle of champagne for this review in particular, and I've had, it was supposed to last me the entire review, but I've drunk about 2/3 of it, and I haven't even started. Oh, this is gonna be a rough one, but at least we're together, We're here, we're together, that's what matters. I fucking hated the people. So that's the place I had to go to get the black marble stout, because it's it's not like something you would get at just a normal place to get beer, so I had to go out of my way to get it. But I like champagne, so I went in the champagne section like, "Sir, how can I help you?" And it's just, "What champagne are we having today?" And it's just, fuck off, Like, all right, I'm gonna get a bottle of champagne. Leave me the fuck alone. I don't need a little helper guy person. It's not that they did anything wrong, but still, like, don't crowd me, Jack. Let me buy a bottle of champagne. I bought one that was a little more expensive because they were kind of just watching me. Normally, I would have bought one that was cheaper than that, because the point is to get drunk, It's not about the taste. It's never been about the taste. But they were there and they were watching me. That's probably why they have a person fucking standing there. Oh, okay. I don't want to delay it. Oh, man, I don't want to fucking delay it, because if we can get Pierce done tonight, we did Scarred earlier tonight. It's about 2 a.m. now. I have a few hours before the morning traffic starts, so, we could get Pierce done. We could get Pierce done in 3-4 hours, and then, boom, we just have the outro to worry about, and then the editing, and that can be done over the week. Yeah, we can do it. So we have to do Pierce. We have to. We don't have a choice, right? So, fuck. Oh, fuck, my head hurts. This is Pierce. It's by John J. Stancliffe, author of Fed Book. I believe I gave a outstanding, review to that one. It was a while back. I believe it was a 10 out of 10, like 5 stars out of 5, from what I recall, boys. But yes, I do believe that's correct. This is a novel in 3 parts. The knights of this world dream perilous dreams. The fate of the next world decided in a city on the plain, and atop walls erected against the mountains. A tale of men in their youths, in their primes, and in their deaths. Fathers and sons and uncles and brothers. bombardiers, gamblers, carpenters, marines, thieves, and cops in Pierce. Yes, yes, how exciting. The golden boy of the DR, John J. Stancliffe. Wow. Everyone, can we give a quick standing ovation to John J. Stancliffe? You know what? Let me consult the Magic 8 Ball and see if John J. Stancliffe deserves a standing ovation before we even begin the review. Let's just check. I'm not joking. It got stuck twice, but then the one that pops up is you may rely on it. Yes, John J. Stancliffe, he is worthy of a standing ovation before we even begin. That's good. That's good. That's very good. So this novel, it's 3 parts, but our 2 main thrusts, our 2 main parts are about a father in Iraq, in Fallujah, and his tour of duty over there. I think overall that part is rather strong. I like it. I think Stancliffe, if he wasn't in the military, he might have been. I don't know. But if he wasn't, then he writes it in a way that feels authentic. I think overall that section is very well done. The last section is about the son of that man, and it is good at parts and then very frustrating and angry, and White Pill Media gets violently angry towards the end of that section and the ending in particular, and I think it's atrocious. Now, I know I'm drunk, and I know people maybe think I'm just playing it up for laughs or whatever, but legitimately, I think there's a very dangerous message for young men, in particular young white men, at the end of the novel and the end of that 3rd section. I really I can't say enough against the morality and the actions of our protagonist and what Stancliffe views as good and noble at the end. I think it's horrible advice. It's life-ruining advice for young men, and maybe he doesn't consider it advice, but he considers it noble, right? In a kind of Christian martyr sense. I think it's very bad. And I'm not like just shitting on all Christians. I'm not. But in this like particular case of this kind of Christian morality, it's very bad and it's dangerous. And that'll be at the very end. Did I skip the first section of the book? Okay, the first section of the book is kind of just the genealogy, the ancestry of the family up to the point of the father who is in construction like his father before him, and then he goes off to Iraq. So it's a family epic, right? But it's a rather bitter take on the family. And honestly, if I wanted to make kind of black-pilled doomer content against Christians, I might have just written the 3rd part of this book, but I think Stancliffe views it as a good thing. And I'm not shitting on all Christians, and I'm going to say that again and again and again. There are a lot of Christians that I really like, but it's kind of, the 3rd part is kind of what you would assume like a boomer Christian guy would treat like his grandchildren, and Stancliffe doesn't view it as in a bad way. He views it in a good way, and it's really bizarre. And things like that make me realize that, you know, we really are very different in terms of morality. You know, we're not really singing Kumbaya around the fucking campfire here. He has a very different view of the world, and I think it's a much worse view of the world. But okay, I have maybe waxed on a little bit too much, and oh fuck me, I'm gonna have to, boys. Look, I don't have a choice. This bottle of champagne's almost spent. I'm gonna have to open up another bottle. I'm gonna have to open up a bottle of wine. I don't have a choice here. I gotta get through this, and you have to get through this too with listening to it. You know, your wife's nagging you, come to bed, fuck me, honey. And it's like, shut up, bitch. I'm listening to White Pill Media, and he's bitching about John J. Stancliffe, you know? You can wait, goddammit. I don't suppose there's anything left but to just begin, to just get into John J. Stancliff's Pierce. It's what, like $20 and 317 pages. I will say this isn't an Amazon like print on demand book. I don't know if there's anything special about the pages, but it does feel nice when you flip through them. I feel the pages are a little extra special. The cover's nice. The front is more of a demon, some sort of like lion demon it looks like, and it looks like it's in pain and in fear, and it's being pushed down by these two hands like it's being shoved out of heaven. Above it, we have Pierce in this striking yellow, and then we have a guy that looks like he's doing a Sikh Heil, and then a man on a horse who also looks like he's like sticking his arm out, and then it kind of looks like a boot over there. Because of Fed book, I thought this would be about like a guy who went to Iraq and he was like a veteran and then he died, and then it's about his son being a fuck up and joining some like white nationalist organization. This is not what the novel is about at all. So yeah, I was wrong. I don't know why we have these little figures on the cover. And then the back cover, I feel the back cover is kind of shitty. I don't know. It's a small image of like an open road in Montana, and a lot of the book does take place in Montana, so there's that, but I don't love that. And then, we have the stuff on the back which I read before, and I feel like the back cover's a little weak. The front cover, I think it's rather nice. I think it works well. Oh, fuck me. I am too drunk for this, but we don't have a choice, It's like, you know what I mean? Like, if you round it up, like, no, I won't make that joke. I don't think there's anything left to do but to start at our prologue. And our prologue begins with a James Rudolph Collier, who was a man. He ended up serving in World War II on a bomber, and then he ended up marrying a woman, and they had a son. This son was named Chris Collier. And Chris got into real estate, into selling and flipping houses, but then there was a recession and he ended up being over leveraged, so he had to sell the properties that he had. He was forced to declare bankruptcy, and he also married a Mexican-American woman. They have a bit of, some mixed-raced Americans. Well, at least they're Christian. John J. Stancliff will insist, at least they're Christian. Thank you, Mr. Stancliff. The dad who ended up losing everything by declaring bankruptcy, he ends up working on like construction and building houses, and then working his way up from there, but he gives birth to a son. This son is named James Collier. In a generational epic, we're following James now. We're only on page 8. There's over 300 pages to this book, and we're on page 8. We're with James, who will be the man that goes into Iraq, and he will be the father to Pierce, right? And the novel, of course, is named Pierce. It's after the son. Well, it's after I suppose the entire family, but Pierce is a good half of this generational epic. But right now we're with James. We're in Montana. He plays football. He's dating girls. Gets into construction, some of his insecurities with his dad, and if he's really loved, his younger brother Clint. James is also really into like Middle Eastern history, like I guess kind of Persian or Assyrian. Is that the same thing? I mean, I guess I think Assyrian is older and then Persian comes after it. But he does take an interest in that type of history, but I don't know. It does matter, right? He does go over to Iraq and Fallujah. It does matter, but I don't know if it matters about the Assyrian and Persian thing. Sorry. I did feel the pacing was a bit slow, but I mean, again, it is a generational epic. It's 300 pages, so it is going to be a bit slow. There are some sections later that I feel are a bit Maybe like Moby Dick, you would call it maximalist, so you really get an idea of how things are done in this very niche thing. It's not necessarily niche, but it gives you a very detailed, accurate representation of something that's going on, but it's still not the best thing in the world to read about, especially with like some of these like very meaty paragraphs. But as of now, for the story, I was enjoying myself enough. I wasn't sure really what to expect. I thought it would be about kind of WN shit in the second half, and I was very wrong about that. Which I'm not complaining about. It's kind of what I thought after reading Fed Book. That's kind of how I thought things would go. The dad had to watch his date at prom, who was elected prom queen, dance with the prom king, who he was not the prom king, and he feels this great rage. I don't exactly fault him on that one. I mean, that is shitty. I mean, I guess, yeah, the prom king and queen aren't necessarily the same people, right? You know what I mean? They're not necessarily the same couple. Whitefield Media did not go to prom. I think senior year prom, it was just like 6 to 10 guys or whatever at the twins' house because their parents had a really nice house. So we just got together on prom and just hung out for the night because none of us had dates. I don't know. Maybe that sounds pathetic, but at least we were together. It was something, you know what I mean? The son, James, he ended up because his girlfriend is going off to a really nice college and he's not. He doesn't really have great prospects for his future. So he ends up crashing his truck and totaling it, and then he's riding around on his bike. He gets in a fight with his dad. His dad runs construction, like building houses and things like that. So he ends up getting in a fight with his dad and getting his ass handed to him, but they end up hugging and apologizing to each other, and yeah, it's nice. It's kind of a tender family thing going on at the start of it. We are only 15 pages in, that's kind of incredible. I think Stancliffe has done a good job so far. He will lose me by the end of the book, but at 15 pages in, I'm hooked. I'm hooked. I'm hooked. Oh, and this is only the prologue. Oh my god, I forgot. Because I flipped the page to 16. There's something about this dream. So we have James having a dream here about him killing a lion and being king of the universe, and this is on page 16. We're still in the prologue, boys. Oh my god, this is a 3-part generational epic, and we're just in the prologue, but now we're into part 1. Do you care about roofing? Do you care about being a carpenter? Do you care about the minutia? Minutia, I think I used that word correctly. If you say I didn't, you're Jewish. That's right, boys. Do you want to be a Jew, or do you allow Whitefield Media to just slide on by with using grammar incorrectly? It's your choice. Be Jewish or just let it go. It's your choice. Now we're in chapter 1, the sprint. What are we sprinting towards? I don't know, but we have Collier, and Collier is working as a roofer at this stage of his life. He no longer has the girlfriend from high school. It's been a few years since all of that. He's working on a construction team. The guy who runs it is his friend Luke. Yeah, that's what's going on at the moment. And John J. Stancliffe will give a lot of detail about roofing and carpentry and the construction stuff. And does that sound interesting to you? Do you really want to know like the details and the blow by blow for all of this? Because I didn't. I really didn't need to know all this stuff, but Stancliffe put it in here. So yeah, there's that. I guess you could call it maximalist, like the Fanoik with Moby Dick, but I would also say Moby Dick isn't a very good book, but you could probably counter with Whitefield Media is too low IQ to understand Moby Dick. Now I would just nod and accept your judgment because you're probably right. But anyways, That's what Collier is doing at the moment. He's just working construction with friends. And let's keep going. Let's keep going. Shall we, boys? Yeah, let's do it. Oh man. Oh man, the champagne is gone. Gonna have to open up another bottle. I don't really have a choice because I can't do pure sober. I can't. Boys, I sincerely can't fucking do it. I can't. So I'm gonna have to. I have to go get another bottle. John J. Stancliffe, he's forcing my hand. Fuck me. We're not even 20 pages in, and I'm really gonna get blitzed on this. I don't have a choice. I did get another bottle of wine open. Unfortunately, it's not very sweet. I don't think I looked too closely before I opened it, but it doesn't taste terrible, but it's not very sweet, and I guess that's what I like for wine. So, who are our crew that do construction? We have Luke, Collier, Old Bob, and Steven. Luke was 2 years Collier's senior at 22. They had played football together for 2 years, and then Luke had worked for Collier's dad for 4 years until he felt comfortable enough to go on his own. Old Bob is an old guy that's kind of basically just kind of a boomer, set in his ways. He thinks he knows everything better than the young guys. Steven is Collier's roommate at the time, but Collier is frankly kind of an asshole to Steven, and Steven is kind of underachieving, not probably the brightest guy, but yeah, Collier's still kind of an asshole to him. So that's our crew of the construction guys. And Luke is preparing for his wedding, which is upcoming, and then just a lot of this section is, sorry, I am just kind of skimming over it, but it is just them putting together like construction for new buildings, and it's not interesting. I feel like I kind of learned something about carpentry and roofing, but it's also stuff I didn't really care about learning. So, yeah, it's there, but it's not the most compelling stuff for a novel. You understand what I'm saying, don't you? Yes, okay. There's not a whole hell of a lot going on except Luke asks Collier to bring a date to his wedding. Collier says that he'll try, and if he can't bring a +1, then there's a +1 waiting for him, which is a sister, which is 6 years older than Collier. Next thing that happens is that there's a party. Steven, who is Collier's roommate, invites Steven to it. They're not like on the list, and they don't bring any beer or girls with them, so they get rejected at the door. Steven decides that he's going to sneak in, and Collier says, fuck it, and he's going to go home. But he ends up finding this girl that's just walking out in the rain, and he gives her a ride. Her name is Eva, and she was too young to get into the party, and apparently her older sister told the people there that she shouldn't be there. She wasn't of drinking age, so she got sent away. So he ends up giving this girl, Eva, a ride home, and then proposes, not in marriage, but he proposes to her that she be his +1 at the upcoming wedding with Luke. So that's what's going on there, and now he has a +1. Hooray. Fuck me, I am sorry. I am kind of out of it. I am swaying a bit. I am rocking back and forth in my chair. This is not good. I really need to stop the drinking. Okay. I'm going to bottle the wine that I just opened, and I'm going to put that in the fridge, and we're going to be drinking some water because we need to get through Pierce, and we need to do it somewhat sober just to put Stancliffe in his place, and then he can't claim that, oh, the only negative reviews that came to me were from a drunk guy. We can't let him do that. We can't let Dave Martella get away with his AI grift, and we can't let Stancliffe get away with this through some technicality through the reviewer being drunk. So That's gonna be the hardest thing I'm gonna do tonight is sober up, but I'm willing to do it to put Stancliffe down. That's how you know how much I hate this book. Oh, fuck me. I don't want to get sober. I don't. We don't have a choice, do we, boys? No, we don't have a choice. Stancliffe is making us get sober. What a scumbag. What a piece of shit making us get sober like this. That ain't right. Oh, my head hurts. My head hurts. Boys, through the power of editing, it will seem like no time at all has passed, but for me, basically the last like 12, 15 minutes, I got up from my computer and I went to the kitchen to put away that bottle of wine. So we're not going to finish that second bottle. You know, we had one bottle of champagne and a little bit of a bottle of wine. It wasn't even a very good bottle of red, but anyways, on the way back from the kitchen, I ended up going to my knees and hugging my footrest for an indeterminate amount of minutes, but I'm okay now. I did stumble a little bit, but I'm back at my computer. No more drinking, no more. We'll finish what we have, which is what's left in the goblet, and we will finish reviewing Pierce. So okay. Boys, I've determined at about 3:30 a.m. Monday morning that I am a bit too drunk to continue with Pierce. I am embarrassed and ashamed, but that's how things have gone. I cannot continue to review this book tonight, and tomorrow the goal will be to finish it. So I don't have anyone to blame here but myself, and my apologies. But we will continue the review tomorrow. I am too out of it, and I cannot continue. So, yes, drinking an entire bottle of champagne and then some was a mistake. So, we're gonna have to call it a night. My apologies. We are back. We are talking about Pierce still. So, White Pill maybe had a little too much to drink last night. We only made it a little over 30 pages into Pierce before I had to go lie down. Woke up with a bit of a headache this morning, and yeah, wasn't feeling the best, but we need to wrap up Pierce tonight. And good news is Arbogast's book did show up, and I've already read one of the novellas in it, so I just have to read the second one, and that's not even 100 pages. So it looks like we will have 7 titles to review, and yeah, I'm gonna read that either tomorrow or the day after, and I'll be recording the outro, so we're still on pace. Things are looking decent. So, okay. But now we do have to get back to Pierce. I do apologize about, the start of the review of Pierce. That's probably not going to be the best to listen to, but hey, we're keeping it in. Let's move on, though. There's some more work at the job site with the guys. Collier is a dick to Steven, and he just kind of puts him down a lot. I don't know, I guess that's just kind of his nature, where he is kind of petty and jealous and tends to put people down like that. But they have the bachelor party that night, and it's a decent scene. They don't go to a strip club or something like that, but they go out in the woods. There's a lot of guys, big campfire, a lot of drinking, some stupid dangerous shit with felling trees and that, but it's it's a good time. I would say it's like wholesome, it's endearing. Collier and Steven did get into a fight together at the bachelor party, and it seemingly got patched up. We never hear about Steven. We get one more little thing with Steven, and then he's just gone. A lot of characters from this generation, I guess this isn't Generation 1, this is Generation 2 or 3. But a lot of the Gen 2 guys do stick around for the third, but Steven's not one of them. And I just felt he kind of would have. I mean, Luke does, the one who's getting married, and then Clint Collier's younger brother, he's there too, but not Steven. We get a little bit more of Collier's insecurity. The morning after the bachelor party, Luke is already up and he is picking up the campsite and throwing things in the trash bags. The other guys aren't really helping. Collier decides to help, and I guess he's crying here. Luke left things to nobody, took it all upon himself. He was the right man to run their company. If ever Collier took responsibility, he looked up out of the corners of his eyes afterward to see if anyone noticed. Luke didn't do that. Collier's dad didn't do that. Collier did it. And with shame, he got out of his bag, the second one awake, and began to help. And so it was Luke who was to be married that day. He cries here, and just the realization that he wouldn't be the one to run a company he can't exactly follow in his father's footsteps. It's not that his path is necessarily a worse one, but yeah, I don't know. There's some insecurity there about a son that can't be exactly, I guess. Well, I don't know. I don't even feel the dad is really like harboring. I don't know if the dad really wanted to push it for his son to follow him exactly, but maybe there was some expectation and he just knows he doesn't quite have it. They're at the wedding. He hung out with Eva a little bit before they get there, and then we have the sister Luke told him about looking to Collier at this point like a giant insect compared to Eva, stood off to the side by the door. She had a big nose and wore a tasteless dress revealing far too much cleavage and shoulder. Sounds tasteful to White Pill Media, but hey, what do I know? Steven sat at the far end of a pew by himself, looking somewhat foreign without his hat, his greased hair standing on end. I felt that was somewhat cruel, where you've, apparently made up with Steven the night before after getting into a fight, and I don't know, Steven's sitting by himself in the church. He doesn't really know anyone here, apparently, and Collier doesn't invite him over. Kind of a jackass thing to do. I suppose that's a Collier thing to do, but so be it. There's some more anger and jealousy of Collier, where his parents have arrived. They're sitting with Clint, and he thinks to himself that his dad doesn't really care that is if or when his eldest son had arrived at the church, and he feels all this anger rumbling in his chest. I think that's well done. I'll give points for that. Just the insecurity, the anger, the jealousy. I think that's all great for Collier. During their reception, he does get to speak with his dad, and things are smooth with them. All of his kind of neurotic thinking was for nothing, because his dad doesn't offer an apology or forgiveness because there's nothing to forgive between them. They haven't spoken, I think, since he moved out. And then he also offers their crew some subcontracting on a project, which would be big money for their group. He still feels this strange disconnection, this melancholy that he doesn't quite belong, or that he has ties to this place and he doesn't exactly know where to place it, what to do with it. Here he is at this wedding. He's got a job. They're going to make some good money with this new subcontracting. He has this really beautiful girl that is seemingly into him, but he doesn't quite feel correct. More jealousy of seeing Eva have a good time on the dance floor without him, so he goes to dance with her over it. I could relate to some of Collier's feelings. That's probably not a great thing, but his headspace is done well. After the reception and all, and oh, by the way, Luke was one of the guys who was putting away chairs while the guests were just leaving, because he's that type of guy, and that's a good thing. Collier is then with Eva. They go to this creek, and they're just there. They're enjoying the water. They're looking up at the stars. They're not saying a whole lot. They don't do anything, and then he drives her home. And then he cries on the drive home. Okay, like the headspace I can kind of get with Collier, but not really the emotions like this, the crying. I don't know, that's strange. The boys are at work again, and there's a fight between Old Bob and the younger guys, so to shut Old Bob up, they're going to do a race with Collier using a nail gun and Old Bob using just manual tools like a hammer, so Collier starts on one end, Old Bob and Steven are on the other end, and of course, Collier wins, but he can't say anything. He's not rubbing it in Old Bob's face. And we really get into the details on 79. Then he returned to the far side, cut his stair-step pattern out of 6 shingles, one full piece, followed by a piece roughly 6 inches shorter, then another 6 inches shorter than that, until he had 5 pieces of descending length, ending with a single piece 6 inches long. Then he began in earnest. This isn't really like all of it. There's so much more about just roofing and cutting boards and shingles and all that stuff. And frankly, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. It's not interesting. I don't give a shit. Maybe it paints a more vivid picture of what these guys are doing. I also don't care, you know, boy, oh boy, I really did not care for that stuff, and there's a hell of a lot more of it. I guess some of the, like, army stuff, I felt like, well, I guess he's technically in the Marine Corps. I felt that stuff was a little more interesting, probably because they're killing people, and they're not just, like, doing roofing, but yeah, there's a lot of roofing stuff in here. And then we are in part 2. We have Collier in Iraq, and he just couldn't quite feel at home, so we're in Iraq now. I believe the year is 2003, maybe. He is with the Marine Corps. They are in Fallujah. I don't know a whole lot about the wars back then, but yeah, I believe it's 2003, and we'll have some dates later on. There's a few guys in his crew. We have Collier, we have Park, who's a Korean, we have Wilburn, who's a white guy that is very concerned about his cock being blown off by an IED or something else. There's Johnson, guy with a big mustache. We have Gomez, who's an officer. We have Lieutenant German, an officer, and they are right now with some Iraqis, and apparently these guys were supposed to like assist them in taking out some terrorists, but they don't really trust these fucking guys, so they're taking their arsenal, bringing it back to their base and blowing it up, and then these guys might be issued weapons sometime in the future, but there's been some blue on blue or blue on green shootings where we have quotes like Iraqi allies, unquote, but they end up shooting the Marines in the back. And Collier reflects a little bit on leaving Eva behind. She and him have gotten married, and they don't have any kids yet, but yeah, they got married, and now he's deployed in Iraq. While he is in the Marine Corps, Luke, the one who is married, he has joined the Army. They don't connect at this stage, but those are our tethers to his past life. Wilburn doesn't know what a Sunni is, so we have this on 92 from Gomez. There are 2 types of Muslims in Iraq, Sunni and Shia. Mostly Shia, but Al-Qaeda is mostly Sunni. So was Saddam's government, sort of. There's some big differences between the two. Sunnis will gladly strap a vest to their chest and blow themselves up if they think they have a 1 in a million chance of blowing your cock off. Shiites will shake your hand, cooperate, and then blow your cock off later. Also, they hate each other. That's all you need to know. Wilburn. I was pretty satisfied with this. I don't know too much about, these 2 beautiful branches of Islam. And yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Collier is calling Eva here on 96. He realizes that he hasn't spoken to her since he's left, and that has been a month ago. Eva has joined some Christian prayer thing on base and has gone to these women for support because apparently she and Collier are having trouble conceiving a child. Collier's not happy that these women know their business, but that's how it is. And he asked his wife to pray for him. I did write on page 101 that I was honestly a little bored 100 pages in, but things do get more exciting. We do get there. We are in Iraq. There is going to be shooting. There's, explosions and shit. It's going to be cool, but we're 100 pages in, and we've done roofing stuff. We've had, some high school woes, and then we had a little wedding we went to, a bachelor party, and we are taking our time. But, it's going to kick off soon. It's just, oh, man. It does feel in depth, like you do feel like you can really see these guys, so that's not done badly, but I feel there's probably too much detail. You know what I mean? Like we do I think we could like see these guys without really getting into the weeds and then just writing like literally everything out about them. I feel like we could get there with a little less and then the pacing would be a little quicker, a little, yeah, whatever. He reflects on going to LA with Eva once for their first anniversary. They went to Disneyland. He had never seen so many fat people and Mexicans in one place before, and it had been so hot too. Several times, he and Eva stood in line for $3 waters because he hadn't had the presence of mind to bring water bottles. What the fuck is the price of water at Disneyland in LA now? Oh my god. Is it possible to look that up? Give me a few minutes, boys. I'm gonna try. No idea if this is accurate, but apparently it's maybe $4.50 or even upwards in like the $6-7 range, depending on the brand. Could be true, could not be true. This is Trump's America. I want some fat people and Mexicans. I want $7 water bottles. What the fuck, Mr. President? He says this on 103, so Fallujah itself appeared to spew sulfur and bile before they even entered. That seemed right. Collier was going to hell, but beforehand he had to go through limbo, where he assumed the principal affliction was boredom. I thought, it's like, oh, is that for us? Is this gonna tie back into our cover and the weird, like, demon thing being shoved down, I guess being kept in hell? I don't know if I guess I have my own theories for the whole. It's a good cover. I kind of have an idea of how it relates and what it's meant to represent, but I guess we'll get into that at the end. Some little stuff with the guys that I thought was good. They're playing Never Have I Ever. Wilburn is doing it. Wilburn targeted Gomez, saying such things as, never have I ever been to a quinceañera, and never have I ever eaten a taco for breakfast. He thinks about Luke again, and how he went to a recruiting station 6 months after Luke did. He's always following behind Luke. Without Luke, he underbid a framing job by half, almost didn't make rent, and only did because he fired Steven halfway into it, hurt the relationship, finished it by himself. And almost 2 years have passed since that happened. That is it with Steven. Yeah, we never hear about Steven again. I don't know, that's kind of a shame. He shares a foxhole with Wilburn that night. They share like sleeping quarters several times, and there's always a fight over the blanket, and Wilburn usually ends up taking it all himself. We have a dream here. I don't know if I'm gonna get into all the dreams, but yeah, like this. He sees this giant in his dream, and I guess the giant is God, maybe. I don't know. I didn't really care for the Dreams of Fed book, and similar here, I don't really care. But the big operation that's going down is they are going to enter the city from one side, Fallujah, right? And this is to make the terrorists think that the attack is going to come from this side, when in reality, the big force that's going to push in is going to enter from the other side of the city. So it's a diversion thing to confuse them. And I guess this is accurate. It's kind of interesting where the U.S. Army dropped pamphlets and all that into the city. So we let people know for a few months beforehand that, hey, we're going to attack the city. Hey, we're attacking the city. So most of the people were gone at this point, and it still seems like there were civilians in there. Maybe they had nowhere else to go, right? But also a lot of terrorists are there, and not sure how many there would have been. Maybe it was just kind of a weapons of mass destruction thing. But yeah, they talk about like foreign Muslims coming in to fight the Americans, like Chechnya and I guess Pakistan and other places like that. There's probably some truth to that, but I don't know how much there is really. So the first thing that they do is they rush in, they're in an apartment complex, and they don't clear it like from the bottom up. They rush to the top, right? And then once they've secured the roof, then they work their way back down. I I guess that makes sense so that you don't have guys bolting up to the roof, and then maybe that's more of a shit show to handle them that way, and then that way you have like the ground covered and also there's no roof escape. Yeah, okay, I see it. Collier is looking out and he sees this great highway, and we have thousands of vehicles as far as the horizon allows him to see, and it's an impressive sight. It also seems kind of insane to like pile up all your vehicles like that, and I suppose we're fighting an enemy here that doesn't have the technology or capability of like pouncing on that. If we were fighting more of a world power and we had like that many troops amassed in one place like that, they would just go like bomb, 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 strike, and then whoosh, take them all out in a second. But these guys, they have like rifles. I guess they have AKs, RPGs, some bombs, but nothing that could really threaten that, I suppose. And what they're mainly doing is they're clearing apartments, they're clearing buildings, and I'm going to get into more detail about it because I do think that's where some of the better writing is. But there's some like sporadic fighting, but it just seems like hell to be in these guys' positions where you have to breach a little apartment and you don't know what the fuck's inside, and there could be a guy with an AK that's ready and waiting to shoot you. Or it could be some scared civilians and they didn't have anywhere else to go. And just seems like you're always going to be like constantly tense. And also just with the lines between civilians and combatants being blurred, also can't quite relax around these people. You know what I mean? Like even the civilians. Because I think maybe some of them don't like Al-Qaeda. I would basically guarantee none of them really like the Americans either. And yeah. It's not like World War II when you went through France and all the French civilians were really happy to see you. And also, I mean, just to say it, I mean, they were white, so there was something shared there between them and the Americans. And then also like in Italy, and you know what I mean? You're liberating a foreign people that don't really understand you or like you, and it's not quite the same as if you would be like liberating some European country or just some, like white country that you're in. You do miss out on that, And I don't know, maybe some of the Iraqis were happy that we were here and establishing some form of order, but probably not the majority of them, I would think, but I could be wrong on that. So it is slow here when we're going through the apartments, but I think that is good. It is building up a lot of tension with the little breaches, and then, fuck, we can't take this door down. It's too strong. We've been trying to kick it, so go get a sledgehammer. Wait, let's kick it a few more times. Okay, we're in, and then you got an old guy who I guess has dementia or something. He smells very bad. Seems like he shit himself, and they have to deal with that, and then they have to bring this little old guy downstairs as they clear more rooms, and some of the rooms are just empty, but it's always tension because you don't know what's behind door number 1. They set up a base in the place that they just took over, and then I thought this was pretty cool on 129. Collier is on the roof with the Lieutenant German. Keep an eye on the railroad berm east of the overpass, he said. Collier did as he was told, watched the railroad, then noticed that the assembled LAR battalions, mechanized battalions, and the assembled infantry of 3-1 had all backed off, maybe half a kilometer from the berm. Then 4 flashes of gray streaked across the sky from behind him, east to west. Silhouettes were FA-18s, maybe 2,000 feet high, Super Hornets. He knew those by sight. The scream of their afterburners followed half a second later. Colossal eruptions of dust and debris from the tracks, 2 spouts of dust and flame, 100 feet high, just under a click between the apartment and the railroad. Collier saw it all very well. Collier heard German laugh loudly for a split second before the concussive thunderclap of the first 2 bombs raced to their ears and drowned out everything else in a wall of sound and force. That's good. I mean, I like this. This is good. This is where going into maybe like too much detail, I think, is done well. I get it. Maybe you're trying to highlight the carpentry and the roofing thing because it's important to you, but also at the same time, it's cutting some boards. We're walking the wall. We're hammering in the shingles with the nail gun. I don't care, you know? Yeah, but this is cool. This is explosions. People like this. And everyone else is taking cover while this was going on, but they've stayed on the roof. And then they have this big chunk of steel land on the roof next to them. And, sir, I think we should get off the roof, Collier said. German nodded. I think you're right. Good, cool. I like that. I like basically I would say the vast majority of the Iraq stuff, the Fallujah stuff. I think the pacing's good. There's this good tension, the information that, we're getting a lot of information, but I feel it's good information. It's interesting information. We like it. They get this big speech about how it is the most difficult thing in the world, this task before us, to deal death aggressively, violently, to act savagely, but to realize in the same way we do this to defend peace. To rid the world of illicit savagery, there is a contradiction there. We have to be above it. I will not litigate the causes of this conflict. All you need to really know is that in the interest of humanity, we must rid the city of a certain kind of scourge. People are a bit anxious. Everyone's kind of nervous because they are going to push hard into the city that night to clear buildings. I guess it makes sense because they have that, I forget what they call it, but the night vision stuff where you see everything in green. I assume that costs thousands of dollars per soldier that's equipped with that, and the terrorists can't afford that type of equipment, so that gives you an advantage during night. But I don't know. I guess it makes sense during the day. They would be maybe a bit more aggressive or more willing to counter you. And then also if you're attacking them at night when they're trying to rest, then I guess that'll throw them off as well. It also seems maybe more dangerous for your side to also do nighttime attacks. I don't know. What the fuck does White Pill Media know about this, So whatever, let's keep going. This is good with Wilburn on 134. Wilburn instantly spoke up. Sergeants are Arab circumcised. Gomez just stared at Wilburn, said nothing for a long time. Collier scratched his head and looked at Wilburn out of the corner of his eye. Wilburn's lazy eye looking back at him, corners of his mouth twitching. You need to stop thinking about penis, Gomez said. I'm serious. It's hard, sir, said Wilburn. Gomez couldn't hold his smile back, took a pen from a pocket on his fatigues and hurled it at Wilburn. You better have all your shit. They're going in these really large vehicles in the attack on the city tonight. As they are moving in, there's a lot of thumps on the vehicle, hornets blazing from unknown space like some superhuman attacking the outside of the vehicle with a ball-peen hammer, but faster than seemed possible from the force of those thumps. Someone across from him vomits on the floor. Turrets that's above them, that fires up, and then it's going off incredibly loud, and it's shooting at wherever the shots are coming from. Collier finds himself whistling when the Saints go marching in. It's good, right? I'm not saying that the book has no good qualities. Certainly, much of it I did like, but when the ending is what the ending is, that affects the entire thing, and we have a while before we'll get there, but boy. They're fighting at an intersection. We have Collier and Wilburn. They have to race across and try to find cover as they're being shot at. There's a guy that almost gets them, but then Johnson covers them and takes the guy out. Then they're breaching the building where they believe the shots are coming from, I think. They entered this building, and Wilburn and Collier went one way, and they had Johnson and Park go the other way, but then they find this secret room, and they know there's some people up there, up this small, shitty little staircase. And since they separated their team, they're not willing to breach it, so they have to call in backup. One of the new guys, Potter, who is apparently kind of a psycho, he takes some grenades, lobs them up there, and then he clears the room. There were 2 insurgents up there. And they clear some more buildings. Wilburn has taken the blanket once more, and Collier wakes up, and I guess this is something that the army did. It sounds like something that they would do where they have loudspeakers, and they're playing sounds like animals being tortured to death. I guess to psychologically fuck with the Iraqis, but somehow magically this wouldn't have any effect on their own Marines, and Collier questions that, so I don't know. I really don't get kind of the logic behind it. Maybe if there was an area where there was just bad guys, okay, I get it, but your own guys are right fucking there too. Oh, I did have to point this out on the bottom of 149, 150. As if in agreement, a 20 millimeter cannon from an unseen Bradley started up. Goon, 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 goon. All they could see were rows and rows of buildings, which all looked somewhat similar. Little shops of horrors, ugly things. So this is an interesting choice of onomatopoeia. The goon tank, okay. Stancliffe, okay. The gooning tank, all right. That's what we're going with. What does a Bradley actually sound like? I watched 20 seconds of video with a Bradley firing, and it does not sound like goon, 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 goon. It's more of a thump sound, but I digress. Oh, and I forgot to mention this. So with the little apartment that they cleared with the grenades, one of the guys didn't get killed by the fragmentation blast by the grenades, but I guess grenades create a lot of pressure right when they go off, and this is what killed one of the Iraqis. But he's thinking about that on 153. Gomez chimed in too, something inane, something to separate himself from his men, and Collier didn't even register it. His mind was blank, but for the image of the man he'd seen upstairs dead the day before. With the black, blood-swollen eyes, it was the first time he wanted more than anything else that this job was done. He wanted to go home now. He had seen enough. He was a man now. What threshold remained to be crossed? Kill, become more than a man or less? So we're kind of just hinting, all right, where's the descent? When does he really descend? Does he start to kind of lose it over here? Is he going to do something really horrific that'll push him more towards hell? Yeah, I like that. We have more of a direction. He's no longer aimless, It's not Crimson Veil where we're at the end of the fucking book when our character decides, yeah, maybe I do care. It feels real. It feels honest. It feels good, right? There probably were some guys that kind of vaguely maybe wanted to fight for their country. They were pissed off about 9/11. They weren't sure what they were getting into. And then I really want to fucking go home. I want to go home. I want to be with my family. It's a welcome break from your Warhawk Republicans and droning on and on about the glory of warfare and etc. when they'll never serve. But it seems like most of the veterans, a lot of the fucking veterans say that, no, war's pretty bad. I'm glad I'm home now. Collier is on watch a little bit later. There's a small dog with a human hand in its mouth. He says, God, please help me, he said. He shivered. So that's kind of where he is. I don't really love this next section because nothing really comes of it. There's a strange guy that shows up. He's not in a traditional military outfit, but he's clearly an American. It's basically said that he's a glowy that's here doing CIA spook shit. Maybe this is just something like a old wives' tale about guys who went over there and they would see glowies or special agents doing black ops shit. But this never gets brought up again. It doesn't do anything. It's just sort of a weird thing, and I felt like it's not a huge scene, but it is 3 pages, and I don't know. It's 3 pages for thing that is just kind of weird, and I don't think it really does anything, and I don't know. I don't really see the point of its inclusion, but that's that. The animal torture music stops being played during the night for the Marine Corps hymn to be repeated over and over outside, and then when he wakes up the next day, he realizes that it's the Marine Corps' birthday. So there's a assembly of the Marines and their leader, Claymore. He gives them a speech about the history of the Corps, where they've been, and duly honored sacrifice, a phrase which made Collier's heart stop. He felt pride, especially listening to Claymore, that mountainous, chisel-jawed officer of officers, read those grand statements, and he knew it was indeed special to stand there with those men. They're clearing some more buildings that day. They stop in one of them to eat lunch, and then they stop eating when they discover some crimson stains on the floor. Then they find a secret compartment underground, and there's a little torture chamber down there. We have two emaciated figures huddled together in the corner of the room behind bars, which have been welded to plates attached with threaded rods to the floor and ceiling. And in another cell, there's a guy who was tied up and shot in the back of the head. Things are simply progressing along with the team. Collier almost gets shot. It's a pretty close call. But then we have this on 168. Park jumped out of the way and fell to the ground. Johnson tried to turn the fire back, but his leg crumpled beneath him. He cried out, fired once, then several more bullets from the machine gun inside the house tore through his arm and his chest rig, and then into his torso as he fell. And then Collier didn't see any more because he was firing at the hole in the wall, and then Wilburn and Park were firing at the door, at the concrete, at one dusty barred window above the hole in the wall. Quick, it's intense, it's good. This engagement goes nearly as badly as it can go for their little team. Johnson is ripped apart here. Park does survive, but he is wounded, and he doesn't serve with them again. I think he gets medically discharged. They see him later, I believe. And Collier, he does the best he can, but he's not the leading man here. It's actually Wilburn who steps up, and he ends up saving not only Collier, but Park and any other Marines. So it's a pretty intense firefight. It goes on for a few pages, and I like it a lot. I think this is, excellent. And there was another Marine, not with them, but with Gomez. There was a guy named Blind. I think he interacted with Collier maybe once or twice. They knew each other, and there was a grenade, and he pushed Gomez out of the way, and he got killed by it. They're talking with Gomez, and then this on 176. At some point, a sergeant major entered the room. They struggled to their feet. He waved a hand. Then he reached his hand into a bulging pocket. "That's all right, gentlemen," he said. He held up could it be? It was a Coors Light, a silver bullet. He pulled 4 from his pockets, tossed 1 to each of them, and 1 extra for whoever wants it. This one he set on the floor. "Happy birthday, Marines, Semper Fi." They have a colonel come by, and Wilburn is going to be recommended for the Navy Cross. And it's a very solemn scene because Collier knows that because for Collier, no one on the fire team walked away unscathed. Wilburn, this kind of joking, carefree kid, too young to drink, he has been transformed forever. Collier isn't the same man either, and I wouldn't say they really gained anything here. Something has truly been lost from all of them. They are back in the States after this. Collier is still in the Marines, but they're back at a base. Eva is pregnant now. She's a few months in. He has also been promoted to corporal, and he has a new fire team. They're not like Johnson, Wilburn, or Park. And he wondered if Park was in attendance somewhere among the civilians in the bleachers. So I guess he has been discharged, and he survived, but he's done with the Marine. There's a service here for Wilburn. He did not survive. He was killed in action a bit after that incident, but he was awarded the Navy Cross in death. We have there's a ceremony, there's a reception later on, and we have this young woman introduce herself to Collier. Her name is Tasha, and she is the sister of Wilburn. She came because she wants to know more about her brother, what was it like over there, that type of thing. So later, he goes out with Gomez and the guys to a bar. They have PT the next day, but they still want to drink and talk about Wilburn. But at the bar, there was an unwelcome visitor. It was Wilburn's adopted sister again, Tasha. "Hi, James," she said. "I wrote in the margins, I'm not liking where this is going." She offers to buy him a drink, and she wants to know the specifics because no one will really say anything to them about Wilburn or how he died or anything. Collier blames himself because he gave what he thinks were bad orders, and Wilburn opened a door and he got gunned down, and he blames himself for his death. Collier is a bit drunk, and he doesn't leave the bar with the other guys like Gomez, or I think maybe Potter's here. No, he leaves with Tasha, and they have a taxi, and Tasha asks if he wanted to go home, and Collier says no. Oh, boys. I wish we had a different story to read now, but we don't. He and Tasha end up spending the night together in a hotel room, and then the next day he has Gomez pick him up to take him to base so they can do training or whatever, and he's crying to Gomez and says he wants to kill himself, and Gomez, smacks it out of him here. This is on 185. She's pregnant, said Collier, after the base gates came into view down the road and Collier started to remove his ID from his wallet. The gate guard let them through, saluting Gomez, and then Gomez said, "Who, your wife or Wilburn's hot sister?" Collier shot him a look. "My wife." White Pill Media did underline that, and I really hoped that it wasn't going to be the case, because I don't think I mentioned with Wilburn's sister. Wilburn's sister is like Mexican and then some sort of, or maybe she's American Indian and then some kind of Oceanic Asian. She is distinctly not white, and Collier is in fact a white man from Montana. White Pill Media was shaking and screaming and shitting and coming and burping all at the same time, dreading what I knew what was coming, what I knew it was going to be, but let's keep reading, okay? We are back in Fallujah. Collier is still, they're clearing houses. He has a new fire team with him. This is on 187. It only goes into 188. He saw a shape move beneath the tamarisk tree and then a flash. Yeah, he's dead. So Collier, we don't know how much time has passed. I don't think it says. Yeah, I don't think we know exactly how much time has passed between him sleeping with Tasha and then him back in Fallujah and then he dies, because we have part 3 coming up next. Okay, he returned to Fallujah with his wife, Eva, being pregnant a few months along, right? Now, skipping ahead a little bit, just to fill you boys in, at the time of Collier's death, the baby is born, the baby who will be known as Pierce, the title of our book. He is like a few months born, I want to say. We'll find it. I probably have it underlined, whether Collier even saw his infant son. But that's not the only thing. There is, another little bundle of not joy, but I'm ahead of myself. So now we're in part 3, and I knew I wasn't going to like where this was going, especially just because... Look, I know people media, extremist, crazy, psycho, racist, all true. But I think I am a lot more fair in my morality than Stancliffe. I think Stancliffe has a pretty warped view of things, and I don't know. There's just... I keep saying we'll get to the ending, but we'll get to the ending. Page 190, we open up with Pierce. So Pierce, he is 19 years old. He is in a stolen car, and he thinks that he'll call his mother at some point. He just doesn't know when. He plays soccer. We don't know who his father is. The father will be Collier. And how much time has passed? 19 years. He has grown up in a single mother household, and when he was still in school, his mother held 2 jobs, and he mostly saw her just before bed. Seems like he has some severe anger issues because his mother slapped him once when he talked about suicide, and he said if he hadn't deserved it, the switch might have flipped again. He's had some trouble at school with the law, getting in fights. Nothing, it seems to be extremely serious, but a couple incidents, kind of has some issues with authority, I guess you could say. And his mother has never mentioned the father, never mentioned him once, he says on 191. And then I wrote in the margins, well, the dad probably isn't Collier then. I mean, Collier and Eva, they seemed pretty happy. And to not mention him at all, that seems strange. We'll get there. So we then jump back in time about 6 hours, and he has come home from work, and mom, okay. So there will be some things with the mom I want to get into later, but the mom is currently going to nighttime nursing school. Keep in mind that Collier died 19 years ago, and the mother has been raising Pierce by herself all this time for 19 years. And just now, 19 years later, she is going to nighttime nursing school. Okay, just keep that information squirreled away. When he went home, he was looking for his weed because his mother hides it from him sometime, and it's this little passive-aggressive thing they do. He ended up looking in the trash, and he found the weed there, and he also found this postcard in there. And the postcard, which was ripped in half, is about a Christopher John Collier, a celebration of life. It was addressed to his mother, Eva Larson. The man had a white beard and white tufts of hair sticking out from under a sweat-stained baseball cap that read, "Embolden, Builder Supply." It's the grandpa, it's the father of Collier, who would be the grandfather of Pierce. And then he's standing next to the grandmother, and next to them stood a teenager who didn't really look like either of them. He smiled awkwardly, wearing a graduation cap, light brown skin, taller than both, Asiatic almost, long dark hair, lean, athletic. My head was swarming a bit at this point, and then I understood that, okay, so Tasha and Collier, their one-night stand where they drunkenly had sex, produced an offspring, and this is the offspring here. And the parents, I guess, decided to raise the kid. Pierce gets into it a little bit. He has had no contact with his grandparents or anyone on his dad's side of the family. None at all. While the grandparents have been raising this, now you can think my language is harsh or whatever, but I'm just speaking the truth, this half-breed bastard child. And where Pierce should be, to inherit his family's legacy, it has been given away to a non-white, essentially cuckoo, right? The cuckoo bird will go into a nest, toss out other birds' eggs and kill them, and then force these birds to raise their own offspring. That's essentially what's happened here. Now, if I wanted to do a parody of Christians and Christian morality, I might write something like this. But for John J. Stancliffe, this is a good thing. Now, we'll get into it a bit more, right? There's a lot more to get into with this situation. This kid is the son of Collier, and I don't think this is a good situation, but even as cruel and sadistic as I am, I do think this child was entitled to something because he wouldn't have been brought into this world if not for the actions of the father. There's some responsibility there, right? We can argue about that all day if he deserves anything, but I think he gets something, right? But not what he is given, and not what he is given at the expense of Pierce, which is everything. This makes him just lose it, and he grabs a photograph off the wall of his mother holding him when he's a toddler, and he smashes it, and then he leaves the little postcard about the funeral service out on the counter for his mother to find, and then he decides to leave that night, and he's going to go to his grandpa's funeral, the grandpa that he's never met. We cut back to him in the stolen truck, and we are at a gas station here. It's about 1 a.m., so he's at the gas station. He has $70 to his name. He buys an energy drink, and then he uses the rest of the money to put diesel into the truck. Pierce nodded again and exited the store. $70 didn't even top off the tank. Thank you, Mr. Trump. Sorry. Then we cut back in time to after he has left his mother's apartment and he has gone to this indoor soccer arena. It's about 7:30 at night. Now how I liked a lot of the detail for like Fallujah and the military stuff, and that was kind of cool and interesting, and I didn't really like all the extra detail about the roofing and carpentry. Well, boys, we have a hell of a lot of detail, and we're really into the weeds here for playing soccer indoors with a lot of Mexicans, and gosh, I really don't give a fuck. But this goes on for quite some time. He watches them play, and then he plays a bit. And then when they are getting close to being done for the night, there's like one match left. He goes through like a guy's duffel bag to look for keys, and that's how he gets the truck keys. To give you an example of what I was reading and what I went through, for your sake, this is on 200. Here comes an older fat Mexican, about 5'6". A younger player presses him aggressively, but he inexorably performs a Maradona, pressing one foot on top of the ball and then pivoting his bulk over the top of it, dragging it away from the attacker with ease. Almost falls over, but he keeps possession and lifts his head, sees Pierce, who indicates his feet with both hands. The pass is made with a bit too much pace. Pierce sees another kid, probably his age, sprinting toward him from the left and can feel the one behind him trying to cut underneath his arm to intercept the pass. Pierce sticks his foot out, just the toe. He probably has about 2 extra feet of reach on the defender behind him to catch the ball and lift it. It flies up over Pierce's head, and he turns, shaking off the overzealous defender behind him, and he watches as it descends. He jumps with his right foot to get his left leg parallel to the floor, and then he explosively extends his knee as the ball falls in line with it. The ball rockets off of his laces and blasts past the keeper into the side netting. Pierce falls on his side with a thump, wind knocked out of him, but he doesn't really notice, just the sounds of "Olé" from his teammates. Poirier walks over smiling and puts out a hand. Pierce smiles back. It was really a good goal. He is pulled to his feet. Some of this, every now and then, is like, okay, fine, maybe, but Whitefield Media, not our greatest writer, of course. I've never pretended I was anything more than that. However, it's just, this isn't writing I've ever, like, really enjoyed. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's a style. I think some people would like it. I don't. And he has the truck now. He's driving away. He tosses his cell phone into the river, and I think it fits. He seems like a impulsive kid that doesn't necessarily always think things through, so I think his actions all make sense. And then, he is driving, and then there's this sign that says Coeur d'Alene, which I was kind of interested in. There's something with the Proud Boys for Coeur d'Alene, right? And maybe like skinheads. I'm not sure if that's correct, but I think with the Proud Boys, there's something with Coeur d'Alene with them. And at this point, I didn't know anything about the book, Generational Epic, and then on the front cover, it really does look like there's a guy seek-heiling. I thought, oh, this is going to be about, like, this guy's son. He grew up without a dad. He turns to, like, white nationalism to fill that void. That's going to be kind of interesting because he's out of money and everything, so he's desperate. He's looking for anyone to help him. Yeah, that ain't it at all. That is not it at all. We get nothing like that. He needs a place to sleep for the night, so he finds a Walmart. There is some shady people here. He calls them zombies, actual zombies. One of them, huddled like an ape next to a curb about 100 yards away, looked to be nursing a fire. Later on 206, the fire the Morlock had started was healthy now. It blazed using God knows what as fuel. And then there's something with like the savages around the fire, and then some guy comes up. He's in the bed of a truck and he has a gun, and there's some type of exchange between the Morlocks and this guy. A Morlock, I've never read it, but it's from some H.G. Wells thing. They're kind of like ape things that live in caves, I think, and yeah, they're like de-evolved humans, I'm pretty sure. It's a nice reference, I guess. Oh, I forgot. He didn't bring much from home, but he did bring a box of taquitos, and there were only 3 left, and they were mushy and lukewarm, but he ate them, and now he doesn't have any food. It's kind of into this section at first. I wasn't excited because I had a strong feeling about where it was going to go, but this stuff with Pierce, like, it's enjoyable, it's good. Thinks to himself that maybe he can get a job out here because he's worked concrete. He has experience working on construction crews, so there's a lot of construction around. He thinks maybe he can get a job someplace. But he's basically out of gas. He doesn't have any money left. He's now out of food, and I think his grandpa's funeral is today, right? Yeah, he slept, and then it's supposed to be later today. He goes to a gas station and tries to get some help. He just asks this woman if she can look up where the funeral home is. She's not willing to do that, and then he ends up stealing a pocket knife and a jar of peanuts. Oh, and he was also using the pocket knife to try to, because he stole a work truck, and he didn't realize it was a work truck until the next day, until at the gas station. So he's trying to scrape it off with the little pocket knife. It's pink, by the way. It's a pink pocket knife. He's not doing a very good job with it, and also it starts to hail, and he has to take cover inside the truck and wait it out. He wakes up again. There's a man outside who is tapping on his window. He's not at the Walmart. He's like outside of a church, and there's this guy, Father Paul. He talks with Pierce a bit. He's just trying to get a feel for him. You know, he's not exactly saying move on right now, but also he has to make sure he's not like a threat to anyone in his community. The father is willing to give him directions to the funeral home, so he thanks him for that, and then he takes off. And then he ends up taking the truck to this little park, which is near the funeral home. There's some people playing soccer, and he has a soccer ball, and he's just practicing by himself. He doesn't join any of the games here. I'm sorry, the funeral was not today. He ends up going to the truck again, sleeping, and then when he wakes up the next day, that's the day of the funeral. My mistake, boys. Sorry. He can't really take a shower. His clothes are wrinkled and they look like shit. His shirt has a stain on it, but he tries to clean himself up as best as he could in the bathroom. And then he's outside, he doesn't go in yet, and he's watching the people go into the funeral home, and he recognizes his grandmother over there, and also that one boy that doesn't quite looks like he belongs in the family, you know, looks like he's adopted. Pierce finally enters the funeral home. He does go up to the casket, he looks down at his grandfather, and then he takes a seat in the back. There's the service, and they talk about how Chris adopted a child for the good of his future welfare. And then Pierce starts to cry during the ceremony. They're showing like a collage of photos of the grandfather's life. I don't know, not to quite get into it too much, but I just don't really cry at funerals. I don't know, I don't really cry. It's not like a point of pride with me. It's just I don't think I'm really capable of it. It's not like I'm happy, right? It's not like, oh, grandpa died, awesome, thumbs up. Maybe on my mom's side, I didn't really give a shit about them. But I just don't really, I don't really cry. I don't know. Like, I know that's odd, right? My adopted brother's funeral, and then my whole family's crying, and I'm not crying. That was unpleasant. It's probably just autism, I guess, or something where, I don't know, maybe I just, if you have emotions on a spectrum, maybe I just rank kind of low on that spectrum. Not the autism spectrum, boys. Jesus, but I don't know. I guess it's normal, right? People just cry like this, I guess, at funerals, I suppose. He's crying, he's trying to leave, he ends up tripping and falling. Everyone looks at him, and then he goes out in the hall. They have some food out there. He's incredibly hungry, so he starts to help himself to the food. And then the little non-white kid comes out and tells him, this isn't a soup kitchen. Pierce says a little bit later on 226, I've got more of a right to be here than you fucking spick. And I didn't enjoy that at all. That wasn't cathartic in the least. And then the two boys are fighting mystery meat. Is that mean or is that just accurate? That kid, his name is Farrell, and the man who pulls them apart is Clint. This is the younger brother of Collier, who... yeah, we didn't really get much from him except at that bachelor party, and here he is now. He is a detective, and yeah, he is the uncle to both of these boys, because this is Pierce's half-brother. Pierce talks a bit with his uncle. Pierce's mom called the grandmother yesterday to ask about him if they had seen him, and then, awkward little exchange, which is, it's good. It's with Pierce and Clint says, did you know I held you when you were a baby? No, said Pierce, before your mom left. God love her. So we don't know much. We know Pierce has had no contact that he can recall with his dad's side of this family. The mom ended up leaving for some reason. We'll get to it. And then also, the bastard child of Collier has been raised by the dad's side of the family all this time, apparently. And after speaking more of Clint, he says, "You're either going to stay here and work with Farrell. I can get you a job. He hates me. Doesn't matter. You can either stay with your grandma and Farrell, or I can put you on an actual Greyhound bus back to your mom in Spokane tomorrow morning, 6:10 a.m. Either way, you're done with that truck." So Pierce told him about the truck and that it was stolen. He still wants to think about it, so they're going to get dinner first, and then, yeah, he's going to tell Clint that he actually does want to stay and see how things will play out here. They're all gathered in the grandmother's house. There's some back and forth with the boys. They're not quite warming up to each other, but I guess the ice is being broken between them. In 2005, Pierce was born, and then in the summer of that same year, Collier was killed on patrol in Iraq. And at the funeral of Collier, when we had the funeral, a woman showed up that none of us knew, and she had a baby with her, another beautiful boy that looked a tiny bit like your dad, but just barely born, like weeks old. So that's when Farrell comes into the picture, and Farrell has no love towards his mother. He refers to her as a whore. They met once when he was 14, and that's apparently been the only contact that he's had with her. Clint is speaking here. Anyway, Tasha confided in Mom she couldn't keep the boy and didn't want him to grow up without a real father like she had, and she was basically in trouble. She lives on a res in South Dakota now, so I guess, yeah, she is an American Indian. I think there's also like some sort of Pacific Asian in there as well. She had some genetic proof that the boy was your dad's, and then begged us to take Farrell, which was the name she had given him after someone in her family. Clint and the grandpa, they are meeting with Tasha, and eventually they do tell Pierce's mother about it, and eventually we had to tell her, and it destroyed her just short of actually killing her. "We all hated your dad. We hated him for dropping this on us after he died. How the fuck, pardon my French, could he have cheated on Eva and then gotten himself killed? We couldn't mourn him anymore. 2 days after we buried him, we were done. We loved Farrell and we loved you, but Tasha, your dad, I personally wished he had never been born." Again, I really have to emphasize here that this woman, Eva, didn't know that her husband cheated on her. I think maybe they might mention that Collier might have confided in her that he ended up cheating on her, but he didn't know that there's going to be a baby or anything. I'm not sure. He might have said nothing. And then 2 days after the death of your husband, who was killed in Iraq, and you have a newborn with you, this woman shows up and says that this is your husband's bastard child and is begging your family, right? Because you married into this family, and she's begging your family to take this bastard and raise it with your legitimate child. And you would constantly be reminded of your husband's infidelity for as long as you and that bastard child were under the same roof. Now, maybe it's harsh to call this kid a bastard because he has no control over his own upbringing or how he was born. Sure, but it's still an accurate description of the child. Grandma says this on 239. "It probably seems natural to hate your mother," she said, "but she went through something none of us can imagine. I still love her, and I always will, even though I doubt I will ever see her again. My son hurt her, but you can't hate him either. You have not been to war, and neither have I, and neither have you, Clint." Clint shrugged, patted Pierce on the back. "It probably seems natural to hate your mother." Sexist that white pill media is, how do we not rally around the woman who just had her husband killed and has to raise a newborn by herself? It's hard enough to raise a child in a 2-parent household. Now she's doing it by herself. Oh, but good news, she has her extended family here who is going to support her. But then this bastard kid gets dropped off, and your family is not willing to support you and your child, your natural child, over this kid. Now, I don't think it would be great for this kid to be dropped off in a home, but gun to your head, you have to make a decision. Which of these 2 grandchildren do you support? And they're not equal. And if you say that they're equal, look, all right, I don't know. I can't really view Christians, not all of them, as they're not quite like me. Now, are they? I don't know. They're very, This type of Christian morality is so insane. It's like an Indian to me. It's like looking an Indian and they're praying to their Ganishka god with the 8 heads and the blue arms and whatever the fuck. There was clearly a right choice here, and the family decided that they would allow Eva and Pierce to leave because they weren't willing to turn this child away. Now, again, the grandpa, he had a construction company. He was fucking loaded. Apparently they have a nice house. The guy owned a construction company. You're not poor. You're not fucking poor. Maybe he wasn't a millionaire, but he's certainly not doing badly, right? The family wasn't doing badly. So in the worst case scenario, if you want to view it that way, you had more than enough money to guarantee to place this child in a very good home, right? If you just want to say, this kid, he's not responsible for how he was brought into this world. He's just here, right? And we have an obligation to make sure that he's taken care of. You put him in the nicest home you can possibly find, you know, and you do that for him, and then you set up like a college fund and then some sort of inheritance, because I guess he gets something for being your grandson, right? I would be okay with that. I would accept that. I'd be okay, fine. And I can also accept if they went, you know what, we don't want any of this mess. Take the kid. We're not going to fucking raise him. I could have understood that as well. But you're telling me that this family, they chose this half-breed kid who's a bastard and was the result of a one night of drunken mistakes, and they're going to take this kid in over their white Christian grandchild. Do you see what I'm saying, boys? And no, it gets worse. It gets worse. Even as a Christian, can you not see that there's something deeply wrong here? There's something like very boomer, and I mean that in the worst way possible, mentality about literally taking food out of your grandchild's mouth to feed this racial other? You have taken your natural grandchild's inheritance and given it to someone else. I can't think of anything that's more of like the modern conservative than this. Do Christians really believe in this shit? I don't fucking know. It scares me. This is never viewed as a bad thing. And look, Stancliffe, I don't know the guy, but I've read enough of him. I have a good feeling of his morality and how he views the situation. He doesn't see anything wrong with this. He thinks that this is good, right? That they took in this child and they raised it and they gave it the best life that they could at the expense of Pierce. Now, you could argue that, oh, well, Eva decided to take her kid away. What the fuck would you have done in that situation? If you were the widow, you just lost your husband, you're so scared and alone and worried, and, well, at least you have your extended family to help you during this trying time and to help you raise your son. No, now you have to do it and be humiliated every day. And it is a humiliation, right? To be forced to confront your husband's infidelity every fucking day for the rest of your life. Who would tolerate that? Honestly, what decent woman would tolerate that? No, it's imagine if the roles were reversed. But if it's not the same, obviously, with women, but if you and your wife had a baby, right, and then 9 months went by and your wife was on some like work trip or out of the country or something, you hear that she's dead, right? She died in some accident. And then like 2 days after her funeral, some guy shows up and said, this is the bastard child that me and your wife had. Anyways, I don't want the kid, so you'll raise them. You might say no. You might say no, right? I'm just throwing it out there. You might fucking say no. But this is what Stancliffe believes. This is legitimately what he believes. The white grandkid who was not born out of wedlock was forced to live in some shitty apartments. It was earlier, and Pierce talked about how they shared walls with their neighbors, and you could hear your fucking neighbors. Your natural grandson, because Clint, the only other child of the man who just died and the grandmother, is the only other kid, and he doesn't have any children. So the family name is literally down to Pierce and then this bastard half-breed feral. That's it. There's no one else. And your white grandkid for 19 fucking years has lived in shitty apartments, being raised by a single mother who's incredibly stressed out. It seems like they're rather fucking poor, and you didn't try to make amends in those 19 years. You didn't give them literally everything because they're entitled to everything. My fucking God, I fucking lost it at this book at this point. That's not even the worst shit. No. That's not even it, boys. No, it gets worse. How the fuck could you make that choice? Again, I don't think Farrell is entitled to literally nothing, okay? He is ultimately Collier's responsibility. If Collier didn't do that, then he wouldn't be in this world. Okay, I accept that. He's probably entitled to some money, but that's it. That's it. I mean, he's not even entitled to the family name, because, again, Tasha and Collier weren't fucking married, so no, you don't automatically have the rights to the father's name, okay? And it's just, oh man, and there's going to be more examples where we have the grandmother and we have the other members of the family when shit happens between Farrell and when shit happens between Farrell and Pierce, that they side with Farrell. They want Pierce to go. Pierce is the fucking prodigal son who has returned, except he hasn't done anything wrong. He hasn't done anything wrong, and he's being rejected by his birthright. What is, by all rights, should be his. It's all his. And he's being given nothing. No, it's not to share, it's not even a 50-50 split between Pierce and Farrell. It's all Farrell. We'll get into the grandpa's will a little bit later, but Farrell got left some shit by the grandpa. Pierce was literally left nothing. No money, no construction equipment. Farrell got some construction equipment, not a vehicle, literally nothing. These people knew that they had a grandchild, their only legitimate one, living not a few hours away. They must have known that the mother hadn't remarried, or they didn't know, right? From what they knew, the mother didn't remarry. They know that they must have been somewhat impoverished, and no money was left for them. Nothing. This is your only real grandchild, and he was left nothing in the will. I'm not saying maybe he gets to be an instant millionaire overnight, but to leave your only legitimate grandchild literally nothing. And because of your actions towards the mother, it drove the mother away, and this is why you didn't have a relationship with your grandchild. And you know what? It doesn't fucking matter. It's too fucking late, because then the grandpa died, and he never really interacted with Pierce. And that's a shame. Isn't that a shame that the grandpa had 19, 18 years with Farrell and 0 with Pierce? But they don't feel guilty about that. They don't feel shame. They don't feel that, oh my God, I fucked up so terribly. How could I do this to Pierce? They have no feelings about that. They have very little feelings about that. Argument you can make, oh, but White Pill, I mean, aren't they both the son of Collier? So aren't they both really grandsons? And doesn't it all shake out? Pierce is the product of Collier and Eva, two people who were married and who loved each other and respected one another, and they trusted each other, and Pierce is the product of that union. That's special, that's beautiful, it's great. Farrell, who is not responsible for his birth, but nonetheless it's true, is the product of a drunken mistake one night. Neither party ever spoke to each other again, and Tasha didn't even want the fucking baby and tried to get rid of it as soon as she could. These two grandchildren are not equal, and they should not be treated equally, and it would be morally wrong and unchristian to treat them equally. I think I just want to ride around on a horse, and I just want to bullwhip Christians in the face for if they preach any morality that is somewhat approaching what Stancliffe preaches here. That's all I want to do. I would just want to go around and I want to whip Christians in the fucking face. How is this different from like from anything a conservative would talk about. How is this? And I don't think Stancliffe is right wing, and I'm not like using that to attack him, but legitimately, what about this message is different from a leftist or a conservative? There isn't. There isn't a difference, is there? For a leftist, they would cheer because the non-white kid is taking this white colonial oppressor. He's taking the wealth, right? He's reclaiming it. Okay, there's that. The fat fuck boomer Christian is happy because, I don't know, they get to feel like a good person. You know, they've stabbed their real family in the back and denied them an honorable future and let them suffer for 19 fucking years and then given all the wealth away to a foreigner. But that's okay because they're good Christians, I guess. My fucking God. Should we get back to the book? We're not done with the book, boys. We're not done with it.
How's Corky Iannucci? You heard from him lately? You know, Sil used him in that restaurant fire. Excellent work.
You know, I don't understand you, Anthony. We got lucky. That accidental fire was a bolt from beyond. The horse was no fucking good with the fucking colic all the time and the fucking bills.
What are you talking about? She bounced back.
This time. But each time it takes something out of him. It was all downhill from here. Now, I know it's tragic to think this way, but you can't argue with the fucking logic.
Jesus Christ, you did it. You cooked that fucking horse alive.
No, I did not. But so what?
So what?
It was a fucking animal. $100,000 apiece. My kid's in the fucking hospital. I don't hear you complaining when I bring you a nice fat envelope. You don't give a shit where that comes from. Don't give me that look. It was a fucking horse. What are you, a vegetarian? You eat beef and sausage by the fucking carload.
It probably seems natural to hate your mother. Right, because the mom, she's the one who really did everything wrong in this situation. She was the one... Oh my God, you made me defend a woman. You fucking made me defend a woman. Are you happy, Stancliffe? Are you fucking happy? Pierce decides that he's going to stay with the family. He makes his decision that night. And then on 241, the strange, pleasant friction of budding friendship, a boy of his own blood, Farrell stuck out his hand and Pierce shook it. I get it. I do get it. But there is this Christian unpleasantness to it. He talks with Farrell a little bit about work, and it turns out that Luke, the friend of Collier who went into the Army while he went to the Marine Corps, he has a construction company, and Farrell works for him, and he says he can get Pierce on with him to do work. This is on 244. They're out in the garage. Farrell gets the telehandler. It's some piece of equipment. I think it's probably worth a few $1,000s at least. Grandma apparently gets everything else. They have an RV. They have all this like expensive equipment. The dad had his own construction company. They were fucking loaded. They weren't poor, right? They weren't fucking poor. We know that for a fact, don't we? They weren't fucking poor. They could have sent money to Pierce at the very least. Maybe the mother would have been too proud, but as soon as Pierce turned 18, he was a legal adult. You could have contacted him then. Nothing was preventing you from contacting him then, and then just trying to form a connection with him. It's late. It's very fucking late, but you could have done that, but they were happy to ignore him, to leave him out there. Imagine this is how hard your grandparents fight for you. You don't think they, like, if they really gave a shit, you think maybe they would have spent years and years fighting for Pierce and to get Eva back into their lives, but it seems like they gave up pretty fucking fast. And then Pierce stared into the machine dark. Did I get anything, he asked. His voice was low and soft. He felt embarrassed to ask. Not that I know of, Farrell said. Sorry. It's okay, Pierce said. I was just curious. He didn't get anything. For the rest of the book, no one fucking says anything about it, anything in the will. He didn't get anything. The only legitimate son of your son, and you didn't fucking leave him anything. He's talking to his mother next, and it's not going well. Blah, 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 they're letting me stay here, and you want to? Yes, even though you know what they did to me, it's not their fault, Pierce said. Yes, it is, she answered calmly. They could have put that whore and her baby back on a flight to South Dakota, but they decided to. keep him after your dad died and while I was living with them. They wanted me to raise your half-brother. Who would go along with that? Legitimately, who the fuck would go along with that? That is the most batshit insane Christian thing. Like, God bless, you know? We're going to have to go around and we're going to have to handle the Christians, you know? Boys, if things go our way, there's going to be too many Christians left and we're going to have to fucking handle the problem. Some of them are fine. Yeah, I would probably say for like 70% of Christians, we're good. Thumbs up. I like you. I think you're a good person. But this Christian morality, it has to be removed. Your true grandson is entitled to everything first, right? He's entitled to everything. And then if there's anything left over and you want to help the bastard that was dropped in your lap, okay, he can have something. But your real grandson should never suffer for anything where the bastard gets something, right? You know what I mean? Oh man, just these priorities. It's so fucking insane. This is Jesus Christ. This is way worse than Fedbook. Oh my God, Fedbook? That is like A+ material compared to this shit. Holy fuck. It's not a good phone call with the mom. It doesn't end well. And then that night, he went to get a glass of water, and then he's speaking with the grandmother, looking through some photos. So he's still speaking with the grandmother, and we learn a little bit more about the dad, and then about Eva. Eva did say to the grandmother that she believed the benefits were good for being in a military family. And this is incredibly autistic, so bear with me for a moment. We haven't had enough of these moments, but Collier was killed in action. It was in 2005. From what I looked up, and I could very well be wrong, it seems like there would be a military payout for, your spouse being killed in combat of around $200,000. I think it's possible that you could get a lump payment, right? And it would be like heavily taxed, so you'd probably get half of that total amount. Or you would get some type of settlement per month for X amount of years, and I think this would be less taxed or perhaps not taxed at all. But it did make me question things where, okay, right, Collier was in the military, he was killed in action, they would have been paid out like $200,000 or so. Let's say that the mom took the lump settlement and it's like half or even less than that, right? But you get all the money right away. That buys a decent home, right? I mean, you're not in fucking New York, and I guess if you're in Montana, if you're not in one of the bigger cities, if you're just kind of, in a smaller town, suburbia, whatever, the prices are probably pretty fucking reasonable for houses, I would say, especially in like 2005, 2006. This money is never brought up, and, maybe I'm wrong, and like they went for the payment every month, and it's really not a lot of money because the government also taxes it, but I felt like this should have been brought up. I mean, I don't know. Eva didn't seem like a stupid woman, so if there was this type of money, why exactly don't they have a house? Why exactly is she going to nighttime nursing school 19 years after her husband's death? You could say that she had and I wouldn't fault her, a few rough years after Collier's death, and she was too depressed. She couldn't really focus on it. But at that stage, Pierce would have been old enough to start going to school during the day. And then, well, I mean, if we have the settlement money, right, for Collier's death, then could she not afford to go to school full time or near enough and then working some little part-time job that maybe doesn't pay very much, but it seems like you would have the time and the resources to do schooling. And also being the widow of a military veteran, does that entitle you to any benefits, right? Things like insurance or schooling or something in that regard, I'm not sure. I could be wrong, but it seems like, I don't know, we just we danced right past that, and maybe we danced right past it because the author doesn't want to like dredge it up or consider that a possibility. You know what I mean? It doesn't like quite fit the narrative that he's going for. autistic as I am, I felt that that was a reasonable request. Like, why? Why? I mean, I don't know. The money should have been brought up. He also has a lion dream, like his dad had a lion dream, where the dad, like his men, killed the lion. Something about the spirit or nobility of man in Fallujah. Fuck off. And this one is about him coming across the carcass of a lion. He knew that he had killed it. The lion had a degree of nobility still. There was a honeycomb in its mouth, and he ate it despite being stung by bees. I guess the corpse of the lion is his father. I don't care. You don't care. He goes out to the job site, and things go pretty well. It's kind of invoking a lot of the part 1 job site with the guys, busting each other's balls, that type of thing. It feels good. I wrote on 262, 60 pages left. What are we building to? I guess what will become of Pierce? ? It'll get worse. It went a way that I didn't think was possible, but we still have 60 pages to go. Oh, and Clint was supposed to take care of the truck and the evidence and everything, and also to bring Pierce's tools to him. Clint has shown up without the tools, and then Pierce is thinking about some of his life. So he tore his Achilles. All the men in the family hurt their feet. So he can't go to college on any type of scholarship. He had hardly done a single homework assignment in 4 years. Back to the computer, but those friends were more distant now. He had become something else. He had become something unique, and he shared little with anyone. He realized his mom's hysterical ramblings about college and staying out of fights and thinking ahead weren't hysterical. That's what she had been doing the whole time. Suddenly, she had saved up enough money to commit to night school, and she had found a steady, allegedly God-fearing boyfriend to help her. This saving up money to go to night school, I mean, isn't the money right there from Collier's death? Whatever. And I'm just saying, like, it took you 19 years to save up money to go to fucking night school? Really? How many years is, like, nursing school, right? I mean, again, this is still also night school for nursing. So she still works during the day. So, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't quite track. He speaks with Clint. Clint says that the truck was completely ransacked. The tools are gone. So are the tools of whoever owned the truck originally. We end this little section of Clint with him saying, I like being an uncle. Seeing you and Farrell is good enough for me. The family name will live on. The family name will live on. You know, if we just had Farrell, the family name would live on, right? Am I wrong here? Is that what Stancliffe really believes? God, I guess. I fucking guess. You know, if I was adopted by some African family out on the savannah and somehow I was the last descendant in their family, the only living one, do you think Moga Onondanuwu would look up from his deathbed and look at my pale face amongst all the ebony faces and go, thank God our family name will live on? Doesn't quite track, does it? Things are going good between Farrell and Grandma and him, and then we have this shit on 275. I have to give you a taste of it. Pierce handed the boards to Benning, who took them and nailed them together, and they left a big opening in the middle for the 12-foot glue-lam header, and then the two of them raised it together, Pierce at the absolute edge of his strength. Benning, large as he was, expressionless behind his sunglasses, seemed barely to dip into the well of his. They braced and plumbed the wall into the dirt, instruction to instruction. Pound the stake, grab the impact wrench, hit those base plates, tighten it a little more, great. Now line up the little holes in the pin on the two buffer. All right, easy my way. Okay, pin it, not going anywhere. And we do get into the minutia of construction again, as invigorating as that is. He and Farrell on a rainy day, they're just hanging out the house, and they do a vape. Do vapes have animations on the side of them? I suppose, but I don't know. I've never vaped. I guess I've seen some people vape, but I haven't really seen them light up. Perhaps they do, and I haven't been paying attention. Pierce tries to bond with Farrell, but Farrell really doesn't give a shit, so he ends up watching Saving Private Ryan by himself. It's a good movie. I cried at the end when, old Matt Damon knelt before the tomb of Tom Hanks, who is in fact a Jewish soldier. Not that that matters, but it's good that he's Jewish, I mean, they're God's chosen people when you get down to it. Stancliffe would agree with that, wouldn't he? Or maybe it's American Indians who are God's chosen people. Gosh, I don't know. There's so many people that are just more deserving than your own family, right? A little bullshit, apparently, between Clint and the grandma, where Clint maybe needs money and he wants the will to be settled and everything, but it hasn't been settled yet. They're at a barbecue at Luke's place, and two of the guys, Benning and Jordan from the construction crew, are talking. Jordan continued, "He doesn't care because he lives with his parents, but I've got this little guy and another little guy coming, and I want to give them something. But what is there to give? What do you give your son? There are a lot of illusions, and work is one of them, but at the same time, if you don't do it, the world will just kill you. It'll just fucking kill you. I mean it. It'll freaking kill you. What do you give your son? What do you give your grandson? Apparently nothing. Apparently nothing. That's the answer." Oh, and Luke has a daughter, right? She's in high school, by the way, and we do have Pierce, who is letting his gaze linger a little longingly on the high school daughter of Luke. Kind of a pattern, I'm just throwing it out there. A little bit of a pattern, 2 for 2 in this book about, well, I mean, Pierce isn't that old. He's 19, so I don't really have that big of an issue with it. But it is interesting that it happened twice. Oh, and Pierce, he helped out at the construction site. He, did some of the roofing, and Farrell wasn't chosen to do roofing, so this really bothered Farrell. And then when they're playing wiffle ball, Farrell beams him in the back with the ball a lot harder than he should have been throwing it. It doesn't escalate to a fight, but there's a lot of tension between the two of them, and Pierce walks off into the house. Luke also has in his possession Collier's old truck. It's beat to shit. It's like a ruin, right? But it is Collier's old truck, and he decides to give it to Pierce. "It's one of the only things I can give you, and I feel like I ought to give you something." Never felt that way about Farrell. Felt like he got more than enough. No shit. No shit. But why? Why is the only thing that Pierce is really being given from a family friend is this beaten the fuck down old truck? Now there's a sentimental value. It's something that he can work on. It's something that he can build back up and fix, and it's attachment to his father. It's a good gift. But why is there nothing from Clint? Why is there nothing from the grandpa? Why is there nothing from Maria? Well, White Bill, they're letting him stay in the house, aren't they? That's the bare minimum for not giving him anything for 19 years, for making him live in a shitty rundown apartment for 19 fucking years, and you're letting him stay there rent free. I guess that's all you're entitled to. Farrell gets everything. Oh, we have more from Luke and Pierce. "You don't have that same chip on your shoulder. You don't have this." Luke looked up at the sky and pursed his lips. "Weight bearing upon you. He was so good at what he did, but he never really trusted himself, and that's unfortunately what you need for others to trust you fully. You just have to be that guy. He could have been, but he wasn't. I don't know why. He didn't trust himself, and that's what you need for others to trust you fully." We're almost at the end, but I really need you to lock in on what was said here. They go back home. There's a fight between Farrell and Pierce in the kitchen. Farrell wins because, I don't know, I don't think Stancliffe could have lived with the white kid beating up the non-white kid. I don't think he has it in him to write that. And then Pierce taps. He taps again, and Farrell isn't responding, and he is choking him out, and Farrell blacks out for a few seconds. That's some pretty dangerous shit, White Pill Media, not really been in much fights, like once in middle school, and it was over very fast. But, choking someone out to the point when they're blacking out, that's pretty fucking serious. You can do some damage to someone in that way. Farrell is in the wrong here, period. We agree, right? If you're tapping out, you want the fight to be over, and this person isn't fucking stopping, that person is in the wrong. And then Farrell was gone. All the lights in the kitchen seemed to be on directly over his head, blinding. His head hurt, a roaring in his ears. Maria crouched on the floor above him, touching his cheeks. He blinked. She was crying. Now, if Grandma came down and saw Farrell choking out Pierce, and Pierce was trying to tap out, and Farrell wasn't listening, and he only stops because you showed up, he might have killed him or done some serious damage if you hadn't arrived. What do you think the appropriate response from Grandma would be here? What do you think? No, really, like, what do you think? Because what Grandma says is, "Oh, Pierce," she said, "Oh, Pierce, I think you should go home." So Farrell starts a fight with him. Technically, Pierce sort of lunged at him, but Farrell started it earlier that day, and they both wanted the fight. And then Farrell takes it too far, and he won't allow Pierce to tap out, and then he is, I don't know if I want to say attempted murder, that's probably too far, but he's hurting him. He is legitimately hurting him, and it could go very badly if it went on longer than it did. And Collier is now being forced to leave his family home because Grandma isn't gonna force the bastard, not white kid out of the house. Instead, it's going to be Pierce, her white grandson, the only legitimate offspring of her son, and he has to go. He who has been cast out from the family for 19 years, the responsible thing to do is to make him leave. Awesome. This is fucking awesome. This is great. Then we have the next chapter. Maria had told Clint that Pierce had not been unconscious for long. He made him black out. That's pretty fucking serious. So they're at Clint's place, and Clint is being very aggressive with Pierce, and he really wants Pierce to go the fuck home. He says he can't stay here anymore. Pierce doesn't fully get it, like, what's the big deal? Me and Farrell fought, but we'll make up, I still want to be here. I want to be a part of the family. He says, I'll take you and I'll even pay for it. Are you serious? Yeah, I'm dead serious. My dad just died and my mom's heartbroken and my nephew is going through it too. We don't need this. My nephew is going through it too, and Pierce isn't going through anything, and it's just... Now I know what you're thinking, oh, White Pill, maybe Stancliffe is writing it this way, so, you're angry at Clint and his words too. But it's not. That's not this guy's morality. That's not what he really thinks. You could have a writer do that, but that's not Stancliffe. What happens here at the end, so at the bottom of this page, Clint says, I got you on camera in Lothrop at the gas station. I looked into it after we talked. There's more going on with the stolen truck, and it's not just that the truck was ransacked and the tools were taken out of it, but that's not really what happened there. And then before we touch back on that fully, Clint talks about this time when Farrell should have gotten thrown in jail for driving drunk, but he made it go away. He says, I like the kid, he's my blood. That stings. We have one gas station camera who has the stolen truck on camera. Now, White Pill Media, never been involved in a crime, but gas station camera that has the stolen truck in the image. Now, it's the middle of the night. It's a small gas station. I think there were 3 pumps, maybe there were more, but it's basically in nowhere, Montana, right, where we have this gas station. Now, what I'm thinking of is an overhead camera looking down. It's black and white. It's kind of fuzzy, right? Not like 4K, hyper, high definition, blah, blah, blah. So I think you probably have the stolen truck, right, in the footage, and that's pretty clear. You probably also have a shot of Pierce as a white guy of a similar build and height as the one in the footage, but it's probably not 100% accurate. You probably wouldn't look at the angle that this camera is taking the footage and think, and then like have Pierce there and think, wow, 1 for 1, this is the guy. There's probably reasonable doubt that they're the same person in that footage, That is the only evidence that connects Pierce to this stolen truck, right? Except Clint went by and he found his nephew's tool bag and everything else. No one had been to the truck before Clint got to it. When Pierce told Clint about the truck and that it was stolen, Clint knew. It's not like he didn't know that the truck was stolen and he went by and then, oh my God, what am I supposed to do now? Because Clint also went there in his like police cruiser thing that has the tracker, the whatever thing that allows the police department to know where your vehicle is at all times. So he took his police vehicle to the scene of what is going to be a fucking crime, and then he panics about it later and turns the tracker off. It's not like Clint didn't know that this was a stolen vehicle, right? But he has to go there in his police cruiser. As much sense as that makes, right? For a cop, you would think that you would know a few things about how to avoid, committing a crime. You would think you would know a handful of things. But he goes to the truck, he finds the bag. The bag has some identifying information about Pierce, right? And there's also the tools from, like, the Mexicans. Now, what you would need to do is to wipe the truck down and remove all DNA evidence, that type of thing, right? And it could be done. It really could be done, and I don't know. I think it would take like an hour or 2 hours to like really clean it out and to make sure there's nothing there. Like use bleach, use whatever, disinfectant, I don't know. But you could reasonably get it done and just remove all identifying information that connects your nephew to the stolen vehicle and then just leave the truck there, right? And then the truck would be reported missing and then found, and then it gets taken back to the owner. They're pissed off, right? Because they're like a construction truck and then they had to miss out on a few days of pay and there's money involved, all that stuff. But there's not really a good connection between your nephew and the stolen truck. So what does Clint do? Clint decides that the best course of action is to go to the truck and to set it on fire. So our police officer, I think he's a detective actually, our detective decides that the best thing he can do in this situation is to set it on fire. Because torching a truck like this would make the case seem smaller, right? If you just wanted this to be wrapped up quickly and for people to move on, the correct thing to do would be to burn the truck, right? In a very public place. That makes sense. And we don't establish that Clint is a retard, we don't. He seems to be a reasonably intelligent man, but this is what he's doing. He decided that the best course of action was to set the truck on fire because, taking like 2 hours to just wipe the truck down and then just remove the tools and all other identifying information, that would have been too hard, I guess. And I'm genuinely, I want to know, like, okay, you have the stolen truck on camera. You have a white guy who, like, sort of matches the build of the white guy in the footage. Is that genuinely enough to bring someone to trial over it? We have a guy that kind of looks like you, and then you just say, no, that's not me. I don't have any connection to that stolen truck. Now, maybe if you went to the people whose truck got stolen, who were illegals, by the way, maybe they would testify. It's like, yeah, I saw them at the soccer park, the indoor park that night when the truck got stolen. But since they're illegal, they probably won't testify against you in court, right? Because I assume they would also be deported. Maybe I'm wrong. But they would be kind of hesitant to bring themselves to the attention of law enforcement. So that's all they have. That's all they have. And then Clint panics and he sets it on fire and he makes it 10,000 times worse. Clint says he doesn't want to be involved with it anymore. So he's not turning him in, but he just wants him to go away and leave him alone. And apparently, if Pierce gets caught, he'll go to jail for up to 10 years, fines too. And then maybe the illegals, there's some connection between them and like coyotes and that, and maybe, there could be some like extrajudicial trouble with those guys. And his advice is to get lost in a big city, start a career in what? Concrete or something, framing, whatever you can get. Clint shrugs and says, I did my best to help. And Pierce says, I don't know enough. And then he says, I don't know enough again. But it just feels so contrived because the family does have a lot of money. And let's just say that, okay, there's a serious danger in Pierce staying here. You know, it'd be kind of nice if he inherited some money in that fucking will, and then he could run off somewhere and then start over and you have a decent life, but that's not really an option. He doesn't want to go, and Clint's not giving him a choice here, so what they're going to do the next day is he's going to go to the job site, he's going to work, and then he's going to get his paycheck from Luke, and then Clint is supposed to take him to the bus station, and he's supposed to go home or somewhere else. And boys, it does get worse, okay? So it's the next day, they're at the job site, things have cooled off between Farrell and Pierce, so that's all fine. But you won't believe it, or maybe you will believe it because it's that badly written and it's that fucking contrived. But on 303, guess what? Guess who shows up to the job site? Home stretch, boys. Home stretch. Boys, I'm wiped. It's nearly 4 a.m. I have to be up in, unfortunately, not too long. So, well, no, I have a few hours. We have to wrap this up. Yup, it was Stancliff's fault, and he made me get really drunk on champagne, and that's why I didn't have the recording done yesterday, or at least split it between these 2 days. It was his fault. It was all his fault. But when they are working, it's about 4 a.m., and then this truck comes up. It's a Chevy Silverado. He could see part of the rear window, a few letters of a bumper sticker, Mick Oaken, which is the name that was on the truck that he stole, by the way. There's a short Mexican standing and talking with Luke. The two men shake hands. And apparently Mexicans will come around and offer to do the roof. I guess, you know, you get paid a certain amount of money to do it, and then these guys come in and offer to do the work you've already agreed to, and then you pay them a certain amount and you get to keep the difference. So it's definitely illegal, and Luke tells them no. And the man is leaving, right? The man is literally leaving, and then Benning suddenly shouted, Pierce! The man looked up when he heard the shout and saw he was wearing a Dodgers ball cap, and he had the tattoo of a spider web on his throat. Pierce's stomach dropped. He had been at the soccer game. And this does fit the description of one of the Mexicans at the soccer game. And then the Mexican paused just before getting in. He looked back at the roof, back at Pierce, nodded his head. This is one hell of a fucking coincidence that we're hours away from where the truck was stolen, and at this exact time, at this exact place, we have the Mexican show up, and then Benning has to call out Pierce, and the Mexican has to look up and see Pierce. It's just a little too fucking cute for me. Like, Jesus fuck, man, this is bad. This is very bad writing. Luke gives them their checks, and then he tells Farrell and Pierce that if Pierce does go away, to make sure to stay in contact because they're brothers, and then they decide they'll go back to the house and it'll be better if Clint picks him up from there. And then Pierce says, I'll apologize to Grandma. For what? She's the one who threw you out in the first place, right? I mean, she's the one that literally sided with Farrell when Farrell attacked him, right? Right? Okay. And they're driving back, and you can imagine what happens. There's something in the rear view, and oh, it's a black truck, and I think it's that Mexican, Farrell said. Oh, and apparently before he left, the Mexican walked over and asked Farrell if the guy on the roof was from Spokane. Pierce exhaled deeply. What did you say? I said, no, man, of course. So the black truck overtakes them and then slams on the brakes, right? And we have Pierce and Farrell in the car. Pierce gets out of the car and he says, get down, Farrell, and then he jumps out of the car, and there are several shots. The guy is shooting and is trying to murder both Pierce and Farrell. It all happens pretty quick. There's more shooting. Pierce is trying to get closer to the guy. He has his knife that he stole from the gas station, and then he ends up thrusting repeatedly into the man. And I thought here that he might die because we have the epilogue after this, but it's not over, and this isn't the worst part of the book. We are in a courtroom now. It's page 310. There's 317 pages. There's 317 pages to this book. He had been hospitalized for 2 weeks from cerebral hemorrhaging, severe concussion. That's what happens when a bullet bounces off your head. He has a lawyer who says that Pierce had a perfect self-defense case, and there were 12 bullet holes in the windshield of Farrell's car. We're in the trial, and then we jump a little bit back in time to like the case being built up to this, and the lawyer says this to him: but if that prosecutor asks anything about how you ended up in Montana, you wait for me to call an objection. Immaterial, okay? Otherwise, new charges will have to be brought against you. This was a case of mistaken identity, a cartel hit gone really bad that you're lucky to have walked away from. That's the truth, okay? Clint ended up just booking it out of there. Now, again, there's no evidence that Clint has done any wrongdoing. You know, I'm not, I've seen The Shield. I know Dirty Cops, but what do they have on you? Like, seriously, what the fuck do they have on you? It's, you know, maybe he is such a bad cop and he's terrible at, you know, committing crimes that he did leave some evidence at the truck burning, but Clint should be in the fucking clear, shouldn't he? Anyways, he's run for it. His mom has come up, and she's made up with the grandmother and everything. Apparently, the case is pretty famous online, and there's people like paparazzi that try to get photos and video of Pierce leading up to the trial. Montana self-defense case has a court date. So does America. Pierce rolled his eyes. He did not read it, but he could not deny that the attention, at least at the moment, was somewhat gratifying. The mom goes to work as a hostess nearby. 19 years later, and the best work you can find is being a fucking hostess. I digress. They start saying prayers again together, and she even tells Pierce a bit about his father. Okay, so we have all that. We're on 313 now. Now, that part earlier with the lawyer saying, if our prosecutor asks anything about how you ended up in Montana, you wait for me to call an objection. Immaterial, okay? So, the absolute worst part of the book, and it's unacceptable. Now, I know I'm kind of autistic, I'm kind of logical, all that stuff. In the United States of America, in a criminal case, if you are the defendant, the prosecution cannot call you to the witness stand, period. This can never happen. It's illegal. The prosecution can't even say that, oh, I guess because the defendant doesn't want to take the stand, I guess he's guilty. If the prosecution would say anything like that, that is an immediate mistrial. You cannot in any way be compelled to take the stand. Now, that's not the same as pleading the fifth, but just overall, period, you cannot be compelled to take the stand. If you decide to take the stand and to give witness in your own case, you are then open to cross-examination from the prosecution. That's true. You still cannot be compelled to incriminate yourself or to give testimony that would lead to a guilty, you know what I mean? You could plead the fifth to certain questions, but you cannot be forced to take the stand. Why is Pierce on the stand right now? It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. There is no lawyer in this country that would tell you to take the witness stand in a case as charged as this. And probably just overall, absolutely don't take the fucking witness stand. But that goes against the narrative that Stancliffe is trying to force, because it's not natural, it's not real, it's something that's forced. It's something that we have to push through no matter what, that it doesn't make sense. It's not even a small thing. It's, you have a defendant in a very charged self-defense case, and you're telling him to take the stand, and that's just insane. It's so fucking insane. What is the prosecution's case? If Pierce is not on the witness stand, what case do they have? They have some spick that showed up, gun in hand, tried to murder Farrell and Pierce. That's it. And then Pierce acted in self-defense and stabbed the guy to death. They have 12 bullet holes in the windshield of their car, and then we have Farrell's testimony, we have Pierce's, he doesn't have to testify. So that's what we have. That's what the case is, you know? We have the case of self-defense. This guy showed up, fired at them, tried to murder them, and then Pierce saved his life and his half-brother's life. That's the case. What else do we have? What else do we have here? There's nothing. So Stancliffe has to force it, and it's just awful. It's awful. So was the prosecutor say down here, he tried to remember this feeling. He's thinking about his mom and grandma. As the prosecutor cleared her throat and took a few steps nearer to the stand, she reminded him of one of his teachers from a long time ago, a certain form of motherliness in the carriage of her shoulders and her lips, one that made Pierce more thankful for his own mother. You have a history of aggression, don't you, Pierce? Why is he on the witness stand? It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. This is retarded. And I'm not going to read all of it, but the prosecutor brings up that he's been in fights in his past. He goes, "Is there a question?" Pierce asked. The prosecutor looked at the judge. The judge cleared his throat. "I won't abide that tone in my court," he said. Then he gestured for the prosecutor to continue. Fair point. The prosecutor was just going on, "You have a history of aggression, blah, blah, blah," not asking a question. He doesn't have to respond. There was no question. But out of the gate, we have, from what we've seen here, we have a prosecutor and a judge that are very, very poised against Pierce, who the only evidence that we have is a 19-year-old white kid who was shot at 12 times, and he saved himself and his half-brother. But there's this great level of aggression here. He shouldn't be on the fucking witness stand. One of the fights in the past was with a student of color. So you preemptively struck this student of color. Objection, immaterial, came the gruff voice of his lawyer finally. Overruled, the judge said, seemed material to me. Race and being prejudiced and everything. The lawyer wants to know, like, where was your high school? Where are you from? And then he has to answer, even though it has nothing to do with the trial itself. It has nothing to do with the case, right? And then the prosecutor also brings up, "I can't help but notice you don't have a record of ownership for a car. Do you have a car?" "No," Pierce said. He's looking out, and there's Farrell, there's Grandma, there's his mother, there's Luke, and next to Luke was Miranda, next to Miranda, Hazel, the daughter of Luke. Her blue eyes burned into his, just staring. She looked even more beautiful now, wearing an olive turtleneck that showed her form, but her look was as cold and harsh as it was confident. Like the late fall had gotten to her, she stared like she wanted to see if Pierce could bear stretching on the rack, if he could survive, if he was a guy that people would look to. They were looking now, weren't they? "Mr. Larson Collier, answer the question or I will charge you with contempt of court," the judge suddenly thundered. "I plead the fifth. You have the right to remain silent. Now, you could be held in contempt, but in a case that seems to be as charged as this, probably your best option would be to say nothing here and then make it a complete media shit show circus, because your lawyer was also retarded enough to put you on the witness stand. You have Farrell. That's the witness that you need. You have the physical evidence of the guy having that gun, the gun being in his fucking hand and shooting at you. That's all you need. The motive, why is this guy shooting at him? Who knows? It doesn't matter. That's up for the prosecutor has to make the case. You don't have to do shit. It's fuck all on your end. They want to know how he managed to get here without a car. How could he answer that question? How did I get here? This stiffy suit, these prissy people, I could never beat them on this field. Not if you gave me 10 million chances. Problem is, I never talked much in my life. Maybe I should have. Maybe I could wriggle myself out of this. What is the penalty for Grand Theft Auto? Clint said 10. Could the judge work it down? Would he? 2 years? 3? It can't be that bad. They were illegals. Oh my God. God of my mother and of my father, if he believed. Help me to say the right thing. Help me to say the thing that which allows me one day, not necessarily soon, to fix up my father's truck. It can be a while, I think. I probably deserve that. He really doesn't. Okay. 19 years old. Stole a truck. He's not the one that burned it down. He didn't steal any of the tools. It would have been bad, but if the truck had been returned to the rightful owners, maybe you pay him a few $1,000s and the matter is settled, It's not justified to then find these people and then, 1, attempt to murder Pierce, and then 2, also you're going to murder Farrell. because we know that Spick wasn't going to leave a witness, right? So we're talking about a double homicide for a stolen truck, and maybe Clint bears the responsibility for destroying it, and he should pay money for it. I would agree to that. But just this language, this morality, I probably deserved that. Not really. I mean, we're talking about several years in prison. That's not going to be easy time, you know, and I do think it's overstated, like how horrible some prisons are. I think some of them are really bad. But for putting yourself in a environment where there's even like a 2% chance that maybe you get raped, you can recover from that, but you never recover from that, you know? There's a 5% chance of some violent crime being committed on you in prison, and that's going to shape you for the rest of your life. You know, even if you just get stabbed, right? You're never going to forget that. You're going to have this incredibly negative experience that will follow you for the rest of your life. I want to be a dad too, not when I'm too old, and I want to be there for my boy. I will be. Let me be a dad, Lord. Would that I could collapse this temple upon the Philistines and live, Lord. Thank you for bringing my mom back at least. I know what to say now. Jesus, keep me. Give me Luke's daughter for a wife when this is all done. I want to be a full person. Amen. I didn't come to Bozeman in a car, Pierce said. You didn't. Well, for the time frame we are aware of, there are no Amtrak or airline ticket records, so I would encourage you to remember the oath. I came in a truck. That is the end of Pierce. I hate this so fucking much. I hate Stancliffe so fucking much. This is so fucking contrived. Well, I guess I deserve to go to prison for probably 10 years because the judge really doesn't like me and neither does the prosecutor. So I am probably going to get the maximum sentence because I came in a truck. He's going to come out and he's going to say it. He's going to say everything that happened. He's going to admit to doing Grand Theft Auto under oath. Under oath. How can you plead not guilty to that charge? Now, you cannot be compelled to take the witness stand in a criminal case if you are the defendant. Now, that's different in a civil case, but for this, it's just so bad. It's just so badly done. And it's just this insane Christian martyr complex where we want this 19-year-old white kid to come out and admit that he stole a truck, which is bad. He shouldn't have done it. But at the same time, let's say that he does go to prison. Let's say it's a few years that he spends in prison. It wasn't worth it. You know, it wasn't worth whatever he thinks that he's doing in this noble Christian way, being the man that people can look up to. You're going to go to fucking prison, man. There's nothing noble about that. I don't think the Mexican guys would really like you in prison, and let's assume there are a lot of Mexicans out there. That'll be great, right? I'm sure you're going to make a lot of friends in prison. Oh, man, like what is the message here? What is the message for young white men if they find themselves in a situation like this? You know what my message is? Don't take the stand. Don't take the fucking stand. Say nothing. Don't cooperate at all. These people aren't your friends. They're going to try to put you in jail and have you raped and killed, and they think it's good. I know the judge and the prosecutor are probably played up, but there are judges and prosecutors like this in real life. Right now, there are people like this in our country in positions of power. What's going to be gained here? You're not going to be able to help your mother, who you just rekindled your relationship with. You can't help Grandma. You can't help Farrell. You can't help Luke. You can't start a family with Hazel in jail. It's suicidal. It's dangerous. It's wrong. He's trying to abide by a system that is trying to kill you. Our system, it hates you and it wants to kill you. That's not really an exaggeration on my part. You're not being given a fair trial. You're not being given a fair shot at the truth coming out and yada, yada, yada. That's not what's happening here. The judge and this lawyer are going to use every evil trick in the book to ruin your life. You know how you win a rigged game? You don't play, and this is a very rigged game, and they're not going to, clap you on the shoulder and go, hey, we know that the odds were 100% against you, but golly gee gosh, you're just such an honest Christian guy. I suppose we'll go easy on you. That's not what's going to fucking happen here. Maybe there's a part of him that thinks if he just lays it all out there and just tells the truth, that maybe leniency will be shown to him. From how the judge and the prosecutor have responded during this trial. I think there's a 0% chance of that, and that is dangerously naive. I despise this author so much. I know not all Christians are like this, but my God, my fucking God. The whole Jesus martyr complex thing, holy shit. It's not going to go well for Pierce. Jesus Christ, it's not going to go well for Pierce by doing this. And it's just, I don't know, I just feel tired, right? I just felt like exhausted and angry. And Stancliffe uses this as a good thing. He is not thinking that, oh, well, this is a really naive and stupid decision by Pierce, and he's probably going to go to jail for many years. Look, even if you feel that he should be in jail for several years for the Grand Theft Auto, maybe that's something we could agree on. Okay, or he should be punished for it at the very least. The guy coming after you and attempting to murder you, I think that cancels that out. I don't think you still get punished for the initial crime after this guy tries to murder you and you have to defend yourself. But that's Pierce. That's Pierce. The ending, I can't defend the ending in any way, shape, or form, and that's what really counts here. And I have nothing good to say about it. It's horrible. It's so fucking bad. Was that as bad as you boys thought it was going to go? A guy taking the witness stand in his own defense case. It's insane. Oh, wow. Just fucking wow. Holy shit. Sorry. I'm pretty angry. I was planning on going to bed soon so I can be up for work. And I do need to go to bed soon. But fucking Christ, that put me in a hell of a mood just reading it over again. I couldn't believe it. When I read it the first time, I thought, there's no fucking way that this is happening. What is the message? My message would be, we live in a very evil, corrupt time, so you need to do everything in your power to protect yourself and your loved ones. Do not cooperate with this evil system and do everything in your power to resist it. The best thing he could have done, say nothing. Don't take the stand. And that's it. I don't think there's a case after that if you refuse to take the stand. Oh, because by the way, it doesn't have to end here. It doesn't. Even if he gets found not guilty, he might be tied up in civil court for years from this illegal Spix family. Little Jorge with the spider tattoos on his fucking throat, actually, he was a good boy, didn't do nothing. And this evil racist white boy, yeah, we're going to take him for everything he's got. Well, good thing he doesn't have an inheritance because there's nothing they can get out of him. What a frustrating read. There are actual Christians who they like the morality of this book, and I really just can't understand him. It's like I'm looking an alien in the face. How do we share the same country? My advice for any of my Christian listeners, if you're facing a very hostile judge and prosecutor in your defense case, don't take the stand. Hey, White Pill Media, Christian hater, gonna give you the best advice you've ever gotten. Don't take the fucking stand. Some parts were well written. I did like the Fallujah stuff. I'm not objecting to the entire book, but everything with Farrell, just the morality of that is horrific. And then just the ending with the trial and what the author and Pierce thinks is a good thing to do it's too far. It's just too far for me. Sorry. I know I feel kind of defeated now. Oh my God, I need to go to bed. So that was Pierce. That was John J. Stancliffe. This is better than Fedbook? Oh, okay. I guess it's there. I had more to say about this than Fedbook. I guess. I'm done with this shit. I don't have anything more to say about this crap. Well, I guess we can say goodbye to Stancliffe, and then, yeah, I suppose we'll be on the outro.
You fat fuck!
creature would ever do to you! You fucking killed her! You killed her! You fucking killed her!
Boys, welcome to the outro. You made it.
Some of you remember this. My dad's name was Johnny, and his dad's name was Alfred. And so whenever we were out running around and we'd hear, Tony Uncle Johnny, that was for me. And Tony Uncle Al, that was for him. And it was Tony Uncle Philly. Remember? Right. But he passed away, born on him. And Uncle Phil, he passed away a long time ago too. So, anyway, Tony's being away. It's been hard. But he's back now. For good. So welcome him. Welcome him.
Thank you.
Come on, let me hear it. Welcome home!
Sorry about the Pierce thing, but Jesus Christ, that pissed me off. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. There is some righteous anger on my part, is there not? You know, I don't think I'm completely out of line on that, but let's not get myself worked up again. Instead, we have a few things to talk about. I think I'm going to record the outro first, and then, so, The Sad, Violent Life of Sandy Preston by Arbogast did show up. It showed up like 2 days ago. I finished it today at work just because I read the first novella and the second novella was much shorter. A decent read, and I will review it. I'll have it in this video. But that'll be pretty quick, and I think I just want to get to the outro stuff before I throw in another book. So, got a few kind of larger topics. I guess work, that'll take up a good chunk. I did think I was getting fired for a minute, and that's not just schizophrenic white pill media. There was, some weird shit going on at work, and it looked pretty bad for several days. But I think that is blown over, and I'm pretty close to getting my time in and being in the union. I'm less than 2 weeks away. By the time this is uploaded, which will hopefully be on the 24th, Monday, then I'm going to be like 2 days away from getting my time in and, being in the union and having protection and being able to schedule my vacation. So, hoping I make it, but there's been a lot going on with work. There's kind of some miscellaneous stuff with, I'm trying some new stuff in my personal life, and that's going okay. Planning the Irish trip, and then I did send that apology to A, and he did respond, and I'll have a bit for that too. So I was having some issues with my car where it wouldn't accelerate past about 60 miles an hour, and it was really having issues on the highway. Eventually, after praying and hoping that it would fix itself, I decided I needed to take it into a shop. So I took it to a place I probably shouldn't have. I had gone to these guys before for like emission safety test and like basic shit that I would need done, and they were fine. It was like a chain though. And I brought my car into them a few weeks ago now, probably a little over a month as I'm recording this. And I know something's wrong with it, and I know I'm going to have to spend some money. It's an older car, 24 years old type of old car. It doesn't have a ton of miles on it. It's maybe like mid 100,000 or so. Right. It wasn't driven very much before I bought it. And I've had it for 8 years now. And look, if I have to get a new car, I'll get a new car, right? But if I can fix it for a certain amount, I don't want to spend what I paid for the car, right? Which was, I think, $5,500, I think about there. So I'm not willing to do that. But if it's like a few G's, I would rather just, pay for it. It runs for a couple more years, hopefully, before something major happens again. And that would just be worth it to me than spending X amount of thousands of dollars, getting a title and whatever, just the whole process. It would just be simpler if it could just be fixed. They originally call me, look, we can replace X, and that would be $900 total. And I think $900, that's a fucking lot, but I know something is seriously wrong with the car. Go, okay, I guess, yeah, go ahead with the $900 thing. And then they call later. I think it's the next day, right? Because they really like to take their time. And they say, we haven't done X yet, but, we cleaned out this filter and we took it for a little ride, and it turns out, yeah, those codes still came up. So it looks like we need to do Y as well, because we don't want to fix X, and then also Y is a problem, and then the codes are still there. That's going to be $1,600 total, and they haven't done X yet. So no money has been put into the car, just standard testing stuff. And I say, yeah, no to both. You had me for 900. You fucking had me for 900. I was more than willing to go along with it, and then you upped it to 16, and I just go, no, I'm just not interested anymore. So I'll just, whenever you have my car ready, I'll come get it. So there's nothing to put together. There's nothing like that at all, and they passive aggressively hold on to my car for several more hours than they need to, and I'm fucking furious. I brought it into them Thursday, and it was Tuesday now, and I needed my car for work the next fucking day, and just borrowing a car from my parents, just with my mom, it's, oh, I can loan you my van, but then, we're going to have to go do this and go do that, and then you can pick me up, and then 2 hours later, I'm going to need the car back, and then just shut up. Jesus fucking Christ. It's just loan me a car for a few days. My parents are both retired. Figure it the fuck out. Manage with one car. I'm thankful that they're loaning me a car, but with my mom, it's just 1,000 little things attached to it that I don't want to fucking deal with. I would rather just go rent a car, for a handful of days. Oh, they do call me. I already decided that, if at 4 o'clock they haven't called me and said that my car is ready, I'm just going there and I'm gonna just, I guess, start screaming and demand my car back. I've called my mom so she can come get me and then take me to the car place. They do call me about, when a few minutes just before my mom arrives, and hey, we have your car ready for you. I'm like, oh, great, I'm coming up now. Fucking Christ. And it's just, look, white pill media, maybe a little naive, maybe a little stupid, maybe a little autistic, maybe to all three. But I couldn't just, it's not in my nature just to lie to someone's face and to try to take money from them. I can't do it. Like, I can't fucking do it. I don't know what type of person you have to be to just lie like that. And I know the car needs work. From how they were speaking on the phone, oh my God, I think I forgot to mention it. Because then, I go to the shop, and then they go, yeah, look, something is really wrong with it. And then it could, we think it's the catalytic converters, whatever. And that would be like 5,000. So, and I told them I have to think about it. But if we're going to do any work on the car, it's going to be, the converters. That absolutely has to be done. $5,000. That's what they're saying to me. Okay, I'll let you know. I give them a 1-star review after that. Days and days later, my parents, they were actually looking to buy another car, right? Because they're trading in my mom's older car. So they actually get a Honda Element, and my dad already had one, but this one's an automatic. His is a manual. So I am driving the Honda Element for the next couple weeks, right? Because my car, the shop that it's supposed to go to, which is a better one that my family trusts, it's going to take a while for them to even look at it. Honda Element. I can't say I'm exactly a giant fan of it, just One, it's not aerodynamic when it's windy on the highway. Holy shit, do you feel it? And then two, it was like 4 something in the morning and I was heading into work for my day shift, and you have some bad blind spots on that thing. I really don't like it. And just, I was, going over to merge into a lane, and then I looked again. I'm like, holy shit, there's a fucking car there. My fault. I didn't hit the guy, didn't get close. I mean, it was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then I backed off. But I'm just saying, right, even if I was in a smaller vehicle or any type of vehicle, just hanging out in someone's blind spot, just their rear quarter panel, what the fuck is wrong with you? Just, that's not how you drive. It's definitely not how you drive at 4 in the fucking morning. So almost a situation there, but we didn't die, and I guess that's what matters. Oh, and another thing with that like chain place that I went to, they also said, yeah, we blew out the air filters and we checked all of that, and it helped a little bit, but still having problems. I went to my dad, and he said, "Hey son, I took a look. They didn't touch the air filter. The air filter was fucking filthy." So they even lied about like such a small thing like that, which it didn't take like any time or effort to clean that out, but they just lied to my fucking face. God damn it. Like, God fucking damn it. Just holy shit. I really can't stand that. Oh, and then I said to my dad when the car was taken into the more trusted shop, and I said, Dad, I'd be happy if it was 2,000 or less. He said, son, it won't even be anywhere near that. So it's about a 2,200 now. I do have my car back, and that's super. It's running well. Still needs to do the emission testing, but yeah, it passed the safety. The check engine light is back on again, which is just, hey, big thumbs up. You spend a little over $2,000 and the check engine light comes on again still. And also my center console, you lift it up and you can put stuff in there. Yeah, that's broken now. So I guess someone at the shop just decided to fucking break it. So that's nice. It doesn't close anymore or stay closed. So I'm great. Thank you. I don't really have any more car stories. It's just, but I was driving the Element into work one day. It was just a few days ago. Going 60, going like 70-ish, right? And then suddenly the car drops speed. And then there's a lot of thunk, 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 thunk sounds coming from the engine. And it's so bad, and I've lost so much speed that I'm crawling at like 30 miles an hour on a busy stretch of highway that I make it over the shoulder. I'm freaking the fuck out. I turn the car off. I call our call off number for work. You need to call them if you're going to be late. And I got about 30 minutes to make it in and to clock in before I'm fucking late. And I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm still not in the union at this point, and I'm fucking terrified. Because I don't know. I don't know if the car's going to start up again and then, it'll just be fine. Or I don't know if I'm trapped on the side of the highway here and then how long is it going to take me to get to work? I don't know. So I call the call off number. I let them know what's happening. Then I get the car started up again. It goes. It goes, and I'm able to get to like 50, 60 miles an hour, and it doesn't like break down or shut down on me again. So I'm so fucking thankful. I didn't tell Jalen, who I was relieving that day, what happened, and I made it with like 2 minutes to spare. Just because it kind of sounds like a lame excuse, right? And I'm not trying to like bullshit anyone, but it also just, that's what happened. I was trapped on the side of the fucking highway. As soon as I clocked in, I called the call-off number again and just updated them that I did make it into work. I think it makes things a little better on their end if you call them to, like, update them about the situation. But I made it, and I do have my car back, and yeah, we are $2,000 poorer, but there you go. It drives well. It's driving like I did before. The center console is broken. Not happy. Big frowny face on that, but there you go. Oh, but the drive back from work that night to my house, I was scared. I was so fucking scared. I had no idea what I was going to do. I called my dad when I was at work. I get on the highway with it and I can go 60 and everything's fine. I don't attempt to push it past 60 miles per hour on the highway until I'm near the home stretch. Now, boys, when White Pill Media hits 65 miles an hour, there's a big sound that comes from the engine, and then I start to lose power. I take my foot off the gas, and then something like kicks on in the engine, and then I'm able to go 60 the rest of the way. No fucking clue what that means, but hey, you can go 60, not 65. Just, of course, it has to happen, right? And then it has to happen on your way to work. It would be bad if it was on the way home, but then at least I wouldn't be late for work. So just awful, 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 awful. I had this Helsing clip for Stancliffe that I wanted to play at the end of that Crusader video. It got immediately struck down on YouTube. The whole video got blocked for playing a 2-minute clip. Awesome. So I ended up posting it on X, but, I will attempt to play maybe 5 to 10 seconds of it now.
My friends, it has often been said that I like war.
You can look it up. It's Helsing, like the OVA, the major speech. The admin, he loved Helsing. That was his favorite anime. I remember that. Really into Helsing. I think Berserk. He introduced me to, several. I certainly didn't have a favorite anime in high school, and it definitely wasn't embarrassing. That's all I remember. I had some random stuff to bring up about my grandpa. Mom's side of the family, that grandpa, he was born in 1928 in New York and didn't get a lot out of him about his life. He didn't really talk about himself too much, but this was something that he did share. He was 10 years old. It was 1938, and he ended up seeing this movie 3 times, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. He went to the movies with his friends, with his sisters, and then his mother. The movie was The Adventures of Robin Hood, and I ended up seeing it recently, and it was okay. I can see why it would appeal to a 10-year-old boy. It's this guy, Errol Flynn, and there's some other famous actors and actresses for the period. But you have Errol Flynn striding in as Robin Hood. There's this feast with King John there, and so he's got this deer slung over his shoulders, and he's beating people with the dead deer. It's kind of cool. He is killing tons of guys, just arrow, 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 just dropping guys constantly. Yeah. And then at the end, you have the cinematography get a little cute. It's a little artistic, where we have this ending fight between him and I think it's a warden or whoever. And they're fighting inside the castle, and the camera is on their shadows dancing on this stone column. At the end of the day, Robin Hood, he marries Lady Marion, whatever. And then the Crusader King Richard the Lionheart returns. He's a good man. He's a good, noble Christian king. Turned from the Crusades, which everyone is happy about. Media was just better then. It was less hateful. It was less subversive. I know there's still like some stuff going on or whatever, but just Christian white people having a good time in England, we really couldn't portray that movie today. And everything was bright and colorful, right? And they refused to portray medieval times anything but dreary, and everything's covered in mud, and there's this ugly gray filter on everything. Grandpa also shared a story where he and his friends would break off wooden planks from people's fences and then burn them in a metal trash can to stay warm during winter. I thought that was kind of a fucked up story, and I didn't really expect it from my grandpa, but then I remembered he grew up during the Great Depression, so I guess you did what you had to do. I have only seen one movie 3 times at the theaters, and boys, you will never guess. You won't. You just won't. Kung Fu Panda. It was 2008. I was 12. I remember I got my oldest adopted brother to take me there. I think I probably went once with friends, and then I went that final time with my dad, and it was just me and my dad. I think that's probably the only movie we've seen like alone together in the theaters. I don't know, just me and my dad, I guess we just never really did much stuff. And it's not like, oh, poor me, my dad didn't like me. But I think it is challenging if you're a father and you have multiple children and you're working full time and then you're also taking overtime to help make ends meet, right? And you come home, you're tired, you have a wife that needs attention, you have all your kids that need attention, you also need to relax and unwind after work. I think it's just really difficult to set aside time to just have one on one time with your kids, right? But that is something where, I don't know, yeah, we just didn't do a whole lot together, I guess. Like alone, we did as like all of us together, right? There were plenty of memories with that, but it's not quite the same. I didn't think of this last time, but I actually do share my birthday with my mom's dad, which I think is interesting. When my mom had me, it was by C-section, so I think she was close to when I was supposed to be born, and then I guess with the C-section, you get to pick what date that you want the baby, if it's within like a few days, something like that. And yeah, I feel like my mom probably picked that day to try to, endear her father to her, and I don't think that really worked either, but I guess that's what she was probably hoping for. I do distinctly recall one year where we were celebrating my birthday and also Grandpa's birthday, mainly Grandpa's birthday at this restaurant. Everyone said happy birthday to Grandpa, and they half-heartedly, after being reminded, would say happy birthday to me. It didn't bother me, and I certainly don't remember it now anymore. Anyways, moving along. These are kind of in order, kind of not. Anyways, so we had this one night. I'm supposed to be relieved at 9 p.m., and I get a call at 7 p.m. from Deanna asking if I can cover for her shift. And I knew she was going to do this. It was 2 days before, and I had printed out a schedule for the upcoming week, and I had highlighted my working days, right? I just do this for myself. And she looked over at my printed schedule to check it out. And so she's on the phone, and I go, yeah, I like Deanna a lot. I felt she was gonna, ask, and I don't know, like it was fine, but if she was already kind of planning on, having a day to ask me to do it, just like a little more heads up, like, hey, would you mind, like, if I called in sick or whatever on this day and then you cover, I'd be like, okay, then I could be a little more prepared. But it's fine. We like Deanna. What this does mean, though, is I went to work that day at 1 p.m. I was at my station, and it means I'm not going to be able to go home until 6 a.m. the next day, which wouldn't be great. The nice thing is, though, on midnights and like late into the evening, they only typically run one caster, so it's pretty chill. It's pretty quiet. Shit can happen on midnights, and that can be unpleasant, but it's usually not bad. And we got lucky because there was a cap off at about 4 p.m., and we don't get another slab until 10:40 into the next shift. So it really wasn't a bad day to work a double. I got pretty lucky there. The not great thing is, so I put some ribs out, in the sink to defrost, and I'm like, oh man, those ribs are gonna go bad. So that was unpleasant. And then, during our downtime, I decided to watch ER. I think most of the people listening to this listen to ER, but yeah, Legend of Horror, Book 3, that's great. Big thumbs up there. American Krogan, his Pragmata video, and I almost got finished with the book that I hate. So I was able to get a lot of reading done. This was actually for SIlverlake Terrace. As enjoyable as that was, I did manage to get the majority of it done there. And me being a little cuckold, I did buy food from the company store. Boys, it was a 17-hour shift. I brought a singular peanut butter sandwich for my dinner. Well, I guess it's more of my lunch, and then dinner was supposed to be the ribs when I got home. My only other recourse was our candy bowl, and I did partake in that, but that wasn't quite enough for me. I did give my money back to the company store, and it was reasonable, like basically gas station prices, maybe a little better than that actually, but yeah, I had to do that. Had a kind of bad day on a Wednesday when we came back. It was during days, and we were running both casters. It was going fine until we had a breakdown near noon, and it's a fucking shit show. I think I understand what Caden was doing then, because so the one good crane went down. We have the other crane, and it's a lot slower, right? There's nothing you can really do as a craneman. That's just how that crane operates. I think Caden deliberately kind of ignored some of my direction. And it's not that I'm trying to micromanage, but I'm just saying, hey, you don't have to bring it to me in the table. Just throw it down in the stack, and I'm going to run out into the yard with my cordless drill, and I'm going to nail the plate to it there, so to save time. And it would save like a couple minutes, right? Like 1-2 minutes on each slab. Caden does not do that, and I think he does this because he just wants one of the casters to get run out of the building, which means Cress will be there to pick the slabs up and then bring them inside to us, and then he can just focus on one caster. And I do kind of get that. It was just a frustrating time. I'm sure it wasn't like great for him either, but yeah, casting foreman, not happy. It was that bitch foreman too, and they're always unpleasant to be around, and then something goes wrong and they're always pissed off. It was a bad day. I don't think I've laid out my work schedule to you guys. Yeah, okay. When we come back from long weekends, and I'll explain long weekend when we get to it, we work Tuesday through Sunday, and we work afternoon shift, and for me that means from 1 p.m. to 10 p.m., so 6 days in a row on that. You get that Monday, Tuesday off, and then Wednesday morning at 5 a.m. I'm due at my station, and I work from 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. We do this from Wednesday to Tuesday, so 7 days in a row. But actually, it's a little worse than that, because on that Monday, we work our Monday doubles, so that is a 17-hour workday for me. So from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., I am at work. And then, oh yes, we do work that Tuesday morning, so I am due back at my station at 5 in the morning, getting off at 10 o'clock, and then being due back at 5 a.m. White Pill Media maybe gets 5 hours of sleep on the Monday double to Tuesday days, usually not even that much. It's not fun. And then we have the rest of that Tuesday off, that Wednesday off, and then Thursday, you're due back at work at 9 p.m. for me. Thursday, so 9 p.m. to 6 in the morning, and I have that schedule until next Thursday at 6 a.m. I'm off. And then I get to be off for the rest of that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then you're due back at work Tuesday, 1 p.m. So that's my work schedule. And it's not that bad. I don't love the rotating schedule. The morning shift is crappier, not just because of the double, but that's when they run both casters. They usually don't run it late into afternoons or at all on midnight shift. So you have twice as much stuff going on. There's more bosses around. There's your bosses around. There's just a lot more to deal with, and the pay is the same. You actually get paid more on midnights and you do less on midnights. So I would say mornings are the worst for me. I don't sleep very well. I don't know. Maybe the time is just kind of awkward for my body to adjust to. Yeah, so I only have the Monday double once every 28 days, so it's really not bad. It's just, you gotta prepare for it, and there are times when I think, oh man, I'm going to fucking crash. I think I got maybe 6-7 hours of sleep that Sunday. But so far, it's been pretty decent. So yeah, not too much to worry about there. Had a day where the hot strip coordinator, they get the slabs, then they put them in the machine to turn it into the slabs into the rolls of steel, kind of like that. But this guy's like basically fucking crying to me. It's like, hey, we just dropped some slabs off. It's like 12:30. We get off at 2. They drop these slabs off at 12:30, and you know, Caden's done for the day doing the DMI stuff, and he's like, oh, this is a priority. And I say, yeah, maybe we can get to it. And then he's not exactly crying, but he's upset. And he goes, well, I guess I'll put it down as a priority for the next turn. What the fuck do you want? It's 12:30. I mean, okay, yes, we do have the time to do it now, but still, I don't want to bother Caden with this shit. I think Caden did end up doing it, so yeah, it was whatever. It was, we had our 2 days off on, I forget which part of the rotation we were on, and we were going to miss the 24-hour shutdown, the monthly 24-hour shutdown where they just do repairs and maintenance and shit like that, and we do nothing. We do nothing all day. It was scheduled to happen when we were going to be off, so we were going to miss it, right? But then they pushed it back, and guess what? We didn't do shit the whole turn. I had Logan call once, and he tried to get me to take his day shift. Just a casual, hey, man, can you do a 17-hour day today? It's just, fuck off, you know? And apparently he tried it another day with Deanna, too, and it's just, look, absolute emergency, hospital, child endangered, something along those lines. Yeah, I got you. I'm going to cover you. Don't worry about it. Anything short of that, come do your fucking shift. Now, again, if it was like doing an afternoon shift into midnight, that's kind of sweet. You know, I'm not, yeah, that I am more inclined to say yes to that. But on some days, it can be really shitty and you just want to go home and you don't want to work a fucking double. There are some guys that work every double they can get. And like, okay, I get it. Like the money, right? The money's nice. But at the same time, I don't want to like live here, you know? Not that I do much, but I don't know. There is stuff I want to do. I just kind of want to relax. I want to be at home. There was something that happened. This was, I guess, a month ago, a little more than that. There was a fatality at one of the mills. It's not like my building, and it was an electrician. Not sure exactly what went down. The company email was kind of weird. And some people were claiming it was a suicide. Others were saying it was like an arc flash, which I think that's when you flip a breaker or something like that and there's something wrong. Electricity will just shoot through you and kill you. I think it's pretty quick. I didn't know about the email until that night. I went to, change in the locker room, and the guy went, hey, man, if you pray, we could use your prayers tonight because we had a fatality in the mill. It's like, oh, Jesus. So I still don't know 100% what happened there, but there was that. And then we had what I think I can safely say is the worst day I've ever had at this place. So it's late. It's the midnight shift. It's supposed to be chill. It's supposed to be calm, calm, cool, collected, nice, easygoing, simple. The torch machine starts having problems on the caster. We have this horrible night, and then there are 2 other nights where this did happen. It hasn't happened since then. We have the caster, right? And we have the molten steel, and it's all in one big, giant, continuous slab. And we have the torch machine, which is this great, like, bank that rolls down the rollers, right? And it has torches on it, and the torches they click on, and then they cut the slab to whatever length it needs to be. Well, the torches stop cutting, and the slab is getting really cold, right? And it gets really cold really quick, and the colder that it gets, the harder it is for them to do manual cuts. There's so many people. I'm just looking at the cameras that I have on my monitors, and oh my God, there's so many fucking people over there, and they're all trying to just cut the slabs to length, and they fucking can't. Just a absolute nightmare. So we have one continuous slab that gets pushed out of the building. It's hundreds of feet long, right? Hundreds of feet, non-exaggeration. And it's going so far out that it's gonna like touch the piles of slabs that are stacked out there for storage, right? And it's like getting to that point. I don't do a great job by calling Cress, and I don't exactly convey that it's one giant slab and it hasn't been cut, because there's not much Cress can do about it. But I should have, like, really emphasized that was just one giant slab, because they can't, like, pick up, the front end of the super long slab and then break it away. I don't think so. The only thing to do is do manual cuts, but what they did have to do was get Cress out there and then move some of the stacks of slabs out of the way from the Night of the Living Slab, which is continuing to push out of the building. It was awful. Now, there wasn't much that I could do, right? I just called people, let them know what the situation was. But I'm just in my little office, and you're just so fucking anxious, and it's just, this is so bad. This is so fucking bad. Emergency services was there, so we have emergency services on one side of the super slab and on the other side of the slab with their flashers on. Because it's this thing which is still, like, incredibly hot, even though it's cooled down quite a bit, so it is a safety thing, right? There's also torrential rain a few hours in, and they just have guys, and it's, doing cuts on the slabs, and it's taking so long because it's just cooled down so much. But there's torrential rain out in the yard, and there's just this curtain of steam that's coming off this slab, and it's just kind of incredible to look at. The whole sky is white with steam. Eventually, they do make enough cuts, and it's just bad because not all the slabs have measurements, they don't have lengths, they're not tagged, and it's a fucking shit show. And then Runout couldn't put stuff in the computer, right, and close it out because, hey, I don't have the lengths on these slabs because they were manual cuts, so they need to be measured. Well, Cress hauled away a few of the slabs because they were, like, too long to be brought into the building, so they didn't get measured. So there's not much I can do about those ones. What I do for the slabs that we do have in the building is I have the burned tape measure. It still works, but some of it is kind of burned. And then I have that. I have my, like, measuring stick, which I use to hook onto the slabs to make up the difference because the tape isn't long enough to cover the length of some of the slabs. And as a marker, I have this crushed up little water bottle, so I'm using that as a marker. Oh, and like 3 fucking people called because so we have one group of slabs, right? And then in the next group of slabs, they were doing something new because we had some new boss, right? And this one was supposed to be rushed out to, I guess, the rip yard or wherever, for like some new boss, right? Some big quality guy. Oh, yeah. The guy from quality, he called about it specifically. Blooming Mill called, and it's like, can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. It's not in the system. I don't know which slab is supposed to be the special slab. What the fuck do you want from me? Because none of this shit is tagged. The next time that this happened, it only happened over one group of slabs, and all of them except for 4 got tagged, so it was a lot more manageable. And the third time it happened, it wasn't on my shift, so who gives a fuck? Not my problem. When things are cool at work, things are really cool. When things are not cool at work, it's such a fucking nightmare. I like consistency. I like it when things go well. White Pill Media, every day I have 3 Coke Zeros. This is 34 milligrams of caffeine. That's per can. And I have one 2 hours in, 4 hours in, 6 hours in. It's the equivalent of about 1 cup of coffee spread across 6 hours. That's good enough for White Pill Media. Sometimes I will pack a emergency one in case I really didn't get enough sleep and I might need the caffeine boost, because there's been a time or two when I might nod off for nothing crazy, like 2 minutes or so, because Caden did walk in once and I did wake up, and I wasn't out for that long. It's not like the Craneman has slab for me, but I did black out for a minute or 2. We also have 1 peanut butter sandwich per day. Okay, that is per day. That is our lunch. We like it. The candy bowl is a trap. It used to be bad when I started working there, and things would go bad, and I'd get a little anxious, and I would really dig into the candy bowl. We no longer do that. We have self-control now. But I started bringing these like dum-dum, like little suckers, and I have one of those per shift. It hits that craving to have something sweet, and they're only 25 calories, and I'm good with like one of those. And then if it's like a bad day, I will have like a little piece of taffy or a second dum-dum, but we're good now. Things have been going, yeah, pretty all right. And it's just I don't know. I don't really hate anyone there, not really. Like I might not agree with some of these people like just from like my beliefs or whatever, but they're not like bad people. I don't know. Caden comes across the yard sometimes and he'll sit down. Sometimes we talk, sometimes we don't. It's whatever. I can't really tell Caden not to come over, I can't really do that. It's just if he wants to come over and sit down, I can't really turn him away, that's just how it is. He showed me some comic book he started reading. He had some like big omnibus of it. It was from Robert Kirkman, the Walking Dead guy, Invincible. Neither of those are good. I don't think Robert Kirkman's a good writer. It was a G.I. Joe Transformers crossover. Two topics I care nothing about. I ended up getting a few volumes from my library. I'm okay with reading it for free, but yeah, I've read the volumes that were available to me a lot recently where it's just I go to work, I come home, I go to work, I come home, I go to work, I come home. And my social interaction is, what little there is at work. And then it's basically this, it's basically making these videos. It's basically me ranting in these vlogs. That's basically my social interaction, every month, every 6 weeks. That's about it. And okay, like Caden's black and whatever, right? There's certainly be some people that would judge me for it, but if he wants to sit and talk, that's fine. I can't really tell him no.
I got no wife, I got no kids. Boy, I got a town that don't want me. Oh, and I got an air conditioner that I have to oil myself. I got a desk with a busted leg, and on top of that, I got this, please. Don't you think that'd drive a man to taking a few drinks? I'll tell you a secret. Nobody comes here. Never. You married? No. Ever been? No. Ever been close to it? Close to it. Don't you get just a little lonely? No lonelier than you, man. Oh, now don't get smart, black boy. I don't need it. No pity, thank you. No, thank you.
Jody, right. Jody. Things seem like they are better with her, a lot better with her, but they were also strange. So we came back from our long weekend and things were immediately off. And kind of the first thing, Jody, like at the start, spoke with her a little bit and Seth, the break-in guy, and she was like very nice and she's been a lot nicer lately, and I just felt like, all right, things are a little bit off. Oh, this was the day we had the cap off. Okay, I remember now. All right. So our big boss, he ends up calling and says that we have one guy from the blooming mill, and we're going to need either you or the break-in for the crane, Seth, to go out with this guy, and you're going to be measuring slabs. And they say, okay. Boss says either me or the break-in can go, and since we're down at the moment, I offered to go out and do it because Seth is going to be up in the crane later. Look, my job when things go bad, it is kind of stressful dealing with bosses and that type of thing, but for the most part, it's pretty damn easy, I know, like, the position I'm in, it's pretty fucking easy. So I say, hey, I'll go do it, and like Seth can just hang out now, and yeah, he'll have to go up in the crane later, and obviously that's the hardest job in the yard, so I didn't want him to really be bothered by this. So then the underboss, he ends up calling a bit later to ask who is going out in the yard with the blooming mill guy, because he's supposed to come by in a truck and pick you up, right? And I said, I can go because, we're down right now and Seth can just hang out here, and then since I'm not doing anything, I think I was just making tags, but yeah, I can just drop that and do that whenever. The underboss hangs up. About an hour later goes by, and I'm still waiting to be picked up, and no one has come. And then here comes another call, and this is from a blooming mill coordinator. He goes, you were supposed to go with the blooming mill guy? And I say, yeah, because the casters are down. And he goes, oh, I see. Then he hangs up, and no one comes. Nobody comes to pick me up, and I don't think anyone came to get Seth either. Pretty odd, just not really normal. And we ended, like, before we came back from that long weekend, Jody kind of not really pleased with me. I forget what the exact thing was, but there was definitely some tension there, right? And the next day after, the cap off, we get an email, right? And it came at 6:48 a.m. And they say that overtime help will be needed for tagging and for measuring some slabs out in the yard. And then I understood that that's what this was. The blooming mill guys, they didn't want me getting this overtime. And I didn't know that it was overtime. The big boss just said it was a special assignment. And I thought it was just kind of busy work, and I thought, oh, well, why trouble Seth with this? I'll go do it so he can just kind of hang out. And I didn't know who I pissed off or what, why did the blooming mill guys have a problem with me? But okay, I thought, okay, this is what it is. They didn't want me to have overtime. All right. And that's fine. I'm not trying to go where I'm not wanted or to start anything with anybody. And if they didn't want me to have overtime, fine. But some other stuff starts happening that week. Jalen, who not exactly a self-starter, I think she's fine. Like, I think she's a decent person. I don't think we would get along. Yeah, not really outside of work, but I think she's probably fine. However, not a self-starter, and she now starts printing group sheets. And before this, it was like me, Deanna, and then sometimes Logan would do it. But now Jalen is printing group sheets. And I know for a fact that Jalen would not do this on her own. She just wouldn't, she wouldn't start printing group sheets just out of the blue on her own. And this is also the week when things are just kind of weird in the yard. And then I thought it must be Deanna. And Deanna has said something along the lines of, I'm going, and that Jalen will need to do more to kind of make up for me being gone. I wasn't really sure what to think. It just seemed like, okay, maybe Jody really did get angrier than I thought, and she went to a big boss and, said, I can't work with White Pill and I'm getting the boot at the end of this week because everyone's being so weird around me. There was a thing with Jody regarding a water cool slab. So this was my fault, and I just feel that there are a lot of little things where I will screw something up, unintentionally, not trying to fuck with anybody, but it'll be taken in a really bad way. Like one time Deanna came in and we were moving some papers around and shit, and I was moving the walkie-talkie. I accidentally pressed down the talk button, and then I didn't say anything. And I think Jody thought that I was trying to fuck with her, because then she hits the horn on the crane, right after. It was a fucking accident. I accidentally pressed the fucking talk button. I didn't fucking mean it, okay? You have some slabs where they have to, go inside this tank of water, right, to cool them off because they have to do tests on them and they can't wait, a full 24 hours to do the tests, so it has to be done faster, so they go in the tank. If the slabs are too skinny, they go wait for an hour, then they go in the tank for an hour, then they get pulled out. If they're wide enough, they can go straight in the tank for an hour, right? It's a thing where Seth and Jody are doing 2 hours on, 2 hours off. And it's during Seth's turn, I think, when I say this one is a water cool slab, and then it waits for an hour. And then it's a few hours later, and I'm not sure, right, if I have told Seth or Jody, because they've switched off once or twice since then, to take the slab out of the tank, and I'm a retard. I should have just gone out to go check. It's just the craneman has a perfect bird's eye view of the whole yard, and if I do go over there, they're gonna know why I went over there. And I know this is autistic, but I don't want one of Jody's favorite lines, and that's probably my favorite Jody saying, is, I know how to do my job. I know Jody knows how to do her job. I know she's good at her job. I know. But I look over there, and it's been a few hours since it should have been pulled out of the tank, and oh, wow, there's still a good amount of steam coming off the water. Is that slab still in the tank? And then I start to think, is it really bad if a slab stays in the water for too long? Will this have some unknown negative effect? I don't know, right? Maybe it's only supposed to stay for an hour, and then, oh no, it stayed in there for 2 hours? Fuck. Did that water cool slab get taken out? And you mean the water cool slab from 2 hours ago? Yeah, I know how to do my job. That's not what I meant. It was just a situation where Seth and Jody were switching on and off, and I wasn't sure if that information was conveyed from one to the other. You know what I mean? But it's also me being a retard. So next time, if that happens, I'm going to just have a clipboard and some piece of paper on it. I'm going to pretend I'm just looking at tags, and I'm checking this off and that. Slowly make my way over there, and then just find the water cool one, and then just nod to myself. It's not that I think they're incompetent or anything, but it's just Seth thought, that you took it out, and you thought that Seth took it out, or whatever. I just hate those little interactions. It was a weird week. There's more stuff to get to. I don't know. I just started to really dread it, I'm going to be let go, or they're transferring me somewhere else, and that could be bad, I won't really make it at the Blooming Mill. Those guys, I won't really survive with them. I know that for a fact. I just won't. I thought that I could potentially beg and be sent to the basic oxygen furnace or the pickle line. The pickle line, they have slabs there, and they use acid to get rid of the scale on the slabs. So yeah, apparently it smells really bad over there, and yeah, a lot of acid in that place. That probably also wouldn't be a great fit for White Pill Media.
Now that's real acid, so I want to see goggles, people.
Real acid? My eyes, the goggles do nothing.
times when Deanna would come in to replace me, she usually gets there earlier. And then sometimes Caden will come over when Deanna's there, and it'll just be the three of us, and we'll just talk a bit. I usually don't say much, but it's just kind of, I guess, nice to be around people or whatever. And we had a day where Deanna, she came to relieve me, and then I was going to go over to the other trailer, and she just said, oh, you can just take a seat. There was a bit of small talk. Deanna, just from how she was looking, she really wanted to say something more, but she didn't. And just from how she was acting, I knew that I wasn't going to be transferred anywhere if things went south. I felt like she knows that I'm going to be fired. Holy shit, she fucking knows I'm going to be fired, and she doesn't know how to tell me, or if she should tell me. It's like, Jesus Christ. And then that night, as I'm leaving, this guy, Travis, he's a DMI, right? So they have a torch, and they do tests on the slabs. He's a nice guy. I forget if he was like in Iraq or Afghanistan, one of those, but yeah, he recommended this movie, kind of a documentary, I guess, Restrepo, or it's about like Iraq or Afghanistan vets, and they set up this base in this valley, and it's, I don't know, it was pretty good, but yeah, he's a nice enough guy. He shook my hand as I was leaving that night. I started to feel a little better. Oh, sorry, this is the night after Deanna says, why don't you just take a seat? So it's the night after, and then I started to think, during that day, you know what? I'm overreacting. Everything's fine. I guess I'm not losing my job. Then this fucking guy, he's shaking my goddamn hand, and I thought, oh, wow, this is a good luck at your next venture handshake. Oh, fuck me. I am fucking gone here.
Every day I was sure it was my day. Every time I stepped out of my cell. Every time I got in that shower. I figured it was only a matter of time before they made a move. I just hoped it'd be quick.
And I thought, okay, security, they're going to stop me at the turnstile and they're going to have me surrender my badge, or the next day when I come to work, I'm going to try to swipe in and it's going to be declined, or something. It was the longest walk back from the slab yard to the locker room of my life. And I was just like, it's over. It's fucking over. It's fucking over now. Oh, it's just terrible. Fucking terrible. But I still have work the next day. So that night, after the handshake, I go home and I like to, I guess, have things, be organized or just have things orderly, whatever. So typically I have one beer after work, one. So I have a beer, and then a little while later I decide, well, since I'm going to be fired, I can have another beer. And there are just times when I guess I kind of lose control a little bit, or I just give in like little impulses, and I drank every beer I had in the house. Not to the point where I'm like throwing up or anything like that, but there weren't that many beers left, like 7 or 8. 7 or 8 times more than I drink during a night. And I went to work the next day. I swiped my badge at the clock alley, and I was allowed in. And I went to my workstation, and I couldn't believe it, but it's been a few weeks since then. Something happened. Something legitimately fucking happened. I don't know what it was, but I know that I was really on the chopping block there. I don't think it was Jody. I don't know. I mean, maybe it could have been Jody, and Jody said something to a big boss, and then Deanna advocated for me, or maybe Deanna went to like our big boss and said they're having problems. And then maybe it didn't go Deanna's way, and they decided that I was going to be the one to be let go. And then I think Deanna, she must have advocated for me again, and I held on to my job. But it was odd, right? There's just a lot of coincidences. I know White Pill Media, a bit schizophrenic, more than a bit, but legitimately a lot of weird shit. Deanna was acting really odd, and yeah, I don't think I'll ever quite get the full story, but something happened, and I guess I weathered the storm, I suppose. we ended up missing the next 24-hour shutdown. It was complete bullshit. It didn't get delayed this time, so we got dick. You know, we came back from our days off, and then, boom, we're right back at work. What the fuck is up with that? Just, you know, they expect you to just clock in and then, oh, do your job. Faggot. And, oh, my, it was just so disappointing. I mean, I guess, you know, there'll be one more 24-hour shutdown, or actually, yeah, there should be one more in September. I don't think there'll be one in August. There might be. Yeah, there could be. The last one, I really wanted to watch American History X with Caden, you know? I mean, since we have nothing to do for 8 hours together, we come in, sleeping bags. Deanna has popcorn, so you just pop that in the microwave. I could show Caden my favorite scenes. It'd be cozy. It'd be comfy. And to be fair to Caden, you know, I would also watch a movie with, a majority black cast. Spike Lee, he's a famous black director. We could watch Do the Right Thing alongside American History X.
Dago Wab, Guinea, garlic bread, pizza slinging, spaghetti bending, Victimone, Perry Como, Luciano Pavarotti, solo meal, non-singer motherfucker.
You gold teeth, gold chain wearing, fried chicken and biscuit eating, monkey, ape, baboon, big thigh, fast running, high jumping, spear chucking, 360-degree basketball dunking, titsoon, spade, mullignan. Take your fucking pizza and go the fuck back to Africa.
So maybe you're a little bored with the work stuff. Sorry. We are getting close to wrapping it. Had a really fun day where we had the motor broken on some of the rollers. So Runout had to have 3 slabs cut. And not all the rollers were broken, but some of them were. So they had to have 3 cut and stacked up on the rollers. And when they had 3, it would be long enough to push that first slab to reach like the rollers that did work, and then they were able to move it along that way. It was very slow. It was a very slow, shitty day. And White Pill, if it's slow, then, you know, it must be kind of fun. It's still unpleasant because the rollers are broken, and it's never a good day when things are kind of broken down like that. And apparently, the rollers had been down since 6:25 p.m. the day before. It was 5 a.m. when I got there, and they were still broken. Shit still wasn't fixed by the end of my shift. Really gay, and it was busy. The foreman came by. It sucked. Funny moment when Logan showed up at... God, when did he arrive? He arrived at noon, and he goes... Hey man, I'm sorry I'm late. There's a train, Like, Logan, you don't have to be here till 1, and I guess it's daylight savings or whatever, so kind of funny. There was a really bad Monday double, the last one, where 17 hours, right? Curving problems all day, which means that they have to be decurved, and no one's happy about this. Just lots of unhappy bosses, and Jody, me... not really amigos. I don't think we'll ever quite be amigos, but we had this one boss, this foreman, Rusty, not a nice guy, but I guess he was just like wanting to start shit or whatever, because there's nothing we can do, right? We're having curving problems. It's not our fault. We're just reporting it. But he goes, who's up in the crane right now? Because Jody was carrying 2 at a time, which you can do as long as it's within weight limits, because it's like 114,000 pounds for that crane that they can pick up. So if the slabs are light enough, you can carry 2 at a time and save yourself a trip, right? But the foremen don't really like this. And it's really just, there were a couple of bad times with the more inexperienced cranemen, and shit would go bad with them, with like breaking cables and that type of thing. I don't think that's ever happened with Jody, right? And I'm sure it could happen to any craneman, you know, under the wrong circumstances. But so I give Jody a heads up that this boss is snooping around. Just, I think he's looking to start shit because they want like someone to blame because the day is just going badly. Okay, me and Jody, not really friends. I don't really want any friction with her, but also us versus boss, I'm gonna pick us, like, every time, you know? Like, every fucking time. Incidents like the slabs coming off one of the casters, they're completely uniform, same width, same size, all that. And then It's not until Jody puts one of them in a stack that I notice that one of them is like 30, 40 inches shorter, and that's not how it is in the computer. It's not how it is on my paper sheets. And I thought, oh fuck, like what the fuck is the deal with that one? And the ones after it are completely normal. Jody did notice that that one was off, and then Runout calls me a little while later and says, oh, the laser cutter, we had an issue with that, so I think one of them was a bit shorter. And like, yeah, one of them was a little shorter. Were the ones after it okay? And I said, yeah, they look normal. But then I think, is Jody even going to believe me if I try to explain, that Runout called about this thing, or is she going to think that, I wasn't paying attention and that I'm a fucking liar or whatever? So then I think, just be quiet, just let it go. And I don't know. It's not great. The only other thing that has really gone on with work is this was really sudden and pretty fucked up. It was just before we went on our last long weekend. And so Deanna's relieving me, right? And she's in a bit early, and she tells me that she is being moved out of the department. She and this person from the hot strip are doing this own thing where they're going to be measuring slabs and that, right? There's apparently so much work for that they're being like assigned to do this stuff. So Deanna's gone. Tonight is the Tuesday that I'm back on afternoons, and Deanna's gone. There's this old DMI guy who's doing the tagging now. Frankly, it seems like he's pretty lazy, and this is really going to fucking suck. Pretty bad. We talked a bit. She asked about my upcoming trip. I am going to miss her. I don't know. I kind of regret it where I'm just more of a, I am like pretty introverted. I guess this is kind of weird, this vlog stuff where I'll talk for hours and say 2 words in real life, but I guess that's how it is with me. But yeah, I wish I spoke more. I don't know, but she was always great. She'd bring in food sometimes, like biscuits and gravy, cookies, just stuff she would make. And always just really pleasant, good to be around, good to work with. It's going to be bad just with the new guy. He's old. I think he's pretty fucking lazy. Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good for Deanna leaving. She did hug me. Whatever, maybe the assignment thing, it'll probably go on for a while, actually, so I shouldn't count on her coming back. I think, it's going to be us 4 in the tagging office for a while, unless something changes, because now there's an open slot for DMI, and I don't know who's going to fill that or what with that. That's kind of how it is in the tagging office. Things are better with Jody. I'm still like, it's always just kind of a dance, right? And okay, will this make Jody mad? If I bring this up, will this make Jody mad? Or should I say nothing and that'll be better because then Jody won't get mad? It's just stuff I wouldn't really have to consider with the Rodney, with the Seth, with I don't really know Lonzel. I've worked with him the least of the Cranemen. Oh, Lonzel took out this thing again. So we had this thing. It's like outside of our office on the left. It's kind of this little like not quite a crane, but like a little hook thing. I don't know, whatever. But it had been hit before by Lonzel, and then it got hit again when I came back from a long weekend, a weekend before this one. I went out there and I'm like, what the fuck? This is fucking bent in. It's like almost hitting you. You don't really have space. You kind of have to duck your head to get under it to get to some cabinets. No one apparently said shit, right? On Jalen's turn and Logan's turn, no one said shit, I guess. And you would have 100% heard him hit that. So, yes, it was Lonzel. He did hit it again, but that's whatever. Yeah, Leo, he's not good. He is not great. And actually, tonight, he was 15 minutes late. I actually had to call him, hey, man, where are you? And then, so he was a little bit late. Nothing, like, really insane, but still, that's not good. That's not great. I think he maybe forgot that he was on tonight, or I'm not sure. But I had to do that for him, and it seems like Logan, nothing really against him, but I also don't think he really gives a shit. And then I guess it's kind of Jalen. And Yeah, she's not bad. So I have I have a better opinion of Jalen now, so I'm thankful for that at least, and I guess it'll just kind of be the two of us, and then there's these two, I suppose. And I'm thankful to Caden. It was a few weeks ago now, but bad situation. One of the cranes, it went down. It wasn't working at all. Had to get in the hole. How do you get in the hole? You have to bridge. And then Caden just instantly, he was immediately there. And then he went up in the other crane and got that one bridge down to the hole so the electricians and millwrights could look at it. He was really quick, responsive. I was really thankful about that. Shitty situation the other day when the casting foreman was calling about lengths and can you check out some lengths, White Pill? Which we have the table where the slabs are brought to for me to tag and to look at, and we do have links on the side of the table, right? So you can sort of see, but the measurements are kind of rough, right? So you're just kind of eyeballing it and guessing. So I kind of get a guess on it, but I'm not too sure. So then after Jody puts these two slabs in a pile, I then get the tape measure outs to go to get a more accurate reading. I was not over there for 10 seconds when it got so goddamn hot. I had to just drop the tape measure and then go back in the office, get the heat visor, come back out again. It is still incredibly hot, but the heat visor makes it bearable for me to get these measurements, but it's fucking painful. And then run out calls a few times, and we need some more lengths, and blah, blah, blah. And, is the machine accurate? Is the machine not accurate? And da, 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 da. It's hot for White Pill Media. It's very fucking hot for White Pill, but I do get it done. Jody did say over the radio that, da, 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 I can just bring one at a time or try to set it up more at the end of the table to make it easier for you to read. And I appreciate that, but I also just don't want to bother Jody with it, but maybe I should have done that in the future. I think me and Jody are kind of similar in some ways where we like things the way that we like them, and we're both kind of ordered in this way, and just our working relationship got off to probably on as bad as a foot as you can get. So it's been hard to kind of work back to a good working relationship, but I think we're there or we're close at least. It was I think it was probably after the whole slab thing with Jody, but I was, a little freaked out, a little scared after that situation. Didn't know how exactly things were going to go between us. So I think I was probably calling out a lot of information. Seeing it now, it's okay, Jody's not stupid. And it's not that I think she's stupid, but it's more of I thought I was helping, right? And caster 1 is going to be finishing the heat. We have a really small slab over there and then the last of heat slab. And Jody can obviously see that. One of these slabs is over 100 inches smaller than the rest. And that final one, the back end looks really bad because it's the last of heat, and the first of heat, those also look bad, and you can just tell, right? Just visually, it's right there. So, okay, I get that. Don't bother Jody with that, and yeah, just little things like that, and then I would call out a lot of size changes to Jody, and I think that was definitely pissing her off, and I'm more careful now, but it's not that I was trying to be annoying. It's not that, oh boy, how do I fuck up Jody today? It's just, I thought I was helping, and then I was also the situation got worse where I was giving too much information, but I thought if I don't give Jody all this information, she's going to be pissed off. I probably do have autism, right? I mean, realistically, that's probably what it is, right? That's probably it. Some form of autism where it's kind of a struggle to not give unnecessary information, which I think I fought against a bit. And then just kind of needing things really laid out in detail for you to function properly, and you can follow the rules, but it's hard to interpret kind of people's emotions or, how they're feeling. I think I've kind of got Jody figured out now, but not a fun, trial and error process between the two of us. And, maybe I should just subtly put down like an Autism Speaks flyer, where she sits down to take her breaks. How to deal with an autistic coworker, things like that. That can't be easy for people to deal with me. I don't know. Like I don't really know how to fix it. It's just I think it's getting better. It's just I kind of need to be around someone for a bit and then sort of pick up on them, and I'm not super quick on it, but then I understand like okay, they like it this way, they don't want it done this way, etc. So I do think it's a lot better between us, but that's all I really have for work. Yeah, by the time this comes up, I should be just a few more days and then I'm in the union. So then I can finally book a vacation and I can't just be fired at will. We'll see if I make it. I think I will. I think whatever was coming has passed, but yeah, something was really going on there. But whatever, I guess it's over now. Anyways, yeah, we got some other stuff to get to. I don't know exactly how to title this section. I guess just follow up with A. So I did send that apology email to him. I ended up sending it back at the start of July. The last Not a TROUGH got published on July 2nd. So, yeah, it's been a minute since the last one, about a month and a half by the time this is uploaded. I sent that apology email also on July 2nd, and I really wasn't expecting a reply. I mean, I didn't think he would, but he did. So I did get a reply to that email on July 3rd. I'm not going to read it out word for word. I just lay out that, this is something that happened in the lab. Didn't defend him, right? And just kind of my thoughts and feelings on it. And I felt like ashamed about it since it happened. There are I don't know. I have plenty of other things in my life that I'm like ashamed of or regrets, right? But in terms of like worst things that I've done, I think this is probably the worst thing. Just having a friend in trouble, having a friend in need, and then not doing anything to help them. So I would say it's probably the worst. He says he thinks it's probably this guy. The name doesn't mean anything to me. And then he says he thinks it was sophomore or maybe junior year. I'm fairly positive it can't have been sophomore year. It's possible that it was junior year. I was thinking junior year or senior year, so it could have been junior year, I guess. It wouldn't have been sophomore. I'm fairly certain on that. He said he thinks things like that happen, and as long as you're not participating, but as long as if you're not like joining in, then you're not really at fault because you're not the one perpetuating like this situation. He doesn't think there's anyone to blame but the person doing anything in that situation. So even though like I was there, I didn't do anything, he doesn't blame me. For I guess a bit, I was like choosing to interpret this in the worst way possible, in that he doesn't forgive me, but he's saying that there's nothing to forgive because he doesn't hold me accountable. He also says he thinks of me as a kind, empathetic guy, which that doesn't sound like me at all. I'm not empathetic. There was going to be a bit with John J. Stancliffe and with me cutting his hands off, frying them in a pan, and serving him his own hands as he waxes on and on about his book. As he would be talking, I would saw his hands off, unbeknownst to him, and then attach wooden hands. And then, as I'm frying his hands in the pan, he'd sniff the air and go, "Oh, what is that delectable aroma?" And then, I'd serve his hands to him, and they go, "Egod, those are my hands." And his wooden hands would clatter to the floor. And then he'd bend over like a stupid idiot fuckface Christian and then try to reattach his wooden hands. And I'd help him put his wooden hands on, and then we'd sit down and we eat his hands together for dinner as we talk about why Pierce is actually a bad book. But a kind, empathetic guy. I've never been so insulted in my life. Kind and empathetic. Wow. He says that whatever, something about this injustice staying with me for this long says something about your character. I'm not really sure why. I mean, he never replied to that one text message I sent, but then he replies to this. I sent that text on what? Let me look it up. June 21st. But he replied to this. I'm glad, I finally, apologized to him. It's been overdue, very overdue. But I don't know. I don't feel great about it. I think I was probably hoping that his reply would make me feel better, and in some ways I do, but I don't feel great. Like, he doesn't blame me, right? And that's a good thing. I've never like told anyone about this, and then it feels good, to just get it out there. That feels better, but it's also this feeling of, for some reason, I'm not, you know what I don't know, just like little fucking insecurities of mine, but you're not worth staying in contact with. You're not worth maintaining a friendship, right? That's just, I guess that's kind of how it sort of feels, right? And I don't think I was supposed to reply to his reply, like, I got your reply. So I didn't. That was the end of the communication. And overall, right, I mean, what was the main thing? The main thing that I really like wanted here was like two things. It was, one, apologize to A. I've done that. Two, find out how A is doing. I've done that. The guy's doing great. He has a good life. I set out to accomplish these two things, and it's done. I got what I wanted. It doesn't feel great, but I did. I got what I wanted in the end, and things are all right. I guess it sort of feels like you're being judged, right? And never told anyone about this shit in the computer lab, and I finally did. I lay it all out there, and kind of letting someone like take a really good hard look at me, and then they do take a look at you, and they find you, I guess, unworthy, or just it's not worth maintaining a friendship with this guy. You know what I mean? That's just that's kind of how it feels, I guess. And I don't know, I shouldn't really feel that way. It's just we knew each other 12 years ago. You know what I mean, right? So it's just I think I definitely tend to let my mind just kind of spiral and to pick out the worst possible outcome, and I choose to run with that, and then I just work myself up into a neurotic mess over it. And when I thought I was getting fired from work, went home, drank every beer I had in the house, and with the A thing, after I texted him, and it was like a full day with no reply. Whitefield Media went home, had himself 2 pizzas. Personal pan pizzas, Whitefield Media, like from Pizza Hut, that are about 600 calories. Is that what you mean when you said 2 pizzas, personal pans? That's it, right? You know what, boys? That is right. 2 personal pan pizzas, because Whitefield Media felt kind of impulsive and chose to overeat because he wasn't feeling great. So, yes, they were in fact 2 personal pan pizzas. Used to do that shit all the time with UPS. That was bad. I hated that fucking job. 6 days a week, 60-hour work weeks. It's so fucking hot. There's no AC. In the summer, the back of that truck, it gets so fucking hot. It's like a little easy bake oven, and end of the week, good week or bad week, it doesn't matter. It's just end of the week. Just go to McDonald's and it'd be fucking disgusting. I mean, like over 3,000 calories in a single meal. We did that quite a bit, once a week, and that's certainly not the only meal I ate that day. I don't know. It's better now. It's more under control with like impulsive, like eating, or I guess drinking. I don't do the excessive drinking too much, but I can. The eating thing is, I would say it's a lot better now, right? But it's still like every now and then, I guess it'll like pop up. So there was something else with the whole A situation, that White Pill Media, He's capable of a little bit of low cunning. He's able to pull off a few sneaky maneuvers, right? He's capable of pulling off a couple lies. He's capable of pulling off a few omissions, if you will. I omitted something that I had found out in doing some of my research, and I wasn't sure how some of the people listening would react to it. Now, that's a weak excuse. What White Pill Media is really saying here is he wasn't quite sure how to process that information himself, so he chose to leave it out. I never knew about this in high school, right? I didn't. But when I was going through some A's Minecraft videos, just offhandedly, he mentions this, that he's 1/4 Filipino. And I thought, wait, what the fuck? I never knew that. That never came up in high school, not that I could remember. I decided I wasn't gonna mention that because I don't know, right? I don't think anyone listening, I mean, right-wing audience and all, racist. It's not that White Pill Media doesn't share these viewpoints, or a lot of them, but I wasn't sure, like maybe some people would be kind of offended, or is White Pill Media a hypocrite, and how's he supposed to feel? Whatever about it, Then I thought about lying and maybe saying that he was 1/8 Filipino, but when we had our phone call, he brought it up over the phone call too, that he was a 4th Filipino. Boys, I always thought that he was Italian. I just thought that he was Italian. He's just a bit tan, that's it. He looks white and he's a bit tan, and I just thought, oh yeah, he's Italian. I think maybe he has some Italian on his dad's side or something. Imagine H.P. Lovecraft hearing that sentence. I just thought he was Italian. He is now spinning in his grave. He's levitating. Light is beaming out of his eyes. Eldritch noises are occurring. Yes, I thought that he was just Italian. I don't know. I don't care. It wasn't like a crisis of faith moment for me where it's like, oh my God, how can I hold these viewpoints? It wasn't traumatic. I just thought, I just realized like, oh, I don't really care. A's a good guy. He's a really good guy. I don't fucking care. And there's nothing wrong with them, there's just not. And then I thought, I'm like a hypocrite here, White Pill Media, definitely through some of the written works that he's reviewed, and then just some of his viewpoints and some of the things I take issue with some of the people I've covered or whatever, this kind of, it doesn't really matter viewpoint really wouldn't have flown with myself even a few years back. So me saying that, oh, my audience would have had a problem with it, I would have never had a problem with it.
Yo! Hold up! Time out! Time out!
That's not true. I think I definitely would have taken issue with my own kind of stance here a few years back, or even a few months ago, probably. I think it's somewhat easier to hold on to more extreme positions when you're in more of to be frank, an echo chamber, right? If we're being honest, and then being confronted with things out in reality, where I knew this guy for several years, we were friends, and it's just, it doesn't matter to me, there's nothing wrong with him. He didn't do anything wrong. He's a good guy. I probably am a bit of a hypocrite, I guess, but whatever. He never stabbed me in the back in Ireland. That immediately puts him above all those guys, and it's not like I'm in some type of position or whatever to give him the okay or a pass. There's nothing to give a pass to. There's nothing to give an okay over. It's just kind of, not that I'm a hypocrite or whatever. I guess this kind of put me in conflict with myself for a bit, and just kind of challenging some of my values and ideas and my thoughts. And, I kind of got into this shit about 10 years ago. I was a junior in college, wasn't doing great, didn't really have any friends. I acknowledged that I kind of got into more right-wing, more extremist, more racial stuff. in a time of isolation for myself. White Pill Media is not walking everything back. I'm not doing I was seduced by the right wing. Now I'm a good person. Yeah, we're not fucking doing that. I don't have trolls remorse or whatever. But I do acknowledge that I got into this stuff more in a vulnerable time period in my life. And I think that is kind of true. It doesn't mean that all the talking points, all the data is wrong. It doesn't invalidate that. But yeah, I don't know. It's something to consider, I guess. While I was kind of questioning some things, and I guess all this A shit kind of brought it on. So kind of it's related. So I was a part of a thing for a while. I guess I was in it for a couple years. It's not the more current thing that you're thinking of that several listeners are a part of. Don't know those guys, never been involved with that. They seem like decent people, but never been involved with that. It is also not the political party barn thing with, it was set up as a corporation and not a political party, so therefore you didn't have to declare what you were doing with your donors' money. Wasn't that either. It was this other thing. Kinda heard about this like network kind of a deal online about people like-minded values, etc. Ended up contacting them. I guess, yeah, it was like a few years ago. I want to say 4 years, maybe more. I want to say at least 4 years. It seemed pretty standard where you're in a group chat, you're kind of being vetted by people. Eventually had to meet a guy face to face. I guess this was in a time period when I wanted to be more involved. I wanted to feel like I was doing something. Met one of the guys face to face. They're like right wing guys. At first, I was kind of scared to meet anyone who shared my values, in real life. I was worried, like, oh shit, are these guys going to be like fucking skinheads? Normal people, like very, very normal people. No one had any tattoos. They were probably like 70-30 white collar to blue collar, smart guys, well read, educated, also racist, but they were just fathers, husbands. The majority of the guys were married and had families, but just people that were concerned about the future and the future for their children and their families. And it was just a group, not political in any way. They didn't do any sort of activism, which that was more of what I was looking for. It was just kind of to have a support network, and that's what I wanted. And also just to be able to meet with people and you're not worried all the time about saying the wrong thing or revealing too much information. And then maybe you get canceled or someone goes behind your back and now you're in like fucking trouble with something. It was kind of nice. There were some guys my age, older people, a few guys that were younger. I was kind of more in the middle. And it was pretty nice at first. We would meet like at least once a month, usually twice a month. Kind of standard meetings. You'd have to like kill the little baby lamb, this is the Lamb of Christ, and you'd have to drink it, because Aryan purebloods, they have to drink the blood of the Lord, because Wotan, he hung on the world tree for 9 days as Jesus hung on the cross, and you understand, like pretty standard initiation stuff. And it was pretty cool. I would say there were a good amount of Catholics. They were the dominant spiritual group and I would say they always claimed membership was X amount of guys. I never saw that many people at any meeting. I would probably say like the biggest meeting like with people there was around 15 or so people. And they would claim like 20 something, 30 something people. I don't think that was really accurate. I really liked it at first. And because we would meet like twice a month, I would get to know some of the guys better. I wouldn't say any of them ever became friends, but acquaintances and then possibly building into friendship. Kept in contact through this group chat, and I didn't really like it. I just kind of muted everything and would just keep open like the events page for whenever we would get together for meetings. That's what I used it for. And it's just, I don't know, I just hate kind of group chats in general. It's just very impersonal. It's just kind of a lot of information thrown at you all at once. And then like just going to work for the day, and then you look at the chat and it's like, oh, there's 100 fucking messages in just this one thread. And then there's other threads. I don't know. I can't stand it. I hate that shit. And I just much rather preferred to speak with people in real life. And that's why I joined the group. To not that online stuff is completely worthless. I think there is some value to it, but the point of joining an IRL group is to meet people IRL. And probably my favorite thing that the group did, and not everyone participated, but we got a good amount of people to show up. It was the book club. We read Plato, we read some like ancient Greek stuff about their mythology. We read, I forget what it's called, but it's a really famous European story. It's about Charles the Great, I think, and he invaded Spain when Spain was still majority Muslim, and he fought the Muslims there, and then it's this one like famous epic poem about this French knight who held the Muslims back, and it's this epic struggle. We read that. That one was good. Sorry, it's been a few years. But we had pretty good attendance. You know, we had pretty strong attendance for these book club meetings. Guys liked going to it. I like to read. And it wasn't just guys showing up and, just shouting slurs. You could make some racist jokes and it'd be fine. No one would cancel you for it. It was comfortable. You relax. You're around people with similar values. It was good. But the guy who was behind running the book club, he ended up leaving. I think he was more of an atheist type of guy, and we had mostly Catholics. There were a few pagans. I liked one of the German pagan guys. He was nice. He was a nice guy. I don't think that stuff's like quite for me, but I don't know. Like I can appreciate some of it. He was a good person. He seemed like a good dad and husband and all that. I never got the full story about why the book club guy left, but it seems like the Catholics kind of ended up chasing him out, just like starting shit in the group chats, and I didn't really use the chats. I was there to go to events, and I tried to go to as many of them as I could. So it seems like he left over these guys starting some petty shit and not willing to drop it or whatever, and then no more book club. The Catholics never bothered to start up a new book club. They got rid of the guy who ran the meetings, and then they didn't replace it with anything. Just after that, there were just like a few other guys that seemed to leave. And then meetings would just start to trickle, and fewer guys would show up. They would be more infrequent. Sometimes it would just be like 3 of us. I'm serious. There would be 3 guys that would show up. I would be one of them, and it just sucked. And I know that people have families, people have young children. I'm not saying put your children second to this group, not at all. But we couldn't even get people to show up once a month. It started to really suck, and then just several meetings in a row where maybe 3 guys show up, and I'm one of them. Sometimes oh my God, we would get 4. And some of the guys would live kind of far out from the rest of us. So they would drive like an hour plus one way, and still we'd have really low attendance. And it's just, this is really shitty for this guy. He drove a good amount to come hang out and see the guys, and no one could really be bothered. Now, if it was like an emergency or something, or you really did have plans, okay, but it's just, they preached a lot of brotherhood and community and all that bullshit, and that started to ring really hollow. I did feel some of that at the start, probably because I would see guys like multiple times a month, and you'd get to talk to them and get to know them, especially when it would get to maybe we see each other once every 3-4 months, and then you're kind of reintroducing yourself to people, you know, every time you see them. So it's not really a way to form a friendship. You know what I'm saying? It got really disappointing. Mostly it was good. I got along with just about everyone. There were two guys that kind of had issues with me. One of them, I think I only saw him a handful of times, but I don't know. I guess I wasn't dressed very well in his mind with me wearing like a t-shirt and shorts because it was like summer and we were just hanging out in a restaurant outside on the patio. And I think he was just one of the upper white collar guys. And he took an issue with me and he made some passive aggressive remarks to my face. Love that guy. And then another guy, I don't know what exactly I did or didn't do, but didn't really care for me. Then, yeah, one of the Catholic guys, it was a while ago, and, you know, he just messaged me. He's like, hey, you know, kind of not a lot of people are talking in the chats anymore, and not a lot of meetings are going on. What do you think the issue is? And it's like, well, you know, I joined this group to see people IRL and, you know, get together, rely on each other, etc. And we're not really doing that anymore. Gave me kind of the cold shoulder at the next meeting, which was a few months later. I think maybe took it personally. I'm sorry that the IRL thing we were all supposed to be a part of, and then we don't do anything IRL, kind of sucks, you know, and I'm sorry I just laid it out that, yeah, this kind of fucking sucks. One anecdote I'll share is there was this podcast guy that came around. I guess he was sort of doing a circuit or whatever. I won't say what podcast it was. And he came and he just spoke with us. And I think there's kind of a feeler put out there about maybe joining their larger network, that type of thing. He seemed like a nice guy. I listened to some of his shows. They're not extremists, you know. Nothing criminal, nothing remotely criminal was even joked about or discussed with any of these people. You know, it was just white guys hanging out. That's what it was. I don't know. Well, everyone listening here would, yeah, you get it. But for an outsider, it's scary Nazis get together. We talked about books. We ate food. That was it. That podcast guy, he said this was towards the beginning, like now maybe a year, 2 years into me being with these guys, and he said, you know, you guys, you're one of the good groups because I've been around, I've met a lot of different groups, and you guys are one of the good ones. You guys, you get together, you're there for each other. And at that point, the meetings were rather infrequent, not as bad as it got towards the end, but they were rather infrequent. And that blackpilled me so hard if we were one of the good groups and this guy's talking us up. Maybe he was lying because he wanted us to support him. But I thought, oh, fuck, it's over. It's Jover. It never began. Oh, no, if we're one of the good groups in the country, I was hoping we were one of the bad ones and everyone else was doing like 1,000 times better than us. It's a couple weeks ago. I don't know. I guess I didn't really want to do it. Like the last meeting was 2 months before, and there wasn't even like something on the horizon really. I didn't say anything, and I don't know if I technically consider this ghosting since we didn't really talk that frequently on it, but I ended up just deleting the chat that I was in and just left. I don't have any other way to contact those people. I don't think so, and I don't really want to. I don't know. I guess I felt like leaving. It was just whatever. Most of those guys, they're good guys, right? Nothing against them on a personal level, but also just, I don't really feel like being a part of this group or having this chat when it's just sort of like an empty promise. You know what? I don't know. I think that kind of makes sense. It's just, what's the point, right? What's the point of like having allegiance or not allegiance? I didn't take a fucking oath, but just being a part of this thing when it means nothing in reality. So I left. I feel okay about it. I wish it was something better than how it turned out. Maybe, I suppose, an aspect of it was it sort of feels like a betrayal, right? Where I can preach and talk about the good old days and being friends with these guys in high school and And at the same time, being a part of a group that very much wouldn't approve of A and would definitely have an issue with him. It's not that I'm diverting all blame and saying that, oh, those guys would have had a problem with him. It's no, like I would have had a problem with it too. And it just feels so. I like to be consistent, I like to be logical. I like things to work out, probably autism, to be fair, or Asperger's or whatever the fuck. But it's these two things can't really be true at the same time. I can't say, oh, hey, great guy, we were friends, high school, Minecraft, and also race thing, race thing, race thing. You know what I mean? And it doesn't just quite line up. It would feel like a betrayal to A and kind of that memory of high school. So I'm not walking back all of my opinions. Now I'll talk about that more in a bit, but some of it, yeah, I kind of am, I guess. But I don't know, like maybe if I went to these guys again, if I reached out, I think if I just like explained things to them, like, hey, I used to play Minecraft with this guy, and sure, right, I mean, he's a fourth Filipino, but aren't we all deep down? I think if they just gave me a chance to explain myself.
You were like a brother to me. To all of us. Yeah. Started to feel it out too. My inner balance is off. What? Jesus Christ. I gotta sit down. I feel like I can't stand. Is that okay, Tony? Did I sit?
I mean, it'd probably go fine. Nothing would happen. These were just white-collar guys and nothing would fucking happen. I would not exactly be welcome, the A thing. That also, it wouldn't really fly. And maybe if I was in a more, not just white guys hanging out, but more of a extremist organization, potentially there could have been problems. I don't think so. White pill media is not being dragged out in a cornfield and shot in the back of the head. This is not American History X. I guess not quite welcome with some of these people anymore, I suppose. Not that it matters, because we never fucking met. Some other, I guess, thoughts that, yeah, I kind of had about the movement or white nationalism, whatever. I think there are some comparisons to make between, not that I was ever like really a part of it, but white pill media, like 20 to 30, definitely had a lot of sex, for sure. A lot of girlfriends, banging bitches 24/7, naturally. However, in an alternative reality where white pill media is kind of a loser, some of the like men's rights shit kind of appealed to him for a time. It's not that those people are necessarily wrong in every point, kind of like WNs, but there's some similar feelings there, right? The whole men going their own way thing, where it's kind of guys that want to reject modern dating and kind of the pitfalls that come with that. But the reality of it is, no one cares. No one cares that these guys are, quote, taking themselves out of the dating market. I started to feel that kind of the WN stuff was similar, not quite, but also just kind of people that sort of want to, just kind of want to remove themselves out of society in a way. But the average normie doesn't really, you know what I mean? They don't give a fuck, right? It doesn't matter to them. You're not harming them by really just having these ideals. You're just kind of this other off to the side. It's sort of like by removing yourself from society, in a way, like you're trying to punish, your kind of average normie white person for not thinking that you're great, for not thinking that you're worth something, that you're the one who's going to show them the truth about the world and that it'll save everybody. You know what I mean? And that means you get to be worth something and you get to make them feel bad for rejecting you, for not seeing how great you are. You have this hidden knowledge, so therefore you're important, that you're going to be a big deal in the new order, or you'll just at least have a better position than what you have now. Deeming yourself superior and worthy of respect and admiration when I'm like the abnormal, aren't I? I'm the one that people reject, that people don't want to associate with, that people just kind of, I'm no one's first choice. I've never been anyone's first choice, and it just starts to ring true. Like, you're the one that doesn't belong. And I know we live in a fucked up society. I know things aren't good, but some of that kind of just rings true after a while, right? Like, some of it is true, some of it. Oh, white pill, just because you're a psycho loner loser that had a bad group, it means it's over for the rest of us? No, it doesn't. I think there are good groups out there and people that are forming good connections, and I think that's a good thing, right? Just because I failed, that doesn't mean everyone else has to fail or should fail. But I guess just for me, I don't know, just kind of taking a step back from some of it. I guess I don't really know where I see myself in regards to kind of this stuff anymore. Like, what am I supposed to be for the average guy who still believes, right? Who's not like a black belt psycho. What is my role to that optimistic guy in this thing?
Jump, Mason, jump! Go, Mason, go! Your turn! Come on! Step 8, Reznov! Freedom! For you, Mason! Not for me! Reznov!
I guess I just feel somewhat lost. I felt somewhat lost and just out of touch with myself for a couple weeks now, I guess. Started to think that maybe the group I was with probably took a look at me and they didn't think I was worth it. Maybe they didn't want to, just babysit this ugly autist that's, just has setback after setback, and maybe they just got tired of me, and I don't know, maybe they were holding meetings and they weren't inviting me. And I don't think that's true, but you just kind of, you start to feel that way, It's not too bad, being a leftist. It's the new white pill media, I think these things kind of get a bad rap from our crowd. I went to a pride parade the other day. Yeah, no, really, I went there. It wasn't too bad. They had like cool, fun costumes that you could wear. There was a guy being led around on a leash like a dog, and he had a gimp mask, and I don't know. I'm open to new experiences now. And I took a bump of HRT. That was fun. Okay. All right. So this was about, all right. We started with Minecraft and then we ended up talking about a lot of white nationalist shit. Sorry about that. Anyways, I don't really care about Nazi clout, and then maybe I am kind of a faggot to some people. I feel like that's probably not true with the majority of the listeners here. Maybe I'm wrong, but oh well. Yeah, I know I'm not gonna like speak with A again, but it still feels wrong, right? It feels like, I don't know, like slapping him across the face. It feels like a betrayal. I don't know. I don't know what code or what ideology I'm supposed to pick or apply myself to, but it feels dishonorable, I guess, to my own code of honor, if that means anything. It doesn't feel right to me. That's what I have to say about it. Okay. I guess I'll talk about, some stuff with the family. So my mom, she texted me a little while ago, I guess a few weeks now. if I could come over to help set up this kiddie pool, I guess, for my nieces. And then I said, sure. So my dad's there, my mom's there. My dad doesn't know that's why I came over and is not happy because my mom ordered this kiddie pool online pretty big, right? It would take way too fucking long to try to pump it up by, I guess, a manual pump or to blow into it. It would be insane. But my mother, who has an idea of, I'm going to buy a kiddie pool, not necessarily a terrible idea, but also just a half thought out idea because you kind of need a pump for it. And I'm sure you could find one that would work just great with this thing on Amazon. It'd be like 30 to 50 bucks, right? But my mom doesn't do that. And then my dad is just supposed to magic a pump out of thin air that's going to fit this kiddie pool. And my dad is naturally not pleased, and my mom is so apparently she was hounding my dad to like get the pool together for several days when there's no fucking pump. And then I'm supposed to go over there and magically just, I don't know. I'm supposed to conjure a pump out of thin air, I suppose. That's great. I think my dad's really enjoying retirement. Parents aren't really pleased. I kind of want my mom and dad, give them a little space. So I said to my mom, can I have my high school yearbooks? And then, yeah, I'm in the garage with my dad and he's blowing off a little steam. But, I can imagine it. And I think I do share that with my mom where we can be a little neurotic. We kind of worry about things to an unhealthy degree. I think that's definitely from my mom and not from my dad. I think I try to keep it in check on my end most of the time, but I don't always do it. So you kind of have these little compulsions, like impulses, I guess. And okay, so I got the yearbooks and I got them for a specific reason, right? But it's later that night. I ran some errands. I'll talk about the errands later. So I got all 4 of them. I ended up wanting the yearbooks because I was looking for some photos. I don't have a ton of photos in my own house. I just have 4 of them, right? And 2 of them are family ones. One of them is I'm very young. I want to say maybe 2 years old or so. I'm wearing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shirt. My eldest brother is there, and there's my dad. I'm resting against my dad's leg, and he's reading a book, and I guess he's shushing me. That's what the photo is. The other family one is there's my second oldest Korean adopted brother. He is dressed like a greaser. It's Halloween. My culture is not your costume. My culture is not your costume. And yet, there he is wearing a bandana, leather jacket, blue jeans. I'm in his lap. I'm wearing a Winnie the Pooh outfit. It's like a onesie. So it's all yellow, and then there's a red shirt that says Pooh, and then a hat, with Winnie the Pooh head on top of it, and it's a little lopsided on me. And then my brother, who's a year older, he's wearing like a little Indian costume with a headdress. So, okay, I guess you can do my culture isn't your costume to him too. And then my oldest brother, he is wearing a pirate costume. It's red and black, and he has an eye patch and a little jack-o'-lantern, like a trick-or-treating pail. I do have one photo here where we have John Boy. He's up in the foreground. He is on a little kayak raft thing with my favorite of the twins from the Irish trip. We're on a lake, and then I'm on another kayak behind them. Not kayak, kind of a surfboard, not surfboard, but like wakeboard maybe, or paddleboard. And then there's this guy, the guy that I met with, one of the 2 of them at that bar. He's into plumbing. He is in the water beside me, and my arms are pretty burned, like my forearms are. I don't tan well. But this is from years ago, and the twins, their parents, money, like a lot of money. They had their own sailboat. And we did this a few times when we would go out to this lake. It was an hour or so away, and you go out on the lake, they'd grill, we'd swim around. It was a good time. It was pretty fun. So this must be from one of those trips. And then the last photo that I do have in my possession is not actually in the yearbook, and I was kind of surprised by that because I don't know exactly how I got this photo. I don't think it's freshman year. I think it's more likely to be junior year. I don't think it's senior year. But it's guys from our class. We're wearing like gym attire. It could be senior year, maybe. It could be. I can't really tell. I was kind of hoping to like spot someone that didn't graduate with us and then I would know for sure what year it is. But it could be junior or senior year. I'm actually sitting next to the admin. Oh yes, the admin of the Atheist. He is there. He is beside me. His chin is resting in his left hand, and he's just looking ahead, pondering, peering, plotting. It's in his nature as an atheist. But oh yes, the two of us are sitting beside each other, and I do recognize a few other guys in the photo. And I think it must have been so I had a theology teacher in my junior year who was also in the I guess photography club or whatever. I think he ran it. But we would also hang out in this guy's room after he allowed his room to be open to students after school, and you could hang out there, and we would do that sometimes. I think maybe because I had this guy junior year, he took a photo, or maybe it was someone else in the photography club and it didn't make the cut for the yearbook, so it was given to me. But I just have this photo and I don't know like who gave it to me. There's nothing on the back. So that's all I can kind of think of is maybe he took the photo and then it didn't make it in the yearbook and he just handed it to me because I'm in it. I'm also like looking at the camera, so I feel like whoever took the photo was like gesturing at me and then I looked over and they snapped the photo. Otherwise, I have no idea who took this photo or why it exists, but I do have it and there's the admin next to me. But back to the yearbooks. So all four of them, I went through all of them, and outside of your standard yearbook photo, I appear in two other photos exactly. One in freshman year, one in senior year. The one in senior year, it's at graduation, and there's a big crowd of us, and you can see me in it, so I don't think that exactly counts. But I'm there. I do exist. There I am. I'm in that one. And the one from freshman year, so our school, we had some pool tables, right? And freshman year, I used to play pool in the pool hall. This was before I had friends at school, so I would play pool by myself. And this photo of me shooting pool is me playing pool alone, and I know that I'm playing pool alone. And I hate this photo because I know it's me by myself. It's me before I've made any friends yet. And what I wanted in the yearbooks and what I didn't find is there's no photo of just all of us together. It doesn't exist. And I mean, there are like 0 photos of the computer labs at all, and I kind of get it where the school was, it wasn't cheap. And then parents would probably object to seeing their kid playing computer games at school, but still, I don't know, it meant something to me. I think it probably meant something to some of those other guys. And there are no photos at all of the computer labs. So that doesn't exist. And there's just no photos of all of us together. And I realized that. Just kind of this really horrible feeling that there are no photos of like all of us together, right? And I don't just mean like the 4 of us on the same Minecraft team, but I mean like all of the guys in the lab. It doesn't exist. It will never exist. I just think that's kind of a shame. And I thought it would be nice to have one, just it wasn't fucking there. And I knew it was like a long shot, but I kind of wanted to have one, and I don't think anyone else. Stereotype, and it's a stereotype for a good reason. Women take a lot more photos than men, but frankly, I kind of wish guys would take more photos than we do, seemingly, because I don't think anyone took a photo of just us together. I don't think, it's not there. And I guess I just started to feel kind of unwanted, everywhere, that there wasn't like really kind of a group for me. And then I started to feel that that pool hall picture of freshman year was actually good. It was more realistic because I was alone and I didn't have any friends then. And I fucking hate that. I fucking despise that. But it's so hard sometimes to stop feeling that way once you start to think about it, and then you just kind of obsess over it. I'm glad for the photos that I have, but I wanted more. Those were my main talking points. What I have left is just kind of some miscellaneous stuff here. I decided that it's not great. What I'm currently doing isn't really working. Just working and then coming home and then just doing that, and then just, I don't know, even on my days off, just drinking more than I would usually do. And then just, it's kind of nice, just getting really drunk. And then you're just so drunk, you can't really think. And you kind of just get to not think. And there's such a pleasure in that. And I know that's unhealthy and shouldn't really do that anymore. And then just mindlessly watching the next YouTube video and the one after that. And it's like nature documentary shit. And you're learning about orcas and great whites and this other like dumb fuck animal and just information you don't want, but it consumes you, and you're just soaking in facts, and you're not able to really think about it, to think about anything else. But that's not great. Okay, I'm kind of a introverted, nerdy guy. Maybe I can find another book club. I went through the list of all of them in my area. I'm not exaggerating. I looked at all of them. From what I saw, they were all reading something gay. Like there was some like fantasy book club, and then I looked at the title that they were reading, and then I looked at their reviews, and I'm like, oh, this seems normal enough. And then secret homosexual and done, a lot of openly gay, or doesn't say that it's gay, but then if you look at the reviews, it's definitely gay. And then a lot of non-white stuff, and then just the book is about it's like a historical book club, and it's white people being racist. And I'm nodding very enthusiastically, but these are like white people being racist as bad books. And I'm like, oh, dang. It turns out there was literally one white book club in my area. I was in it, and it's gone now. All of them, sci-fi, fantasy, historical, none of them looked good. They all looked like shit. Respect to the guys trying to develop their own spaces, and maybe I should try to develop my own book club. And it's not like explicitly racist or whatever, but just not like this faggot shit. I don't know. I just find digital spaces lacking, and I guess I don't really get the guys that get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I think it has a value, it has a purpose, but it doesn't compete with real life. Not at all. It's not even fucking close. There's an art museum nearby, so I went to that. There was some nice art. I did like that. I did appreciate getting up, getting out of the house, doing something different. That was good for me. Not exaggerating when I say that there was a obese man wearing women's clothing in one of the wings of the museum, and it's just, you're a monster, right? You're a fat fuck guy wearing women's clothing. Can you not just get the fuck out of here? But of course, it has to be there, right? Just white pill media wants to absorb himself in art, and we can't do that. And instead, like, here's this thing. And it didn't spoil my entire day, but it's just, Do you have to be here? I'm a racist. Let me prove to you how racist I am. There were some Asians on a tour there, and it's just something about like Asiatic languages, and they're just chittering. It's deeply unpleasant. So, not a fan of those people over there. Several women had nose rings there, and I don't know, like septum piercings. I don't get it. And I liked some of the art. Some of it was nice. Yeah, but I didn't really feel better at the end of the day. You know, I saw some nice things, but this isn't like a place for me. It's not that I like want to go back to high school and relive those moments, but it was a place where I belonged, right? It was a place where I went to and people were happy to see me. And I don't have that now. And it's not that, yeah, I don't want to like go back and relive that. I want a place where people care about you. I think that makes sense. I did get out a little more. It was, yeah, kind of a surprise where one of the guys I met like the two of them. I guess it's been a while. And we got together, two guys I went to high school with that he happened to see me. It was just dumb sheer luck. I think we were supposed to go bowling, but nothing came of that. And then I thought, okay, I guess maybe these guys don't really want to be in contact with me either. But then he ends up, yeah, texting me a while later. So I'm not sure exactly why now, but I agreed. So I met with those two again, and it was nice. We just went to a bar. We had some margaritas. I've never had margaritas before. I thought they were pretty good. Once I find something that I like, I'm just good with doing it every single day, essentially. You know, I'm legitimately good with having a peanut butter sandwich every single day for the rest of my life at work. It's efficient, it tastes good. I'm good with that. So it's just, oh, margaritas? It's like you've never had one? It's like, why? Like I already have drinks that I like. I don't necessarily need another one, but I guess I'm willing to try it. And yeah, that was fine. It was good to see those guys. They were doing good. I can't book my vacation time until I'm in the union, so that is coming up very soon. Once I'm in, the plan is to, like that Thursday after my week of midnights, I am off at 6 a.m. The plan is to get on a plane that day and then make my way to Ireland. And then I have that Thursday until that Monday already planned in my schedule to be off. And then that Tuesday to Saturday, those 5 days. So I would take those off using my vacation days. And then we get one floating holiday, right? So in that schedule, for afternoons, you also work that Sunday, and then you have that Monday, Tuesday off, and then you're at work Wednesday in the morning. So I would use my floating holiday on that Sunday, and then also have that Monday, Tuesday off. I don't know if that's going to fly. I have to clear everything with, my boss, but if it does go well, then yeah, that's the plan. I would be going in October, and it should be pretty good. Hey, White Bill, just a random question. What are the rainiest months in Ireland? Great question. So glad you brought it up. Well, it turns out that it's October, November, and December. Hooray! Oh, and White Bill, when you went last year, in late May and early June, did it rain basically every single day? Yes, it did, but now we're going during the rainy months, so I assume it'll be bright and sunny. Unfortunately, there's going to be a few things that are going to be closed to me because it's in October and their tourism season ends in like mid-September, it seems like. So a couple things I'm going to miss, but on the better side of things, a lot of the natural stuff I want to see is still open. The majority of the attractions I want to see are still open. There should be less crowds, probably because the weather's going to be worse. But yeah, there should be less crowds, so that'll probably be a bit more enjoyable. And it should be a good time. There's a lot to plan, and I'm I'm getting everything together. It's going fine. It's just there's a lot to do, but I think yeah, it should work out. It should be good. Have a travel vlog for you boys. Yeah, I'm going to try to belt that out, and I think there should be less drama this time, probably because we're going alone, but that's the hope, unless I pick up some type of Irish hitchhiker. Ooh, like a tinker? That could be fun. They're like Irish gypsies. Yeah. Could have a lot of adventures with that guy. Getting my mom something nice. I wanted to arrive when I'm in Ireland. That's just kind of how I want it to go. I don't want to be there. I don't want a little thank you bullshit from her, whatever. But I do need to get her something nice because she's the one that, told me to apply to the steel mill. And yeah, so I'm going to have that coming in. And I was going to get something similar for my brother's family. And it would also be expensive, right? I'm more of the mind of just get like a really nice gift, like once. Don't buy like 20 little, like kind of crappy, mediocre presents. Just get something very nice. Not to overdo it. Don't go outside of your budget or more than you can afford, but get something more like beautiful and impactful, something more special, I guess. You can obviously overdo it. But it'll be, yeah, a nice thing for my mom. And I was going to get something for my brother and like his wife, and they're having another kid. And I don't think I'm a bad person for this, but I realized that it would never be reciprocated, ever. It's just not in his nature. I think, my dad is a pretty generous guy with money. He's not an idiot, nothing like that, but he takes care of people. He wants people to not like worry about things. My mother very much, counts every penny, and it definitely comes from her side of the family. Not exactly a generous woman. And for my brother, right, my oldest one, he 100% takes after our mother in terms of that. And it's just not in his nature. It's never going to be in his nature. And for me, I definitely do count every penny. I know like how much things cost. I know like I keep track of it all. But I am like my dad in that if it's a gift, it's a gift. I'm never gonna come after someone, or you know what I mean? Like I feel like I'm a pretty generous guy. But I don't know. I thought like, well, why? Why fucking bother? Why would I get my brother this thing? He can't even bother to really speak to me. He did text me the other day. He and his family are gonna move into a McMansion that's over 600 grand. So good for him. Great. Can't bother to speak with me, and then just Jesus Christ, there's no sense of obligation or anything. I had some pretty difficult times in my life recently. He wasn't there, and then it's just I don't know. I don't feel much for his wife. I don't think she's exactly a mean person, but I wouldn't exactly describe her as warm. The brother that's just a year older than me, he's married, he has a kid, but it seems he's fucking miserable. I'd never insult a man's wife, but him, his fat fuck, stupid, ugly, dumb cunt wife, 4 fucking chins on her, white trash, ugly, stupid, poor, ignorant, arrogant, cunt. But I would never insult a man's wife. God, he's just a little pussy. And I know my dad just kind of looks at him and it depresses him. And he's never going to stand up to his wife. And that kid, their daughter is going to be just a mirror image of the mother. There's no doubt whatsoever. He's not going to stand up to her. He's never going to put his foot down. He's never going to put his wife in his place. And I don't mean you have to be like an abusive father or husband to do that. I just mean he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it in him. Like my oldest brother, he doesn't have it in him to be a kind of generous guy. He's just not. And it's just, like, I don't know, it'd be like $2,000, right? If I'm getting something similar to what I'm getting my mom, it'd be like $2,000. And for what? For, thanks, little bro, appreciate it. I don't fucking need that. That's my money. I'll spend it how I want, and I don't want to feel obligated. And I'm not obligated. Fuck them. But I think, yeah, I'm not a parent, and, I'm looking at this photo, and it's my dad, and he's reading a book, and there I am, and there's my oldest brother. And I kind of have this logical kind of brain where, I don't really cry at funerals. Like, I feel sad. I don't think I'm like a monster or a robot, but I also feel that I'm never quite going to be like a normal person. I can kind of just look at things very logically, and I can just, yeah, this relationship isn't worth it. Just cut this person off, not talk to them again. I can do that. But I guess if you're a parent or a dad, you never really can, you kind of view things in your own way. And I guess for my dad, we're always going to be his sons. So he has his own way of seeing things, I suppose. I went to get euros at the bank, and just horrible, horrible mother and kid in front of me. One, they moved over into my lane and cut me off. And this was the one checker that could like bring me the euros. The other fucking tellers there could have helped them, but no, they have to go to the one I need to go to. Anyways, just the daughter playing on a smartphone, more expensive than the one I have, and they're like opening an account or something for the kid or getting another card for the account. I forget. The daughter says this to the mother, "You better give me some money soon." And just, Jesus Christ, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. And just something with like the WN shit where it's just the endless victimizing, and this group did this to us and this group did that to us. And okay, some of that's true. I'm not saying that, all that stuff is fake now. It's not, but a lot of white people, when you gave them the chance to be pieces of shit, they decided to be pieces of shit. No one is forcing you to raise your kid like this, but they just chose to, they willingly gave their kid a smartphone and they said, fuck it. Nobody did that to us, they did it to themselves. I don't know. I'm sorry. I got my euros, by the way. GIMP still works security at my grocery store. I've tried to avoid them a few times by changing up what day and what time of day I'd go to the store. Then I thought that was pretty mean because all he does is just say, have a nice day. And then I think maybe I am GIMP to people, just something to be avoided or pitied, and it's not a good feeling. This was a few weeks ago when I was walking into the store and he was bringing a electric scooter back in, so he was, riding the electric scooter and we were parallel to each other. That was somewhat amusing, I suppose. Yeah, I have mentioned this before, but used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! In middle school, and then little bit into high school, and then I switched to Magic the Gathering. I did not let my high school friends know that I would do this. I guess I just felt kind of embarrassed by it. We were nerds who played Minecraft, but I felt that, a trading card game, that's too far. I don't want these people to, to judge me for it. So I didn't really tell anyone. We started playing in middle school. There was a guy who lived like a street away from me up a hill. We got into Yu-Gi-Oh! We found a store at a local mall and never had good cards. Eventually started to build up collections. This guy, kind of a bit of a bad apple, and he was a year younger than me. He would steal cards sometimes from the store, sometimes from other people, and I knew about it. I never stole any cards, but I didn't stop him. It was wrong, and eventually kind of fell in with not exactly emo, but sort of like Hot Topic kids, sort of kind of like that. Those guys were more overt thieves, and eventually this whole older, worse crowd ended up being banned. I didn't benefit from it, but I didn't, stop it. I don't know. I've always felt like pretty shitty about it. Third friends, right? None of us had any money, and to kids, like cards that were $20 a piece, or for Yu-Gi-Oh!, you would have some chaser cards that would be like $70 a pop, or $100 or more. And of course, these are the really good cards. And if you want to win, you do need the really good cards. And unless you just get lucky cracking a pack, which you wouldn't, not a lot of options for kids without jobs or really an allowance. Not that it justifies anything that happened. But it was retarded. I mean, this thing. But he was asked a guy if he could look through his like deck because he just wanted to see, because he had like all the nice cards, right, for X Sabers. That was the deck that it was. So this guy says sure, and he's distracted. He literally takes the 3 most expensive cards out of it, puts it in his pocket or whatever, gives the guy the deck box back, and then just walks out of the store. We're already outside. I think it was a maternal aunt or whatever, or like great aunt, because he lived with his aunt and uncle, right? Their Aunt Peggy, Uncle Art. He lived with them, and we're in his Aunt Peggy's car, and we all crouch down because the guy comes out and he's hurriedly looking around the parking lot, and we're just ducked down hiding. And Peggy goes, "What's going on?" And it's just, this guy's like mad because we beat him in the tournament or whatever. It was shitty. It was bad. I can't believe that got pulled off, but it did. Yeah, that was the most crazy thing to happen, and that was near the end of the exploits. He ended up being banned sometime later, and then it was during a time when I wasn't there, and then when I went a few weeks later, I was really scared that I was also going to be banned. One of the employees called over the owner. The owner was a nice guy. He was like a lawyer, and he also ran the store as a thing for his kids to work there. But they called the owner over when I arrived, and the owner said, "You're okay. I know you're a good kid, White Pill. You're not banned or anything." Still feel a little shitty about that. But yeah, I was not banned on that day. But we had our first store, which was in this mall, and then it ended up moving like 1 or 2 more times within the same mall, and then it moved outside the mall, and then there was this other store. It was this other store where the owner was this lawyer. This is really interesting. I'm sure you're entertained. Sorry. Where was I going? But this was our place, right? Worst thing I did in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is I had an opponent who was slow playing, just deliberately going slow, or it felt that way. I would have won the match if we would have just finished playing the match, like 100% I had it. Even that guy admitted that I had it, but he technically won. He had more life points than I did when time was called, and it wasn't right. So I ended up marking like the slip that I won in, even though he circled it as well. I did fess up to it and say, "Oh, it was a mistake," when the owner was asking about the result slip. So the guy didn't lose out on packs or anything. It was never tried that again. It never happened again. But that was the one thing I tried to pull. Had a dual terminal. It was this like Yu-Gi-Oh 5Ds thing. It cost like $1 to play. Kids would play this, right? And you could get cards from there, or there was like a story mode to it. And it was kind of a, not exactly a slot machine, but kind of a slot machine, because there were certain cards that were limited to the dual terminal. So a lot of people would put a lot of money into that, and our store had one. There was also this pair of obese twins. They wore polos always. One of them was named George. I forget the name of the other one. They had a binder, right? Not making this up. They would allow people to roll a die on the binder, and you would gamble, right? And whatever the die landed on, that's what card you would get, but you'd have to put up a certain amount of money. So if there were like 9 really good cards, you would have to put up a lot more money than rolling on a page that had kind of mediocre or just okay cards, but there's one like card that's like $10, $15 on the page. It took some time, but the store owner eventually made them stop. I don't think TCGs are necessarily a bad thing. I remember like distinctly this one time, me and my brother, a year older than me, we got money from our dad to get a pack each of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I remember just throwing a little tantrum because I didn't get like any good cards or whatever, and I feel so embarrassed by it. Still, I can recall it. But there is this kind of gambling aspect that is pushed on kids, and that is pretty bad. Why bring up all this game store stuff? What's the point, White Pill? Where's this going? Great questions. There were guys, we all just kind of had a place. I would have school, during the week, and I would see those guys. I would know them. We'd hang out in the computer lab. And then on Saturdays, I would have this place and several guys in my age group. We were all friends. I did not remember this guy until I started to write some of this stuff down. Really fat Chinese guy. He spoke very fast with an accent. It was so hard to understand him. He was funny. His name was Hong Lee. No one will remember Hong Lee, like Tears in the Rain. Tears in the Rain. Hong Lee was a good guy. A lot of good people, the Fish, Ziggus, Drake, Mike, who played Dragunides and had really bad acne, Bosnian guy that was maybe a year older than me, very short temper, but he liked me for some reason. Sage, who was a fucking asshole. He was our age, but he was always a fucking douchebag, scum fuck. Guy who played Gladiator Beast when it was no longer tier 1, not even tier 3, more like tier 4, just kind of a fun deck. But that was his deck, and he always played it. Parker, Jacob, TJ. You would just go there, and people would be happy to see you there, and it was just this brick and mortar place, and it mattered. And sometimes we would go to like events, like little regionals or whatever. Sometimes it would be nearby. Other times it'd be probably 4 hours away or so. And yeah, we'd pile into a car. We'd go out there for the weekends. You would play during Saturday. I never made day 2. Usually we'd have 1 or 2 guys that were good enough to make it into still stay in the event for the second day. The rest of us would play side events day 2. And you just got to hang out. You got to eat expensive pizza. You just kind of fuck around. Just nice times, And then there's still no photo exists of those guys. It doesn't exist. It will never exist. And I think that's a shame. But there's nothing with those guys either. After college, I got into Magic for, I think, about 3 years. I think I played I restarted playing like 2018 to 2021. Things were a bit different with the group now. I don't know, the game wasn't as fun to play. Also, these guys, they ran like more to the left, and I wasn't right wing. I would say I was just kind of a normie conservative at this stage, basically. For the most part, actually, I probably was somewhat right wing, but most of the guys were cool, but there were a few that, we were closer friends back in the day, but just naturally by you being right, them being left, or the other way around, like little cultural things you would kind of squabble about. So it was just more unpleasant, and I was definitely the only guy that was even remotely conservative, remotely towards the right. Nexus of Fate was really miserable to play against. It was this card that shuffled itself back in after you played it, and then your opponent would just take extra turns, and the deck would just take extra turns, and it would be like Solitaire, but somehow worse. And then I left before I think the Strixhaven set came out, which was like kind of Magic the Gathering and Hogwarts, more like Fagwarts. But yeah, I think I stopped playing before that. And when I stopped going, I don't know, it was different now, no one really gave a shit, I guess. No one really texted me or whatever. I just kind of stopped showing up, and that was kind of it for that. And I don't know, it was just kind of it went out with a whimper, I suppose. So I did decide to try to crawl my way back to a game store, I suppose, because no one else will have me. So I was kind of, I don't know, I guess looking into all this stuff and dredging up the past, I kind of got nostalgic for, like a TCG. Looked to see what was out there, and there was this one game, Sorcery, the Contested Realm. It's kind of like Magic and also chess, where you have cards, and then there's this grid they interact with, and the art's very nice. Apparently a lot of former Magic players get into it. I'm kind of into it. I mostly have a deck assembled. I probably have overdone it, but I got into it, and you kind of starting from scratch. You do have to build up a bit of a collection, so I've been doing that. Nothing too insane, but yeah, I had to spend some money, but nothing crazy there. And I wasn't sure if I really wanted to go or how, I don't know. I guess I just felt somewhat nervous, but I ended up calling them. It was like a Tuesday, and it was like just before I was going to be able to clock out, and they said, "Hey, yeah, we have some new players and veterans. You can come on down and they'll teach you the game." So I thought, "Okay." I went there and they pointed me towards where some people were set up, and I got a little worried. I mean, overall, the people there looked normal-ish for a game store. This game store, right, it's actually one of the first one that I went to years and years ago. It's moved locations several times since then, and the owners are completely different. It's a different store. Most of the people look pretty normal. There's this one weird guy standing kind of near the entrance with a vest with a lot of buttons on it and some like gay patches. And he also has this weird tuft of hair, right? Because he's mostly bald except for that tuft of hair. And I'm like, ooh, that's gross. I really hope he's not playing sorcery. Yes, boys, that's Ember, and he does play sorcery. And the patch, which I looked up later, it means non-binary, and he talked about having a boyfriend. Great. I hung out with these guys for about 3 hours. It was okay. They said it was a low turnout. There were only 4 of us, including me. They usually say they get about 10 guys. They gave me some starter cards. I did beat the gay guy, Ember, so that was fun. But it also just... that first time I went there, it wasn't the same as my past. It wasn't, not that I was exactly expecting it to be the same, but these also just, they're not the old guys, it's not, there's not a Hong Lee here. There's not a Ziggus. There's not a Drake. There's not a TJ and Urker. It wasn't like the best first impression, especially because of Ember, right? And like, oh, 4 people and I'm one of them, and one of the other 4 is Ember. Great.
I want to go home.
Corrado,
I want to go home.
Stop. You know that's not possible.
If I did it, the fucking gun malfunctioned. It was old, okay? I should have cleaned it.
Try to get some sleep. You'll feel better in the morning.
But I've gone there a couple more times, and there've been a lot more people. Ember is by and far the strangest one there. The rest of the guys are white, and they seem normal. They seem like pretty good guys. And since they don't have a lot of players, they have like over 10. They seem happy that I'm there, and have an interest in the game. It's kind of nice, I guess. And with my schedule, I can't go all the time, but I can go at least like half the time. And they do Tuesday constructed nights, and then Friday's draft, and then Saturday free plays. And it seems all right. I like that I have a place to go now, that it's not quite my store from the past, and these aren't quite my guys. Maybe some of them, I don't know, maybe we'll be friends, maybe not. But they didn't turn me away. Yeah, it's going okay. And it's not that I like need to go back to this store from my childhood. It's just I had a place. I had a brick and mortar place, and I would go there and people were happy that I was there. It wasn't just working home, working home, working home. No one fucking cares. Like, I knew myself then, I knew myself, and I meant something to people. And it's not fake faggot WN group that preaches community and brotherhood and all that shit, and they don't meet, they can't be bothered to meet once every 3-4 months. It's not family who talks about, you're my brother, you're my brother, you're my brother. What the fuck have you done for me? Christ. These people aren't my family, but there's something. I'll take them. I guess for our conclusion, it's just, yeah, me feeling kind of out of sorts with myself. It's just, people used to know me, right? They would be happy when I would show up, and that's it. I miss it, in the lab or at the game store. I guess just kind of high school in general, right? Because college, I had that a little bit at the start, and then I didn't really have anyone for the rest of college. Just being in a place where you're not just like tolerated, you're not like just a customer, but you're liked. The game seems fun. I'm kind of into it now, and I think I have a tendency to be somewhat neurotic, and I can spiral a bit and just overthink things. And in a way, this sort of helps where I'm thinking about, okay, playing this deck versus that deck and the matchup and what you want to draw and how you want to position the board and lay out the realm and all that shit. It's just stuff to think about, and it's more positive. It gives me an excuse to get up and get out of the house. So I'm interacting with people face to face. I think it's good, right? I think it's good. It's better than what I was doing before. I don't have much else to say. Okay, so books 1 and 2, I did some edits to them. Those are done now and have been republished. Book number 3 is coming along. The art is underway. And the 2 people that have read book 3, my beta reader and the artist, have both said that the one sex scene in the series was disgusting and they were horrified by it. So I'd like to give myself a round of applause. Our one sex scene disgusted both of them, and that's great. I don't think book 3 is going to be published by the time I hit Ireland, so that's okay. I might just delay the publishing then. Yeah, I might just delay it because I'll probably have some experiences or things that I saw that I kind of want to update book 3 with, so might as well fucking wait. Books 1 and 2, they're out again, and yeah, Irish trip. I should be leaving early October if everything goes well, and then we might have the vlog done maybe early mid-November. That's kind of where I'm at with it. I think that's more reasonable. Anyways, sorry for probably a long and pretty boring outro, but just some things, some thoughts I kind of just need to say, I suppose. Anyways, I don't think there'll be another video in between now and me leaving. I doubt it. So sorry about that. I read a few books about Richard II, and I thought maybe doing a video about him, but I don't think it would do great, and I don't know. I don't quite feel like it. Maybe I might play Dvergold and put that up there, so we could have that, me playing the demo. Anyways, that's going to be it for me. Thank you so much for listening, boys. White Pill Media out.